ahead and call the City of Tallahassee Annual Retreat to order. It's great to see everybody. And first of all, I want to thank staff for doing a great job for setting up the Smith-Williams Center. This looks great. I know y'all worked around the clock yesterday to get all the infrastructure in place so that we can have this meeting. I want to welcome everybody that's here. We've got a great crowd, and we're going to have a great meeting. Let me be the first to tell you, I do not intend to have us here till 5 o'clock at all. I think that we can be efficient with our time and accomplish all the business that we need to without spending the entire day here. But I want to real quickly turn it over to the city manager for a quick welcome to the Smith-Williams Service Center. I love this facility. It's fantastic. Reese?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. I know we want to get started and dive right in, but I too would like to thank our staff, our facility staff, our Parks and Recreation staff, our communications staff, our T&I staff. It takes a team. We know that. Yep. I appreciate all the hard work they put into making this event possible. And we just wanted to bring you some a welcome this morning to the Smith-Williams Center. This is part of our community facility network for our Parks and Recreation group. And we just wanted to share a few good words before we got started. So with that, I'd like to ask our Deputy City Manager, Cynthia Barber, to introduce our host of the facility, our newly appointed Deputy City Manager.
Thank you. Thank you, Reese, for that. I want to welcome you here to the Smith-Williams Center. As you know, Smith-Williams and Walker Ford are a hub for the Bond community as well as Southside Tallahassee. It's a place where families come here for many of their milestones, wedding receptions, bridal showers, baby showers, and sometimes at the unfortunate event of death, they have repasses here. But the thing that really makes this center and all of our facilities special are the people who work here and who operate these centers. And I have the pleasure this morning of introducing you to one of those people. In fact, you have met him in that role of the duties as assigned, our driver from your tours, Mr. Bobby Sparks. Bobby will give you a better overview of the facility and welcome you here too as well. But Bobby is a supervisor of more than 100 combined employees, part-time and full-time employees. He operates and responsible for 9 facilities, which include our special facilities such as the Teen Center. He operates all 6 of the community centers, the Arts and Craft program at Lafayette and Dorothy B. Oven. He has a degree in physical education. He comes to us from North Carolina, Pembroke. He spent 2 years in the human resource business, working in organizational development as a training analyst, where he provided needs assessments for employees and departmental organizational training needs, developed and designed programs, and classroom delivery. So I wanted to introduce you to Bobby more formally, other than your driver for our tours.
Bobby?
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
On behalf of the Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Affairs Department, I would like to welcome you to the Smith-Williams Service Center. Smith-Williams is located in the Bond community. It was dedicated in 1981. It is named in honor of Elder Owen Smith, who was a prominent church leader here in the Bond community. It was also named for Mrs. Lucille Williams, who was the longtime principal at the Bond Elementary School. Smith-Williams is a neighborhood multi-purpose facility that provides access to human and social services in health, education, and culture and technology. Along with the neighboring Walker Ford Community Center, the Smith-Williams Service Center offers a variety of programs and services for youth, teens, adult senior citizens. This includes camps and after-school enrichment programs, fitness and wellness activities, and programs centered around the arts. Smith-Williams is a staple of the Bond community, as Ms. Barber mentioned. In addition to programs and activities, space is leased to organizations that provide those human and social services that were mentioned before. As well, one of the Tallahassee Police Department's cop squads are housed here, and also we have our Neighborhood Affairs Division that is housed here. The staff members at both facilities work extremely hard to impact or to provide services that impact the quality of life, so we find it rather fitting that the Commission has chosen this location to host its retreat while you discuss your priorities and ways to enhance the quality of life for citizens of Tallahassee. So again, I'd like to welcome you. I'd like to say that we're honored to have you here, and we are wishing you a very productive day.
Thank you. Thank you, Bobby.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, that concludes our welcome, and we're ready to dive right in.
Sounds great. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my colleagues for some opening comments. Let's start with you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. While you have a mouthful of food, do you want me to move down to Commissioner Matlow? Commissioner Matlow, any opening comments?
Yeah, just an opening. I thank you all for being here. I'm really, we had an interesting crash course in city government when we got here, and I'm just interested in starting this new year fresh. I'm really happy who my colleagues are, and I think we have shared visions for the city, and I'm excited to implement it.
Excellent, excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning. I'm excited. This is one of the things that we do annually to set the course for where we go as a city. I think we have some opportunities to set a new direction for the city, to continue with some of the successes that we've had and to build on the foundation that's been established over the last several years. But also, you know, we will count on those of you who are new to the commission to bring some new and fresh ideas about things we can do to improve the quality of life for those who live in this all-America city that each of us loves as home and want to see it be better and be a beacon of light for those who live in communities throughout the city and wherever a person lives in this community to feel like they are a part of this all-America city. So look forward to today's discussion, Mr. Mayor, and the ideas and new energy that comes from this retreat.
Excellent, excellent. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Good morning,
Good morning.
and welcome to the annual retreat. This is my first retreat, and I'm looking forward to learning and also participating and hearing from you, our citizens who have chosen to be in attendance and to be involved. We're really glad to be here. I'm always good to be on the south side, but the north side will be good as well. We're just glad that you're here this morning, and I'm looking forward to helping to help carve out where we're going. Glad to be a part of it, and thank you for your confidence in what talents or skills we can bring to the table. Good morning.
Good morning. Commissioner Bryant.
All right, good morning. Good morning. I'm a trainer, so I'm going to try that again. Good morning. Good morning. There we go. It is certainly my delight to be with you this morning. I am a strong advocate that unless we plan, unless we have vision, unless we know why we exist, and unless our behavior is governed by values, that we will not get to the place where we want to be. So I'm excited this morning to be in a strategic planning meeting and so happy to see each of you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I want to start off by saying how proud I am to serve with each and every one of you. We have all had the opportunity to speak publicly, and I tell everybody all the time that we have a dynamic commission. And whether it's because of circumstances or whatever, we have developed very strong professional friendships, first and foremost. We work very well together. We've got a new vision, and we're heading in the right direction, and I'm just proud to be part of this team. I am a big proponent of strategic planning. I'm a big proponent of the annual retreat. This gives us a great opportunity just to kind of kick back, talk, figure some things out, throw some ideas out. I want to remind everyone that my philosophy is there's no such thing as a bad idea during the retreat. Put it on the table. If you have ideas that you want to have considered and discussed, let's do it. Now is the appropriate time to do so. And let me kind of set the stage for the day. And I'm going to ask the city manager in a second to walk through the schedule and give us a brief overview. But the way how we have it structured is in the morning, we're really kind of concentrating on the 30,000-foot view. Okay? We have all talked about the need for a laser-focused strategic plan, a 5-year strategic plan, being able to move forward. And the city has done a tremendous job laying the foundation and the groundwork for it. So we're going to kind of check in on our mission and our vision to make sure that we are in check, that we're heading in the right direction. We'll have a hearty discussion about some of the big picture ideas, how we move forward. I think it's the idea that we're going to give staff the opportunity to go back, take our ideas, bring together a plan, check in with us several times throughout the course of the year before a final ratification. By no means do I expect us to have a 5-year strategic plan today. This is the beginning of a long process. But I think what is so exciting is the fact that 5 years from now, we celebrate our 200th anniversary of the city of Tallahassee. And this is an amazing opportunity for us to come together and really begin the process so that 5 years from now, we come back together and we celebrate milestones and accomplishments that we have measured our success along the way, that we have the metrics in place to know that we're moving our community forward, and to be able to bring this community together to truly celebrate who we are, where we've been, and where we're going, I think is absolutely dynamic. This afternoon, we'll get into specific issues. We'll talk about our 2019 priorities, the things that we as a commission want to concentrate on now, and how we move forward, and I'm looking forward to that discussion as well. Again, I do not expect us to be here till 5 o'clock. Obviously, we will spend as much time as each and every one of you would like. We do have time for public comment this afternoon as well. We're going to have a great discussion. I will keep us on track. With that, though, Mr. City Manager, will you walk us through the schedule of today?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think your comments are well taken, and I think we understand that today will be a bit fluid. We do have an organized schedule. We'll follow the order of this schedule, understanding that the times may vary. But today, of course, this is the opportunity at the very front end of the schedule, and we've got it marked as welcome and introductions to hear from you and your colleagues, the mayor and commissioners, about today and kind of set that course for the day. At 9:30, we've scheduled, and I think we may be ahead of schedule.
We're a little bit ahead of
9:30,
schedule, my man.
We've scheduled a year in review. Of course, that year in review is appropriate to set the foundation for the discussion moving forward and check in on our progress from the priorities of last year. At the next point in the schedule, we have two items involving strategic planning and visioning. We have marked those at the 10 a.m. time slot, just specifically, and you can see some material around the room dealing with our vision statement, mission statement, and organizational values. And I believe it's an appropriate time to check in on that. And then move in with a strong nexus related to that, move into the discussion of a strategic plan for the city and our organization. We have a special presentation from some of our students. Just across the street is Bond Elementary School, and we're pleased that they're going to come join us for a few moments today and talk to us. We're looking forward to that. That's marked at the 10:45 time slot. And at 11 o'clock, we have a guest speaker. Former Commissioner Mark Mushton has agreed to come talk to us. He spent many years on the commission, kind of share his thoughts about the process. I think it'll be very good and helpful. Personally, I always seek his counsel. I think he's got a lot of experience and wisdom to share. We'll take a brief break, and then at 12:30, we've scheduled public comment. Of course, this meeting is open to the public. We're joined by members of the public today. It's broadcast on TV, but we want to make sure we stop and take a break and we get comments from the public about what we're talking about today and generally any matter looking forward. You mentioned we've got 7 target issue items that we're seeking commission direction on today. These are not priority items in particular. These are transactional items, many of which that you brought up at your business meeting in December. We formulated a report on each one of them. We've prepared a recommendation, and we've presented them to you today for your consideration. Following the conclusion of that, we'll take a short break and then move right into your priority setting. So actually the goal setting for this particular year. I think that will dovetail nicely into your discussion that will happen this morning about strategic planning, and then set clear milestones for what you hope to achieve in 2019. That gives us as staff the framework that we need to bring forward items to you and give structure for our efforts in 2019. At the conclusion of that, what we've done in years past, we take your ideas that you express, we kind of combine them and synthesize them, if you will, and then present them back to you to make sure that we're on the right page. So you've got a lot of note takers in the room today. We'll be recording what you tell us feverishly to make sure that we accurately describe that and get the most succinct list of priorities that we can. I also want to add that your leadership team is here today, your department directors. They're here to join us. They're here to provide comment to the extent necessary, and most importantly, they're here to listen to you and the priorities that we have for moving into 2019. That's the schedule for today. We look forward to it. We'll move as fast as you would like to move. Mr. Mayor, but you've got the resources here, I think, to accomplish your mission for the day.
Great. Cassandra, Jim, Joe, any comments?
No, it's just, generally, it's just our pleasure to be here. You know, we work at your pleasure, and we're here to implement whatever priorities you set.
Just looking forward to the day.
Great. Joe. Glad to be here. Okay, for my benefit, I'm going to go ahead and put it out there. Will the leadership team, will you please, we are brand new, will you please stand up and introduce yourself? We got the time. And just give us name and title and departments again. Dr. Bryant, you're still brand new. So, yeah, I think it would be very beneficial if we could have the leadership team. Let's just start on this side of the room and work all the way around. Karen, you want to start us off?
Good morning, I'm Karen Jevendell, I'm the growth management director for the city. Happy to be here.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Michael Parker, I'm the Director of Community Housing and Human Services.
Good morning, I'm Roxanne Manning, I'm the director of the CRA.
Kimball, that's you.
Program Manager for the Temple Program. Van Green Department of Place. Good morning.
I'm Calder, director of Blueprint.
Good morning, David Pollard, Director of Aviation at the airport.
Jennifer Porter, interim general manager of underground facilities, quality governance.
I'm Reginald Whining, I'm the General Manager for Rehabilitation and Waste Management.
Good morning, I'm Judy Donahoe, real estate.
Good morning, Allison Ferris, Director of Communications.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Bernard Ojitayo. I'm the Chief Resilience Officer and I direct sustainability and community preservation.
Good morning, Christian Doolin, Director of Strategic Innovation from the team right there. And in addition to target initiatives, also maybe after today, government affairs.
Jared O'Jones, Deputy Director for the Office of Economic Vitality, the Minority Women and Small Business Enterprise Program.
Good morning, Ellen Blair, Human Resources and Workforce Development.
James Barnes, Chief Customer Officer.
Good morning, Rob McGarrett, General Manager of Electric and Gas.
Ashley Edwards, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Affairs.
Button Leah to the police.
Good morning, Robert Wiggin, Resource Management.
Thank you. Certainly do appreciate it. Okay, colleagues, any other opening comments before we jump right in? Let's do it. Reese, let me go ahead and turn it over to you for the 2018 year in review, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I mentioned earlier, I think, anytime you have a retreat-like setting and you're looking forward to the future, it's always good to check in and see what you've been doing, in this case, over the last year. So historically, the City Commission has met. They've established clear priorities for the year ahead. In this past year, the priorities that were established were related to public safety, investing in our infrastructure, economic development, and quality of life for all of our citizens. And so that gave us the framework to work moving forward and to arrange the agendas and kind of organize the discussion and efforts by the City Commission and city staff. And so I'll be providing that update to you today. And I'd like to say that, I think this sets the tone from our perspective that we're a progressive city. Tallahassee is a progressive city, and we consider ourselves a leader, not just in the state of Florida, but in the nation, that people look to for best practices. They look to for emerging trends, and we take great pride in that, and that's the way we see ourselves, and I think that's been very consistent for a long time. And so as we have these conversations and we see progress and we see challenges, I think it's good to know that we're not just Tallahassee on our own solving our problems. I think we also fit into the fabric of our state and our nation. And I think I would be remiss to not say that clearly as you have priorities and you schedule the year ahead and you look forward to tackling issues, things happen. And so you have to be prepared for that moment, like Hurricane Michael. And I can tell you that we were prepared. Hurricane Michael challenged us. It was the worst hurricane that we've seen in our region in modern history. It devastated communities to our west. It impacted us greatly. I think we all know at this point that we lost power to 90% of our city. We came as close to losing power to all of our city as you can possibly come. When the tie line that connects us to the grid to the north actually was interrupted because of the storm, it knocked off almost all of our generators. And Rob McGarrett and his staff, they did a great job keeping it going. We kept electricity to our hospitals, thank God, and we quickly, with a small extension cord practically. But we moved quickly to restoration, and we called on our neighbors to help. We ultimately had help from utilities from 15 states, from more than 40 cities around our country. We called on that help. They came. They were here before the storm. They were ready to help us, and we put ourselves back together in pretty quick order, and I'm proud of that. But those are the kind of events you have to be prepared for. They're not necessarily in your priority planning as you move forward. So they interrupt, and you have to be resilient. I think you've heard that word this morning. We know this past year was a year of change. You know that in the seats that you sit in. We have a new mayor, and we have, in total, 4 new members of this 5-member body. But as you already know, having been here not very long, Commissioner Richardson went from being the new member, now he's the dean of the commission. But we work so well together, and I think we've hit the ground running. I really appreciate the time that you have spent with us. I look forward to working with Commissioner Bryant so you can get to know all of the operations of the city, and we continue to hit the ground running. So it was a year of great change. In fact, as you sit here, my colleague next to me, the city attorney, was appointed in 2018. I want to say March of 2018. Almost a year. So we're veterans at this point. You have a new city auditor that Joe Malashevsky joined us in the summer of 2018, and the city commission appointed myself as the city manager in the fall of 2018. So we had a lot of change in terms of leadership, but I'm very confident that we're well positioned to move forward strongly in 2019. And I wanted to say that because obviously those things you have to be prepared for, even as you have a plan, even as you have priorities moving forward. So with respect to our priorities and the progress that we were able to make during 2019, I think public safety, I lead with public safety. I give this discussion frequently as I talk to our city staff and I engage with others about the priorities of the city commission, the direction overall of our city as an organization. And I often say that public safety is one of the priorities that the city commission identified in 2018. It's a continuing priority, and I believe it probably is our highest priority. If you had to single out priorities, I believe it to be our highest priority. So much energy, so much effort goes into that, and it clearly, our community wants to be safe. They want to feel safe. They give you confidence to go about your daily life. And so I always lead with public safety, and it was top of mind in 2018. It was probably best characterized as one with an effort toward community policing, neighborhood engagement, youth engagement, prioritization of resources, and overall an eye to a long-term effort. So this is not simply about the rudimentary function of enforcement, but rather engagement with a long-term outcome. We saw positive outcomes in our metrics that we measure ourselves by, the number of crimes, the number of arrests, number of crimes solved, and those are straightforward measurements that we can measure ourselves by, and we saw that to be productive. Overall, crime is down 21% over the last 2 years. I can't really underscore how good that is. When you are able to drive crime down by that much, that's telling. I think that tells me that we're making progress. I see Chief DeLeo in the audience. We've got members of his staff here today. Kudos to them and kudos to the entire law enforcement community that they work with for making a difference, and I very much look forward to that continued progress. Overall, that puts us at a 5-year low in terms of crime. So back in 2013 is where we stand. In fact, when you look at a 20-year horizon, we're very, very near the low point of that 20-year horizon in crime. So as we stand here today and look backwards, our crime is at a very low level comparatively to the past. The chief reminds us that they don't just deal in crimes, but they provide support to the community. And last year they responded to over 200,000 calls for service. That's a lot. That's a lot. And so those aren't just criminal activities. That's when the community needs help. They're looking for some assistance, and they respond. We have approximately 400 sworn officers. We have 410 sworn officers to be precise, and they're out there working hard every day, and they're supported by another 100-plus individuals in the police department to support our community. Not only is crime down, but the clearance rate is down. So I think if you've been tracking, I know you guys have seen this, we focus very intently on violent crime in particular, and the clearance rate is improved in terms of how many crimes are solved. In fact, it would improve by more than 25% year over year. So that's good. That's how you solve future crimes. That's how you prevent future crimes in particular. So we saw progress on that. Last year we deployed body cameras. That was a long discussed topic. We deployed body cameras to every sworn officer in our police department. And so now we have a very transparent way of knowing what's going on, recovering that information. A lot of thought, a lot of process went into that to make sure that they were done well. The protocols are in place to make sure that's handled well. And I'm really glad that that has happened, and I really appreciate the effort of our T&I group as well to support that deployment. We made progress on our public safety campus. That'll be an ongoing topic. That's a long-term goal. The City Commission gave us authorization to contract with the construction manager. We're working to negotiate land that's in our south side of Tallahassee. We believe that to be appropriately placed along our Orange Avenue, South Monroe corridor. We think it holds lots of benefits. Toward that, we continue to progress to that evolution. You heard from Dr. Kimball Thomas. He introduced himself this morning. He's the lead of our Tempo program, and that's really in its infancy, but it has shown amazing progress so far. In Tempo, what that is engaging our disconnected youth, our late teens, early 20s youth that would not otherwise be in school or employed and potentially need that connection. They need that mentorship to connect them with our education system, get them a job, provide overall direction. And we had our first class graduate. So we had the first class of the Tempo participants graduate over the summer. Cynthia was there. It was an excellent graduation. 70 members of that class graduated. And I have a statement. This is something underscored to me by Dr. Kimball Thomas, and he says, no Tempo participant has been arrested, rearrested, or has a violation of probation. And that's a measure of success. That's an excellent job. And today, there are more than 350 members in the Tempo program. So it's growing almost exponentially. Kimball tells me every day he needs more resources. I said, well, keep up the good work. We'll see what we can do. So that's going well. And I think that really strikes the chord for public safety. It's a holistic approach. It's not limited to only the policing aspect of it. And so that's the summary. I could go on and on in terms of our public safety, but those are the highlights that we saw as it relates to that priority of 2018. I'll move on to the economy. That's something that affects all of us. In Tallahassee, we have a nearly $14 billion economy. That's the size of our economy as measured by the gross domestic product. Normally, those indicators are lagging, so we compare historical years. The growth in the economy was up about 3%, which is one of the faster growing economies around, and so that's a good sign. What we know is that 90% of our economic growth is homegrown. Our economy grows because of Tallahassee, the businesses in Tallahassee, the organic creation of business in Tallahassee. And so we focus on that. We know we have universities, some of the best universities in the nation, that have combined research budget of $300 million each year. We know we use that to grow our economy. We've identified targeted industries to include magnetics. That's top of the list. You've heard so much about that. We know that that is a positive asset to seize upon. Healthcare is a big industry. It's a targeted industry, as well as manufacturing and transportation logistics and professional services. Some of the fastest growth by percentage we saw in 2018 was related to professional services, consulting services, insurance services, and in fact it could be, I think we always talk about Tallahassee being a great place to live. I think we can all attest to that. We all like living here. It's a very, very good community. In today's economy, you don't have to live where you work. In fact, we're seeing more and more of that where people live in Tallahassee and they work around the country. That's a fast-growing segment of our economy. In fact, over the last 5 years, we've seen a diversification of our economy. We are a government-centric economy. We know that. But in the last 5 years, 13,000 of our 180,000 jobs in our community have been added to the private sector. There's essentially no growth in the government sector when you look at that curve over the last 5 years, but the private sector is growing and grew by 13,000 jobs in that 5-year period. So you see some movement in that direction, and I know that's been a priority of the community. Overall, as measured by employment, we've had 34 consecutive months of job growth when measured the same month of the prior year. So when November 2018, for example, is compared to November 2017, we saw 34 consecutive months of job growth. A really good thing, and I think a sign of a good economy. Unemployment now is at below 3%. It probably can't get lower than that. Those are historical lows. That is in fact, that becomes constraining to business as they add workers and look for workforce. When we look at the development side in terms of actual brick and mortar structures, in 2018 we had 379 permits for single-family homes. That was an increase of 23% from the prior year.
Say that one more time, please.
It was 379 permits for single-family homes, a 23% increase from the prior year. As it relates to multifamily units, which we've seen a surge in, there were 807 permits, which was a 90% growth from the prior year. So you saw a strong growth in that. We permitted more square feet of commercial space possibly than ever, more than 3 million square feet of commercial space that was added to our business arena last year. Overall, this was a shocking statistic that I saw. Our growth management department performed 88,000 inspections, 88,000 inspections to accommodate all the permits and the additional space that I just indicated. And the average permit time, I think you guys heard this on your tour a few weeks ago, the average permit time was just under 4.5 days.
For single family?
For single family permits, 4.5 days. It was, I believe, 4.38, but I round to 4.5 just so we can remember it. But a good accomplishment and much better than we had done in the past as we look backwards. So we were making progress on that. And so as measured through our growth management, the addition of new structures and things like that, we do see a strong growing economy. We talk a lot about our airport. Airport clearly can be a sign of a good economy and good economic growth. So this year we had approximately 800,000 passengers travel through the Tallahassee International Airport. That was a 12% increase and a 10-year high. So that was a really strong sign. And I think as we measure our success, we continue to see growth in passenger travel through the airport. A very preliminary estimate that the Department of Transportation puts out every 5 years is the economic impact of our airport to our local economy. At last check, that was about $400 million a year that it contributed to our $14 billion economy. The new number is closer to $600 million. That's still an estimate and yet to be finalized, but we've seen a strong growth, about a 50% growth in that economic impact from our airport. And I think that dovetails nicely into, we talk a lot about the airport and we talk about passenger travel, but it is an economic tool and it supports our trade, our import and export trade. And when we look back over the last 5 years, exports are up by 90%. They total nearly $250 million that we export from our region to the rest of the world. That includes Europe and Asia and all parts of the world, not limited to domestic transactions. And so we see a growth in that, and the airport certainly supports that. And in our roadmap, we know that we're working to add a customs facility to even enhance that leverage. Last year, the Blueprint IA, which is made up of all of the city commissioners and county commissioners, approved an airport gateway project, I think, which will further leverage the value of our airport. And overall, gave good direction for 18 projects. That includes the Airport Gateway, which totaled $274 million of investment that's going to use our blueprint funds as we move forward. So good direction was added there. There's good clarity, and I'm excited about that. Again, I could go on and on about the economy. There's so many metrics that I think we can look at. I think we're all mindful that a good economy does not last forever. We see signs that give us some concern, and so we're mindful that the things that we do, we want to make sure that they foster a growing economy, they foster a strong economy, and don't interrupt otherwise good progress. I'll move to infrastructure. As it relates to infrastructure, the City Commission last year, as part of its budget process, approved a $314 million 5-year capital improvement plan. Those are the dollars that the city spends to make sure that we're keeping up with our community and our roads and our pipes and our electric infrastructure, overall making sure that the community's healthy and that's ready to grow. That's a very strong plan, and those are dollars that are infused right back into our community that support employment. In addition to that, we saw in December of 2017, for the first full year of operation in 2018, the very first solar farm in our region, a 20-megawatt solar farm at our airport. So we found synergy to use land that was at the airport that otherwise probably had no good commercial purpose because of its proximity to our control tower and the runways, and we were able to take 100 acres and produce 20 megawatts of electricity every day for our community. In fact, as we look forward, we'll break ground on the next facility. That'll be a 40-megawatt facility and be completed in early 2020 to bring that online, bring our total generation to 60 megawatts with a penetration greater than what you find around the state. As measured on a per-customer basis, we have great penetration in terms of what we produce today and what we plan to produce in the future. So we were excited about that. Also, we saw the completion of the second phase of FAMU Way to Gamble Street. It's a beautiful roadway. It's long in the making, and so we saw progress as it relates to that. And, you know, we don't add many new roads in Tallahassee. We're very careful in the addition of new roads, so that's been a very good project. In 2018 and really in 2017, we really made a concerted effort with the direction of the commission to make sure we're keeping up our roads and our sidewalks. So these are infrastructure, elements of infrastructure that sometimes go unnoticed, maybe unkept, maybe not properly invested in. $7.5 million extra dollars has been set aside. That's in your budget this year to make sure that we're repaving roads. We have about 650 miles of roadway that's under the city's control and management. This past year, we repaved about 85 miles of that roadway. So better than we had hoped. Our goal was to maintain about 10% a year. So you're on a 10% cycle as you're going and reviewing roads and making sure you're keeping them up. You know, are you reinvesting as the cycle? Is it sustainable? In other words, you don't lose pace in that. So we did better than expected. In fact, with the increase in funding, we were able to repave 5 times the road miles than we did in 2015. So a 5 times increase in our productivity. It was a good measure of success for our road repaving program. In addition to that, we were able to complete all the sidewalk repairs that were identified about 2 years ago. At the time, there were about 18,000 defects identified in our sidewalks around our community. We've got about 600 miles of sidewalk in our community. Surprisingly, a lot of sidewalk. We coexist with our trees, and trees and sidewalks don't go well together, by the way. And so as the roots lift the panels of the sidewalks, they create uneven surfaces, and it's necessary to go and repair that. Sometimes you have to report, sometimes you can grind it. There's different techniques. Sometimes you can lift it. And through the creative efforts and the really hard work of our underground utilities and public infrastructure group, who Jen Porter is here with us today, they've been able to complete that task. Ultimately, they made 21,000 repairs. So that doesn't mean they stop, because these repairs are come about as things happen and things change. But we're on top of that for the first time in a very, very, very long time. 95% of the lower central drainage ditch is a project that you probably have seen from around Spring Hill Road to Kissimmee Street has been complete. That's long overdue, and I'd like to thank our public infrastructure staff and our stormwater staff for working on that, as well as we added another water well to our network of water supply that's expansive, that provides extra capacity. As it relates to our electric utility, we added more than $100 million of modernization. That includes a generating station near TMH at substation 12 that allows most of us to sleep a little better at night when we have a hurricane coming. That's always a sensitive matter to make sure our medical corridor is adequately served. In addition to that, we added generation at our Hopkins facility that gives us more flexibility to add renewable generation. So we saw an investment in our electric utility as well. As it relates to infrastructure, it's always good. You don't seek these kind of recognition, but it's always good to have someone else validate that what you're doing is good. It makes sense. It's best practice. And in 2018, the Underground Utilities and Public Infrastructure Group was awarded the Governor Sterling Award for Sustained Excellence. It had previously received the award in 2015, and this is an award for Sustained Excellence, and it's the only utility in the United States to receive such designation. It was a really good note. And finally, quality of life, which is a big category. That's a really big category in priorities of the 4 priorities that we worked under. We saw some success. Just in December, $500,000 was approved from the CRA to begin the work on the Bond Community Action Plan, the neighborhood that we sit in today, that we're so looking forward to, that Cynthia Barber from our staff has led the charge, working directly with the neighbors. You know so much about it. Dollars were pledged to begin the efforts toward that plan in the engagement of the community and make sure that we're addressing the needs of everyone in Tallahassee. That's part of a $6.4 million investment that was really worked through. Those tasks and amounts were worked through by the neighborhood in cooperation with our staff, and we're so much looking forward to that, not only for our Bond community, but as a model as we move forward with our other neighborhoods. We saw good progress in that. Also, we saw an inclusionary housing agreement with our Canopy. We executed an inclusionary housing agreement with our Canopy development on our east side. That was the first trigger of an ordinance that had been around for about 10 years. That will result in 60-plus homes right in the Canopy development, right in that new developing neighborhood that are considered affordable, provide access to the schools of the area, all the shopping, all the resources, and all the employment. We're very much looking forward to the success of that as we move forward in that regard. Also, you authorized just over $1 million to help support the creation of a 100-unit senior affordable housing facility that's part of the redevelopment of our Orange Avenue housing project. And so we've got several hundred units that are in the Orange Avenue housing group today that's going to be redeveloped, led by the Tallahassee Housing Authority. We're very sensitive to the relocation of the current occupants. This is going to help with that. Land to the north of it is being acquired, and this $1 million pledge for a $20 or so million project was done by the City Commission to continue to foster that. That's part of an overall bigger project with a holistic approach that we look at for our, help me with the terminology, Raul, what you're working with the PBC.
Purpose-built communities?
The purpose-built communities. As you guys know, we're working really hard to land that, to bring that to Tallahassee. That's more than just housing. It engages education in all the wraparound services as it relates to that. So that's kind of the nucleus of that project. In addition, I was proud and I participated, but you know, my colleagues, they worked a whole lot harder than me. Over about 18 months, we were able to build through about 3,500 volunteer hours, 5 Habitat for Humanity homes. So we actually went out and built the homes, and and did a good job, and some folks have more skill than others, by the way. Some of us stick to our day job, but we were able to do that and make a difference and lend our time. We also saw the beginnings of Independence Landing in our Southwood community. We're looking forward to that for parts of our community. Not only that, we take our trees seriously in our community. We adopted the first urban forest master plan ever. If you can imagine, what we've learned, by the way, in the early days of this plan, scientifically, that we have more trees, as measured in coverage, land coverage, more trees than any city like us in the United States. That's a fact. That's not anecdotal. It's not conjecture. It's not just what we think. It's through survey that we've determined that, which didn't really surprise me, by the way. I think we all knew that, and so we love our trees and we love what it's about. And we've committed as an organization through the leadership of the commission to do it in a master planning kind of way to make sure that we are leaving that element of our community in good shape for the future. And so those were highlights for the year to come. I think it's appropriate to end on, we are in our Parks and Recreation facility. We have more than 3,500 acres of parkland in our city system. A tremendous amount of parkland. We have 88 parks in our system. You guys knew that. We have more than 70 miles of trails in our system, and we've broken ground on the 89th park in the southeast, and we're working towards that as we speak. So we're not resting on our laurels. We're adding parks. We're adding quality of life, and so we saw a lot of progress in that category. And so that concludes. I could go on, and you have material in your packet today. That material is available in our board docs online, in our agenda materials that kind of summarizes some of the bright spots that we saw in 2018, and I think probably paves the way for a successful 2019. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners.
Reese, great overview. And
very good.
Curtis, y'all did a great job last year. You laid some great groundwork for the previous commission, and thank you. Appreciate that. Let's open it up for any questions. Any questions?
I have a question.
Commissioner.
And this may not be to you, Reese, it may be to Chief DeLeo. I attended some of the seminars that you did to introduce the body cameras to the community. Great job in how you laid that out and made yourself available for questions. I'm just wondering, are you getting any, have you gotten any preliminary feedback on how well this is working, the data that you're getting back, or any of that?
So far, it's been very well received. I don't have all the data. We're preparing our quarterly grant report now. Once I have that, I'll present it. I'll bring it back and share it with everybody. But I can tell you anecdotally, and I've got some of my internal affairs investigators here, we've had more than 30 people come in to file complaints that we're able to resolve very quickly by pulling the footage and actually being able to verify that the officers acted professionally and within policy and with the values and expectations that we expect. So it's been able to help us resolve some concerns very quickly and very neutrally and very transparently, as that was the goal of the investment. So it's very positive feedback. The officers, even those who are a little skeptical at first, have been very positive about it and appreciate it as something that records what goes on and as a impartial record, but also as an investigative tool that they can go back and review and help them put better details in the reports as well. So the feedback so far has been very positive.
Okay, thank you. I also have another question regarding public safety. I know that, and congratulations on our crime rate. Congratulations to the community. A few years ago, it seemed that in the summertime, we had violent crimes to peak during the summer times. And have you noticed any other times that things seem to peak? And are we doing some things to put some things in place to try to prevent that, like the end of school and that kind of thing, to try to prevent some of that?
Yes, ma'am. We do have different seasonal trends. With the new students come in every fall semester, we work closely with FSU, with one trying to educate students and their parents with the lifestyle adjustment and the new freedoms and responsibilities, but also some of the behaviors that tend to create opportunities for some crimes to occur. And we try to work on prevention first and then some enforcement. During the holiday breaks, we have more break-ins during student housing when a lot of students leave town. So we have operational plans that we put in place, one for prevention and then also for investigation and trying to catch people as well. So seasonally, we do have different trends that occur, and we monitor those, and we put operational plans, not just TPD, but with our partner agencies as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Chief, while you're here, real quick.
Yes, sir.
So we've been concentrating on violent crimes. How are we doing as well with, like, broken windows theory? You know, with graffiti and tagging and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, overall, our crime rate will be down about 7% for the year. So that combines violent crime and those property crimes and those nuisance crimes as well.
Right.
So that's across the board. So we're making headway significantly in all categories the last 2 years. Those are the totals. If you look at violent crime, the last 3 years is down almost 30%. 2016 property crime was actually up, so we've actually made headway and brought that back down in lines with the same reductions we're doing in violent crime. So it is across the board reduction, and I think when when we did our tour last month and our orientation, and when we were over in the neighborhood with speeds and things like that, those are those broken crime type theories that we're talking about the nuisance crimes, public drinking, and issues like that really has an impact on quality of life that we're focused on as well, partnering with the neighborhoods.
How's the relationship with the university police departments going now that the students are back and, the bars are up and running? And
No, it's good. Chief Berry, Chief Galloway, we talk all the time. They're part of the collective. They're part of our meetings when we meet on about a quarterly basis, sometimes sooner, but it's hard getting all those people in the room together with their schedules. So we do, again, those joint operations and plans. They attend. We host intelligence meetings every 2 weeks where we host and everybody comes in and sends representatives, and we share ongoing information about active cases, what we're all experiencing, what we're looking for, and that's for our investigators and officers at the line level to make sure that they're also sharing that information as well. It's not just the agency heads, because we all know the real work, although I get to stand up here and take some credit, is done by the men and women out there every day and the support staff behind the scenes.
Great. I just want to also thank you personally. Your team in the fire department working with the collective did a tremendous job during inauguration, which I know is a heightened sense of security, and there's a lot of planning that goes into all the activities that took place last week, and y'all did a wonderful job.
Thank you, sir.
Made our community shine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Bryant?
Yes.
Commissioner Bryant?
First thing I'd like to say is that our city manager gave us an awesomely glowing report about what happened last year. And one of the things that's very important to me is that we applaud the people who make these things happen. That's the people who come to work every day and work for most of you, and they kind of put their hands to the plow. So I want to just start by saying thank you to the people who make this happen for the city of Tallahassee. Join me in doing that. Second thing is that I would like for our city manager, we talked about all of the very really successful ventures that have gone on over the last year. If he had to identify, as we get ready to strategically plan, what would you say are the top 3 areas that, and if you want to pitch this to someone else, that's fine, but the top 3 areas where we continue to need to focus, are there new areas that we actually need to consider?
Thank you for that question. And I think that's appropriate. So those, you'll hear me say, we still have issues to tackle. I think that is absolutely appropriate. So we have success, and what do you continue to tackle? I'm going to come back to what I believe to be the highest priority of public safety. Your work is not done in public safety. It is never done in public safety. The fact of the matter is we have about 11,000 crimes in our community. We're a real city. We're not a bedroom community. We're not insulated from the real life. Most of those crimes happen to be property crimes, by the way, where we have our public that's victimized. And so that will continue to be, in my opinion, a pressure point that we have to tackle, and we have to fight, and we have to have a long-term strategy. With a good economy, I think that you also have other problems that come with that, and I think affordable housing, which was talked about last year, is a difficult topic. I think affordable housing is one, if you're asking me, I believe is a pressure point for our community. I think the city plays a role in that, but we don't play the only role in that. This is a partnership. So I do believe that would be one that I would underscore as well. And then you've heard about, there's a term, economic segregation. I'd like to talk more in a neighborhood-centric voice. to neighborhoods. I think neighborhoods would be on the top of my mind in terms of making sure that we're engaging each neighborhood in its own unique way. We have hundreds of neighborhoods in our community, and each has their own needs and their own pressure points, and it's a tough challenge, right? There's not a one-size-fits-all. So in my mind, it's the neighborhoods, how we engage them, how we listen to the problems, how we contribute. What we realize, I think, is that we don't solve all the problems. It's a community effort. You have to bring lots of stakeholders to the table, and you have to have a good plan. So if I was listing three, I'd say neighborhoods, I would say affordable housing, I'd say continued emphasis on public safety.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I wholeheartedly agree with our city manager on those priorities. Those are certainly areas that because public safety undergirds everything that we do, everything that we are about. As a city, if our residents and guests don't feel safe in our city, guess what? They're going to either leave or not visit Tallahassee. And especially with our universities here and our community college, that's important for our young people at the universities and the college, so that their parents know that when they come to Tallahassee for however long they're going to be here with us, that they can be reasonably comfortable that their loved ones are going to be safe here in our community. So that's going to be an ongoing effort. One of the things that I want to applaud the chief and his staff for is the implementation of the community-oriented policing, where rather than the police just show up when a bad thing has occurred in the community, they're there to build relationships with individuals in the community, where they get to know the community and individuals in the community get to know them on a personal basis, and you're not objectifying people as the police or those people on the south side or north side. You get to know people on a more personal, interpersonal basis, and that has contributed, I think, to helping people feel comfortable with interacting with the police and also reporting crimes. When they see something happening in the community or they hear something, they feel more comfortable contacting that police officer that they know and interact with, or calling Crime Stoppers to report that. One of the things that the city manager and I talked about, and we hear it all the time, everywhere you go, this issue of economic segregation. And though the city itself, city government, cannot be the solution to that, we certainly can begin the conversation and bring those groups and organizations together where we can begin to tackle that issue. It's a 800-pound gorilla, but I think working together as a community, we can address that. It is a major issue in our community, and one that has to be a top priority for us in the years to come. The city manager talked about affordable housing. One of the things he and I talked about also, and I talked to our federal lobbyists about, one of our police officers, he and his family were looking for a larger home, and they couldn't afford what they needed in Tallahassee. So they had to go across the county line into Gadsden to afford the home that they needed for their family. And so we need to make sure that we don't become a Boulder, Colorado. Mr. Mayor, if you were on that trip with us, I don't remember if you were, but none of their police officers could afford to live in the city of Boulder. The only police officer or law enforcement official that lived in the city of Boulder was the police chief. None of their police officers, their teachers. And so what we may find, the situation we may find ourselves in if we don't get on top of this, is our blue-collar workers and their families having to move south to Wakulla or west to Gadsden or north to Gadsden or even up into Georgia. And so we have to make sure that we at least tackle this issue of affordable housing in our community. And we've started that, but it's going to have to be one of our top priorities ongoing. The one thing I talked to our federal lobbyists about, because as we do have people moving into these outlying communities, it's going to raise the need, the even greater need for regional transportation systems, which we don't have right now. Diane, we have the Commissioner Williams-Cox. We have the shuttle that runs from Quincy into Tallahassee, but that's about the only regional transportation that I'm aware of that we've got now. So that will be an issue for us in the very near future and ongoing. So I look forward to further discussion. Later on, we have laid a solid foundation, but as the manager said, there are issues that we will continue to have to tackle. And then lastly, Mr. Mayor, and I'm done, is as we grow as a community, what we've seen is that there is infringement, that growth is infringing on our established neighborhoods. And they're concerned. And so we need to make sure that we're working with our neighborhoods, and as we grow, that they're included in that and give us feedback on how they want to see the city grow so that those neighborhoods are preserved and protected. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Malley?
Yeah, I largely agree with everything Commissioner Richardson just said. I think most of our priorities, overlap. I break it down into 4 different priority categories, and that's our people, our environment, our infrastructure, and our local business. And I think public safety is at the very top of the list of our people. They want to feel safe in their neighborhoods. They want to feel protected. But I think we also have to look at public safety as more than just crime and enforcement. Public safety can be, do our kids have sidewalks to walk to their schools to keep them safe? Are we addressing our poverty levels, or are we just considering that a society ill? Commissioner Richardson said that, no, we can't solve the economic segregation policy on this board, but we're talking about strategic planning. So in 10 years, in 20 years, are we going to be in the same place we are now, or are we going to lay the groundwork for that actual shift to happen? And it's going to take more than us. I'm excited to see that the mayor reopen communications with the county and the school board, because I think we all need to come together and look at how our school districts, where our private sector is developing, where we're putting affordable housing, where we're putting market rate housing, and all the combination of all that together is how we start to move the needle on that issue. And I think it's interwoven through our infrastructure and our people and our environment and our local business. So we got a lot to talk about today, and I look forward to diving in.
Any other comments? Great job. Reese, you want to jump right in, move us through the strategic planning?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Item 1 in the section related to planning involves a potential review, and we're looking for direction from you as it relates to our vision, mission, and organizational values. 22 years ago, a committee was established to update our vision and mission statements, as well as our organizational values. And I believe those have served us very well and really withstood the test of time. But from time to time, so 22 years later, it may be the appropriate time to revisit these. In fact, every now and then. I not only had black hair 22 years ago, I had short pants on, I think. But so if you don't mind, I'm going to, for the benefit of the group and everybody that's watching, if you don't mind, I'll recite our vision statement, our mission statement. I think that will invoke some thoughts for all of us, and then talk a little bit about our organizational values, and then look for your direction moving forward. And so I'll start with our vision statement. So the vision of Tallahassee is Tallahassee, a city that remembers its past while focusing on the future, a vibrant capital city, fostering a strong sense of community, cherishing our beautiful natural environment, and ensuring economic opportunities for all our citizens. And I think we probably would agree that there's many elements of that still are appropriate today, that still reflect who we are.
That was developed 22
years ago.
Wow.
So I think there's a lot to work with.
It
seems appropriate. I think that speaks to the consistency of who we are in Tallahassee. But again, many years have passed, and there may be more elements to add or change. And so the vision is an aspirational guide to our efforts. It kind of speaks to who we are and where we want to go. It's as the term suggests, a vision. Our mission, which gives us the essence of who we are, The mission of the City of Tallahassee is to provide excellent services and facilities to support a high quality of life for our community. I think, again, consistent with a little bit of what we've talked about today. Do we need to expand that, though? It may be time. And so I pose that with you. When we talk about the culture of the organization, so when we say the organization, the City of Tallahassee itself, we talk about 4 basic principles that begin with, and that have been ingrained upon all of us on staff that have been here, the members you met earlier, which is customer service is our business. I think I've shared with each of you that we, in my opinion, we are a service-based organization. We connect with our community not through just policies, not through just regulation, but through service. How do we provide those services each day, whether it's the solid waste that we pick up every single day, the electricity we provide, the clean water we provide, the protection of our environment through our stormwater system. We provide services, whether it's our transit service or airport. I can go on and on. That's what we do, and we take that to heart, which customer service is our business. Another organizational value is to demonstrate leadership and personal responsibility. I think that speaks for itself. The public is counting on us. They're counting on us to be responsible and to provide leadership, not to follow others' leads, but to be the leaders. And we work internally to promote and support employee excellence as we prepare employees to matriculate to higher levels of responsibility to represent our public well. We work very diligently to promote them and support them. And overall, a theme that is very near and dear to me, and I couldn't appreciate more the cooperation with my colleagues, the appointed officials, as well as the assistant city managers and everybody on the leadership team, is the teamwork that it takes to do this job every day. No one of us is successful without the team. So practicing teamwork is our other organizational value. Again, I believe those continue to be fitting, but I think it's the appropriate time to think about those. And I think the recommendation we're making is that if you so choose, if you believe it to be fitting, that we would reevaluate these. I think a committee structure is appropriate. I think when you end with a new mission statement, a new vision statement, new organizational values, that it has to come with lots of buy-in, that it has to come with the buy-in of the city staff and the city leadership that will live with these each day. It has to come with the buy-in of the community to make sure we remain, as I like to say, uniquely Tallahassee. And so we wanted to share this with you today. We've given you a summary in your agenda materials. I appreciate you indulging me and allowing me to read those statements, as I believe, again, they are fitting, but probably time for review. And so I share that with you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, and look for your direction.
Commissioners, thoughts?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to hear from Commissioner Bryant, since this is her area of expertise.
Commissioner Bryant, you're in the spotlight.
No problem. I think that, first of all, a recommendation to review it is very appropriate, and we should support it 100%. Let me just start there. Even if it does not change, we have an obligation, really, to the people who work for the City of Tallahassee to stay in touch with why do we exist, because it tells people from day to day when they come to work, this is why we're here. If we have no vision for where we're going, and vision is really impacted a lot by what's going on around you. Every time I think about 9/11 and people had their vision statements up on the wall, and it changed like that because life changes, what we do, how we think. So the vision certainly needs to be looked at. And then our values. Values, absolutely. I've had the privilege, really, of teaching leadership for the city over time. And every time we talk about leadership, I always start with these 3 fundamental things: mission, vision, and values. Because if employees from across the spectrum does not only, I won't say memorize, but live values, then they're not worth much. So it is time. How many years?
22.
22. Jeremiah was a tadpole last time.
I don't know if it's appropriate what the protocol is, but I certainly support doing that. I support the recommendation from the city manager.
We have,
Yeah.
Commissioner Matlow?
Commissioner
Diane?
Williams?
go ahead, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just jump in. And I think this kind of overlaps with the strategic planning discussion we're having. If we're starting a fresh vision, I think there's a lot of great stuff on here. And, you know, as we just mentioned, we haven't got there on all of the things on our vision. Of 22 years ago, we're ensuring economic opportunity for all of our citizens, and we're still not there. So I think it's important that we have the plans in place, as we see in the next agenda item. We got a lot of plans in place.
Right.
We got a matrix to show us where the plans overlap. So we're planning, we're doing it, but we can't just say it. We got to execute. I think that's going to fall really hardly on the shoulders of just the people up here. So I really support. Let's get this process going to rewrite this, start the strategic plan. I will recommend that when we develop a committee, let's make sure we're not reaching out to just the usual people. Let's get a real cross-section of the community. Let's get people on the committee that are living in poverty. Let's get people on the committee that are struggling to pay their bills. So we're getting the full picture of what Tallahassee needs, and somebody speaking up for them. So if we're talking about things like Star Metro improvements, I don't think we're the best people to recommend that because we don't ride the bus every day. So we need that voice in the room and at the table as we develop it.
Good point. Diane?
I'm going to agree with Commissioner Matlow. We do. Well, I did my homework, and my answer is to select option 2, which is to initiate a process to review the city's mission, vision, and organization values. And I agree that as we put people together, that we have a cross-section from everywhere, because this is what we're going to live. And 22 years ago, there may have been people who may not have had an opportunity to participate, but it's a new day. And we can give folks an opportunity to participate. And I think that it would be great to see where this thing takes us and go from there.
All right, Reese, walk us through. What does this look like? How do you envision us, no pun intended, moving forward with this process over the course of next year?
Well, I believe that, I'll start with the timeline. I believe that we need to conclude this effort this year.
Correct.
So 2019. So I'll start with that, and that would be, in my mind, how we approach it. I believe it to be a committee approach, probably no more than a dozen individuals.
Okay.
You want to get enough voices, but not too many. I believe that's made up of your leadership of your city staff, as well as community members,
Okay.
as Commissioner Matlow indicated. So I think that creates the buy-in. Normally, as an organization, you would do this internally, but I believe we represent the public, and I think there's an appropriate space for the public, and so I'm making that recommendation. I think there would be no less than 3 updates to the City Commission, so the committee would meet, they would formulate the approach, they would explore ideas, they would make recommendations. Just very tentatively, I would bring you a few updates, probably March, late May, June-ish timeframe prior to too deep into the summer, and culminate somewhere around September or October. That would be how I would see the process moving forward.
During this beginning stages, too, I think we've got a wonderful opportunity, not necessarily to rebrand ourselves, but to remind the community how awesome we are in the direction that we're going as we take in this. Is any ideas, Commissioner Williams-Cox has mentioned the possibility of having additional meetings outside of City Hall, really trying to engage. What about the thought of, during this process, having a couple of town hall meetings, maybe, really truly engaging the citizens on the visioning process with this community, with this committee as well? Any thoughts?
I think that would be fantastic.
Yeah.
I think that would be great, but I also want to include the online surveying as well as a tool, because I noticed in the issue we're going to talk about later, there were not a lot of people attending, but there were many people who were responding online. So we also want to use online opportunities for people to participate.
Excellent. Commissioner Bryant?
Yes. We also need to include some line employees. Managers are fine, but the people who live the values from day to day and have the most input about it, especially values, because that's what values are written for the people who work. They need to be a part of that group, some representation.
I think, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I think that's excellent feedback. I think that's not inconsistent with what we're thinking. I think you've given us good direction. If you are prepared to take a vote, you'd want to ask for public comment on this now, or you can hold it till later to take a vote. But what you've described, I believe, is option 2 in the recommendation and the materials that you have, and I appreciate your feedback and direction on this.
What's the will of the commission? Do y'all want to move forward with some votes right now? Do you go ahead and take public comment? Do you want to wait till later on after public comment this afternoon, or Commissioner Matlow?
I would recommend taking public comment and then combining. If we're going to create a committee for the vision statement, let's have the strategic plan discussion that's following it, and wrap that up into one motion and one committee.
All right, that sounds great. What do y'all think?
I think that's swell.
Shall we go ahead? I mean, this is a workshop. It's kind of loosey-goosey. Y'all want to take a break real quick and hear from anybody from the public that might be here?
Yeah.
Take a little public comment. Anybody here from the public that wants to join in the conversation? Yeah, come on up.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'll point out for anyone who does wish to speak, when we began the meeting, I only had one speaker form, but there are speaker forms in the back of the room there. It looks like Chief DeLeo has decided to man that table for us. We thank you. That at least lets you know where to go. And as I get those speaker forms, I'll call them.
Can we move the podium a little more in front so that we can see, or are we stuck?
No, the cameras.
During the break?
If the cameras.
Okay.
Plus, there's a garden in front
That'll
of the
work.
podium.
All right. That'll work. Pastor Sims, good to see you. You got comment on the strategic planning process?
Yes. I did have initially a form from Ernie Payne. I don't know if he wanted to speak at this point of the meeting or not. Just wanted to acknowledge that was the first. Yes, I do. He was the first man here, I believe. So.
All right.
And then we'll take Mr. Sims
Sounds
after
great.
that.
Mr. Payne, good to see you.
Thank you.
Name and address for the record.
Name's Ernie Payne. I live at 2006 East Indian Head Drive in Tallahassee. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. I didn't initially intend to speak.
Mr. Payne, you don't have to hold that other mic if you want to just,
Yeah?
It was provided to me. So.
Okay.
Okay. I initially intended just to be a spectator. I'm a political junkie, and I just wanted to see government in action. But in looking at the agenda for this meeting, and especially the mission statement, the vision statement, and especially the statement of values, I was somewhat dismayed to see a total absence of the word ethics and transparency. And I think that this has to be a part of any statement of organizational values. Yesterday, the Ethics Board met, as you know. I didn't attend, but I watched it on WCOT, which is a great service, by the way. I read the extensive documentation provided, including especially what they're calling the blue sky recommendations, which includes quite a bit of what I didn't find in the value statement presented today. In fact, they provided explicit text that they would like you to use for the value statement, so it'd be something to discuss. You, Mayor Daley, Commissioner Williams-Cox, Commissioner Matlow, you recently went through an election period and a period of probably seemingly interminable candidate forums before the election. In each of those forums, there was at least one question regarding ethics. I know because I helped write those questions. I wasn't just a timekeeper with a paddle. It's worth noting that the people that responded, the candidates that responded in what I would call a less than satisfactory manner, are not sitting up there today. The people that were elected, the people that we elected, you are what we see as a hallmark of ethical principles, and it's very good that you're here. I appreciate that. Commissioner Bryant, I know that you work on a daily basis with ethics in implementing the state ethics policy developed by the Department of Financial Services. I know this because I worked with you for several years and witnessed your dedication to that. And Commissioner Richardson, I've followed your career on the City Commission and previous elected offices. I know that you're a man of principle, and the whole team just fits together very well. I'm anxious to move forward with this. So I have basically two requests for you today. First is to move forward quickly to name the member of the Ethics Board. I know is on your agenda for the end of the month. And secondly, when the Ethics Board, once they've achieved full staffing, they will be presenting to you their report. And I want to request that you treat it not just as a series of recommendations for debate, but a directive from an independent board to adopt a strong ethics policy as part of your statement of values. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for coming out today. We appreciate it. We appreciate your positive comments. That's your neighbor?
That's my neighbor.
Thanks for coming out. And I think that you're right on. I think we agree with you. I think that this is the first step in the process to readdress, the mission and the vision statement of the City of Tallahassee. And so, yeah, we take your comments to heart. Thank you. Pastor Sims. Pastor Sims, good to see you.
Good morning. I'm so glad to be here this morning. So glad to be on top of the ground, and the ground ain't on top of me. As I was sitting there, Curtis, Commissioner Richardson, the words of Barbara Jordan came to mind when she said, "America is only as good as its promise." So as I get ready to celebrate Black history, and as you engage in writing your promise, I have issues of concerns, Mr. Matlow. When a city manager can stand in front of me, offer me his right hand, delegate authority to resolve issues in this community, and then not stand on his word, then that makes me, Ms. Bryant, question the founding bedrock of local government. Now, is that warranted? Debatable. But I have too much evidence that causes me to question that, will this just feel good? But I want to experience democracy. I don't want to read about it or see a video how it happens. I want to literally, Mr. Matlow, experience it. I had the opportunity, Commissioner Bryant, and I'm not picking on you, but I did a little background, and I love your students love you. But I went to the downtown CRA, and I told them I walked down that strip all downtown looking for Black businesses, and I couldn't find any. And I was thinking that, whoa, I'm spending a lot of taxpayer dollars to revitalize downtown. Where's the shoe shine man? Where's the peanut man? We have revitalized downtown till we can't even shine shoes. When I say we, I mean us. We can't sell sandwiches down. Something has happened. And so, Ms. Bryant, I look for the nearest downtown Black business. Soul Veggie, shout out. I haven't been there. Y'all need to go, because I don't do veggie, but y'all need to go. That's the closest. And we know that the matrix, when you cross the tracks, Commissioner Matlow, are different than when you're on the other side of that track. And so, again, I ask the question, is Tallahassee as good as its promise? Yes. Because I don't want to go through the motion of the feel-good thing anymore. I want some real rubber to the road. I want to commend this commission. I see, Mayor Daley, you are beginning to open up City Hall. I see the transition of real accessibility because, Ms. Bryant, I believe that all of these things are stemming to oppression of people of color. When you set all of these unnecessary security barriers in order for them to have access to their government, I believe that's another systemic way of oppression. And so I see that. It's just unfortunate Mr. Raul has not got the memo yet because he still will not meet with me. And he controls $800 million. Did you know that I went to the city manager's office and I looked at all of the city managers? He is the only assistant city manager that does not have his cell number on his card. But we pay him like we pay everyone else. So I'm saying when we do this strategic plan, Mayor Daley, let's live by it. Let's not it be a document on someone's office up there on the shelf, but it is applicable in Southwood. It's applicable on the D block. Y'all know where the D block is? That's in the hood. It's applicable in Southbrook. It's applicable on Saxon Street. Because right now, what's on the shelf, Commissioner Cox, according to the feedback that is in this community, they don't feel it's applicable in the same measure. I thank you for tolerating me today. But I'm optimistic, John. I believe that we are turning a corner. I believe that Tallahassee is beginning to rise, but we've got to be bold enough to tell the truth. We got to clean up where we messed up and stop letting people getting away with stuff. It's a new sheriff in town. His name is John Daley.
It's actually Walt McNeil.
It's Walt McNeil. Pastor Sim, thanks for your comments. Appreciate it. All right, let me see if I understand this. Commissioner Matlow.
We do have another speaker.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, moving on.
We have a newcomer to today's meeting. Dot Inman Johnson is here and would like to speak.
All right.
Yay.
Mayor, how are you?
Good. Good morning.
Happy morning.
And to the commissioners and the mayor, and a special greeting to the newest Commissioner, Elaine Bryant. Welcome. I wanted to come up and just thank the commission for bringing the retreat into this part of the community so it's very accessible to folks who normally can't get to City Hall. So I thank you for that. I also want to say that I spent a couple of hours over at the Smith-Williams Center upstairs meeting with Adam Jacobs, learning about the neighborhood community liaison program where you have different staff assigned to several neighborhoods to make sure those neighborhood issues are dealt with quickly when they arise. And I think that's an excellent program, and people who are here, I hope they will, when they get a break, step over to the upstairs section of Smith-Williams and look at the chart over there that outlines all of the work that's being done in several areas in the neighborhoods. The last thing I wanted to mention is that I hope in your visioning and your target issue process that you will look at what the United Way is doing and putting poverty at the top of your target issue list, because many of the issues that affect our community could be addressed under that area in ensuring that everybody in the community receives the same high quality of life, and really work on economic diversity and economic development, work on housing affordability, work on jobs and jobs training, work on, of course, public safety. All of those issues could be wrapped around. And I thank you for allowing me an opportunity.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. I got a quick question for you, just out of curiosity. Back when you were an elementary school art teacher, remind everybody, who was one of your favorite third grade students? Who was one of your favorite third grade art students?
John,
how about that?
How about that? Little John Daly at then Timberlane Elementary School.
There you go.
We need pictures.
One of the best
we
art
need
teachers.
receipts. We need pictures.
One of the best art teachers ever, hands down, and one of the best mayors as well. Any other public speakers?
We have C. Moline wants to speak on the Southside Police Station. I don't know if that may fit right in with the visioning portion, or I don't know.
Sure, let's go ahead.
Right time?
Let's do it. How are you doing?
Hi, my name is C. Moline. Hi, Commissioner Richardson.
Good to see you.
Good to see you, too.
Thank you.
I am a student in emergency management at FSU. I worked the Hurricane Michael disaster at the state EOC. Tried to render services to the community. I'm here to talk about the Southside Police Station, police headquarters that is being planned. I feel like there's a lack of transparency in getting information out there. A lot of my friends in Southside, we have been seeing the plans for this Southside headquarters being in the Save-A-Lot Plaza. Southside is currently kind of a food desert, and by taking away another grocery store, that's really not helping the community as much as you may be thinking it might. It would actually be harming the community. Continuing on from the fact that it's in a food desert, I think that it would drive up property prices, right? But that's not really good in Southside, because currently a large percent of Southside residents are renters. I know my best friend who lives on Nancy Street is a renter, and she will have her, her rent increased if there's a property increase in value. I'm also worried that putting it in that area of town, might endanger black and brown people who live around that area. We know, that the police isn't really accountable in any city in America for what it does to people, whether it be shootings, killings, or beatings. We have seen time and time again that, the TPD has over-reported crime. We saw that in the Tallahassee Democrat report, with the independent audit, which found that TPD was over-reporting crime vastly, and even in one case counted a vehicular homicide as a murder to then consider it a crime instead of an accident, right? So we see all these factors, and I think it's also hard for me to understand why before contracts have been signed, why we are so beholden to that location. When that location was picked out while former commissioner, who shall not be named, who was removed for reasons we all know, was still in office. So there's a question in my mind on whether or not that was done cleanly, or whether or not, the corruption case that went on has anything to do with that location, especially considering it has to do, with, these locations that are, valuable for the community. There are a lot of jobs in that plaza. And if we put in a police station, that will be moving jobs from other locations to that location. I don't think it will be truly creating a lot of jobs, maybe construction jobs in like the short term, but long term, that's not a real development for the community. That's actually something that might cost the community because that's value that has been extracted out of that area. There can't be put any more new businesses in that area. Also, the price. I think it's around $30 million, right? How much of that money could be used in the CRA board? How well could that be used in the CRA board? What projects and dreams could be fulfilled by putting that towards, South Side, businesses? There's just so much that I believe has been not transparent, not told to the community. I believe that this project is not in the best interests of anybody living in Tallahassee, and I believe that there should be a review of the project, and hopefully the project not be put in that location. I'm not saying there shouldn't be a new headquarters. Police have said over and over that they are, crowded in their current location. But I do believe that location in Southside is a poor location. It is poor for the community, and, yeah. Also, I would love to hear Ms. Diane Williams-Cox, Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox position on this, since I don't believe it's on the record, along with Commissioner, sorry, which one are you?
Matt Lowe.
Matt Lowe, thank you so much.
Well, I think that we're going to have an opportunity to really get into the public safety aspects later on this afternoon. And of course, this is a big issue. You're absolutely correct. This is a huge issue for the community. There are people that feel very strongly about it. And this is something that we will continue to discuss. And I appreciate your comments. The whole reason why we are beginning the strategic planning process is to bring about transparency and to reassure the public that we are heading in the right direction and that this is a new commission. And I know that we all truly believe in that and we're committed to it and look forward to it. So I appreciate your comments. Thank you very much.
Could you respond to any of my concerns about that, or are you going to talk about that later, specifically that issue or any of my concerns?
Yeah, we will talk about that later. We really were taking public comments specifically on the visioning process and the strategic planning moving forward. But we'll be more than happy to have the conversation later on as well. And we're
Would
taking
love
more
to.
public comment later.
I will be here.
Thank you. Commissioner Matlow, did you have a...
Yeah, I mean, we can open up that conversation a little later.
Yeah.
But just to some of the points, I think it's a lot of what we're already talking about and bringing more community meetings to the public, so we can really dive in and hear those opinions and interact with you one-on-one and let you know exactly how we feel about them, and we'll do that this afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Okay, do we have any other...
Thank you.
I do not have any other speakers at this time.
Excellent. All right, so commissioners, how do we want to handle this? Because we're technically scheduled for a break in about 15 minutes, and we still need to jump in and talk about some of the target areas, strategic, and master plans that we have. Do y'all want to wait and take a motion and a vote in a little bit later, as it was discussed combining the two, or do you want to move forward right now with a motion?
If we're ready, I'll make a motion.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll move that we develop a committee with a cross-section of our community, including age, gender, race, income level, political persuasion, and geographic location, residential area. And if there's any additions to that, I'll have happy to hear them, to develop to review and develop a new city vision, mission, organizational values, community priorities, and lay the groundwork for a strategic plan.
Sounds great. Probably moved by Commissioner Mallow, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Mr.
Comment?
Mayor, I guess the only issue that I have with the motion is you said a new, it may be that, I mean, we're tying the hands of this group.
Yeah.
They may decide, I mean, I don't want to.
To review.
Yeah.
Let's say
Yeah,
to
okay.
review. Understand.
Yeah, no,
All
I
right.
think it's a great idea. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you're right on. Any comments? Y'all pretty clear? Reese, what is your game plan for bringing something back one more time for the record?
So the term we would endeavor to complete this by the end of the year. I would plan no fewer than 3 updates to the City Commission. The initial update, I believe, would probably be in the March timeframe, as we are in the middle of January, and then a summer check-in, and then again in the fall. You had indicated in conversation that we do some community outreach and engagement. We would include that as well. We'll develop that schedule in the coming weeks.
I think you need to make it clear that the end of the year is September, not December.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Now, Reese, tell me about, again, the makeup of this board. You want, what, a dozen people? You want seven leadership, 5 appointments?
I think I would like to. It may be difficult. I would like to hold it to about a committee of 12. I think it can get too big and too.
I think
too
these
difficult.
demographics can overlap too. It doesn't have to be one.
Right,
you know?
right.
We could have a young woman. That's too.
Traditionally, you would do these with your staff, and I think Commissioner Bryan has indicated that line staff's important. I agree. I was not clear in my comments on that. I agree wholeheartedly because, again, my objective not only would be the review and possibly kind of a revisiting of the mission and vision statement is to create the buy-in and ownership of these statements, the vision, and our values in particular. That can only be done with the people that have to own it every day. So I would want to make sure we're clear on that. It may be we have to go beyond 12, but we'll work as a team to kind of develop that based on your feedback today and make sure we get the right input that we need.
All right,
to
so
have.
are you going to bring something back to us pretty soon saying, okay, this is what it looks like. We're going to have a committee of 12. We want each one of you to say, appoint one person, and we're going to have senior staff, or we're going to have senior staff do it, or how are we going to get this committee together? Are you going to bring back a roadmap to us?
If you would like, I can. I'm comfortable with the direction you've given me. I'm prepared to make progress and bring you an update in March with the committee's update.
Sounds great. Sounds good. Yeah, Commissioner.
I would, it sounds great, but because we're going to receive questions from individuals about how folks were selected and who was selected and yada, yada, I would like to know who these individuals are and how they were selected so that I'll be able to respond to the community when I'm approached in the grocery store.
Absolutely. I agree.
Okay, thank you.
I'll keep you informed.
Thank you.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, passes unanimously. All right, Reese, keep us moving.
Thank you, sir. And in your packet of material, there's a pretty deep item. It's item 2 in the section we're discussing at the 10 a.m. hour, having to do with a strategic plan. So there's been a considerable conversation. The city organization is a very broad organization, provides lots of services. We engage in many different ways. And we govern ourselves by many, many plans that are master plans in nature. They're placemaking plans, strategic plans, you name it. Some of them are fresher than others, and we are constantly updating those. And in fact, as you see in the material, there are more than 40 different plans, just to use that kind of term generically, that provide us guidance. What we do lack is an overarching strategic plan to pull these items together. As we mentioned earlier in this conversation, the City Commission traditionally meets every year and they establish priorities. Many of those priorities can be continuing. They're not 1 year in nature, but it is not a strategic plan that gives you an overarching roadmap. So in the preparation of this material, I think that was outstanding in terms of how you could see that need. And so we've made a recommendation to initiate a strategic planning process. The plans that we have today, I think, hold together well, but they don't connect to a single document. I think as part of any development of a strategic plan, I personally, as the city manager, would be looking forward to developing additional performance measures and metrics that shine a light on, are we progressing, are we being successful, are we meeting the needs of what we hope to over time. What we recognize is many of the things that we do are multi-year in nature. They're not short-term in nature. It's not something that you simply achieve and you check that off the list and you move on. So I think there would be milestones that would be established in the process. And so without going through all of the plans, but you can see there are many. That's our utilities. You know, we are a very long-range planning organization as it relates to utilities, or most recently, a plan that we've never had before, Urban Forest Master Plan. I do believe a strategic planning process would be warranted and provide great benefit to me as the city manager, and I think shine a light on the direction of the future. I believe that plan probably should be a 5-year plan. So I pose that with you. That's our update. We've got considerable materials in your agenda, and we're open for questions.
Any comment, any questions? Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Questions, the date beside those plans, is that when it was originated, or was that the last time it was updated?
The last time it was updated.
Okay, what caused me concern when I was looking at some of these is that a lot of things have changed, and they changed rapidly, and these plans apparently have not kept the pace for whatever reason. And I think that it's warranted that if we're going to look at having an overarching strategic plan that these all point to, we need to look at those that haven't been updated in a while to see if, one, if there is still a need, and two, what do we need to do to bring it up to current and future needs? Because when I see something that's like the inclusionary housing ordinance, that the last time it was updated, President Barack Obama was president, his first term. Yeah, that tells me that, we know the world has changed several times since then, so we need to look at updating these and driving them to the overarching, as you mentioned.
He still had black hair in 2009.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. And some of them sunset. Frankly, some of them are obsolete. They're an original plan. You execute the plan. They don't live forever.
Mm-hmm.
Others do live. Many of these are living plans, and they do evolve. And I couldn't agree more. I mean, to the extent we need to update, to the extent we need to change. In the case of the inclusionary housing ordinance, as I mentioned earlier, we just have now our first test of that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an ordinance that is law by the way ordinances work. That really hasn't been tested. There really has been no experience with it to determine whether it needed to be updated or not.
11 years later.
So it's surprising that it took this long, actually. But some may lay dormant for longer than others, just depending upon the need. I appreciate your comments.
Any other comments? Any other questions? Okay, let me wrap this up. I am really excited about the fact that not only have we identified all 44 master plans, but the fact is we've got a roadmap now. We are creating a committee that's going to sit down, reevaluate our mission, our vision, our values. It's going to take the 44 community plans that we have, bring them into and under one strategic plan that over the course of the year that we will work together on. And by the end of the year, we are going to have, end of the fiscal year, we are going to have a dynamic roadmap, a 5-year strategic plan to move this community forward. It was, this is a necessary part of the annual retreat that we did this morning. Yeah. I'm pretty excited. This was important for me, and I'm pretty excited about the direction that we're heading in. So, no action. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to say, one of the things that I've observed with the county commission over the years that I've been impressed with is that when the county commission has its retreat, they lay out that strategic plan and they look at, and you can speak to this better than I, the staff lays out the accomplishments towards achieving the goals in that strategic plan. And it's always occurred to me when we've had our retreats as that we didn't necessarily do that. So I'm excited about the fact that we are moving in that direction, because I've always looked at the county commission in that respect and been envious of that. And I guess maybe it was derelict on my part not to bring it up before now, but here we are.
We're on
And,
track.
I'm excited about that.
We're on track. Mr. Manager, are you comfortable with the original motion that was proposed, or do you need a motion specifically under this tab, option number 1, to pull the strategic plans, to pull the community plans together under one strategic plan, or are we good?
Mr. Mayor, I would love a motion.
Okay.
I think I've got good clarity in terms of moving forward,
So
but just for
moved,
the
Mr.
record,
Mayor.
I'd like a motion.
Mayor Pro Tem moves up.
1 second, please. If you're going to take action, you need to have public comment. So
Additional public comment.
You can either take it now and then wait and vote, and take the comment in the 30 minutes, or you can add public comment.
Is
right
there any
now.
additional public comment specifically addressing the 44 community plans and bringing them under one strategic plan moving forward in conjunction with the previous motion that we took? Seeing none. Excellent. All right. Motion
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
probably moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Dr. Bryant, Commissioner Bryant. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Folks, we are heading in the right direction. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back at 10:45. I believe we have the students. They're coming in for a presentation, and we'll move right into former Commissioner Mark Muschie's presentation.
School enrichment program for the youth K through 5, many of them whom are students at Bond Elementary School, right across the street from us. While the primary emphasis is on academic enhancements for our youth, they also enjoy arts and crafts, cultural awareness, music, performing arts, and other important decisions that need to be made regarding strengthening them as young people and future leaders of our community. I'd like to invite the youth from the after-school program to come forward. They heard that you were doing some strategic planning today and some visioning. And as the owners of the future owners of this community, they wanted to engage in their own visioning and planning process. So they have some things they want to share with you today. They've done their version of the vision, as well as they've done visioning boards where they want to share with you what they have in mind for our community. And we have a representative from the group, Miss Micaiah, who will be speaking on behalf of the group. And I told them I couldn't guarantee this, but they want an autograph from the mayor before they leave.
Hey, we can do it.
And so I told them that we could work on that.
Absolutely.
All right? Miss Micaiah,
Hey, boys and girls,
are you ready?
It's great to see y'all. Yeah. Hey, Miss McKay, how are you? I'm the mayor. These are my colleagues. That's the mayor right there.
Those are all commissioners.
And we've been working. Hello, my name is Micaiah Welch. I'm in 4th grade and I go to Bond. We've been working on vision boards and paintings to show what we think about Tallahassee.
So my classmates will be sharing
So my classmates will be sharing
what they've made for you.
what they made for you.
And so we'll start with the first line, with the vision.
Cherishing our beautiful natural environment, economic opportunities, sense of community.
All right. All right. Okay. And then Micaiah will explain a little bit about the visioning board project that they've done, and then they want to present something to you.
I love Tallahassee Vision Board 2019. Stay positive, live, love, and hope. Some ways to stay positive are eat healthy, exercise, create your space, a fresh start, create a new day. My Tallahassee Vision Board 2019. Stay positive, live, love, and hope.
All right.
My name is Artavian Brown, and I love Tallahassee Vision Board 2019 also. Keep our environment safe. Some ways you can keep our environment safe is making sure no one litters on the ground. Also, you can grow plants and make sure our farms are being protected. You can also plan meetings so you can keep our environment safe. And for those who do care for our environment and our environment being safe, good job. Tallahassee Vision Board 2019. Keep our environment safe.
My name is Micah Joseph. I love Tallahassee Vision Board 2019. Stay active. One ways we can stay active is by playing basketball, play baseball, and run. And drink plenty of water, and go to the gym and exercise. What's your passion? My passion is to help my team win games and inspire them to play their sport that they like through the whole year. My division board, 2019.
Hello, my name is Kalia Wells. I love Tallahassee Vision Board 2019. Stay connected to our community. Some ways to stay connected to our community is by having events around the community. For example, we can have bake sales and sell cookies. We can connect to our community by using the internet. And we can call each other with our phones. We can plan and connect to each other by using our history. Help us support teachers. We are connected by strength. I love Tallahassee Vision Board 2019. Stay connected to our community.
Hello, my name is Anaya Morrison, and I love Tallahassee Vision Board 2019. You should spend time with your family and friends. Ways that you can spend time with your family and friends is you can take a road trip, you can go to the beach, you can take group photos, you can FaceTime, you can do a barbecue, you can read books together, and you can go to a hotel together. I love Tallahassee Vision Board 2019. Spend time with family and friends.
Okay, so now you can make your presentations. Your presentations. Yes, pick someone to give your artwork to.
All right,
Wow. Give them a different one. No, these five back here. You need.
This is awesome.
Thank you. Give it to one who doesn't have one. Give one to the mayor.
I think we found our strategic planning committee.
Yeah. Each person gets one of each. He doesn't have one. You have one there?
Oh, fantastic. This is great. Thank you.
You have both? Okay, you give yours to him. You guys going to take a picture with the mayor and the commissioners?
Yeah.
You going to take a picture?
Let's do it.
And I wanted to acknowledge as well the teacher who worked with them, Miss Angela Hodge. She's a teacher at Leon High School, and she works over in the center, and she helped the kids to create these pieces. It's awesome. Great job, great job. Now you can have your Chick-fil-A. They wanted their Chick-fil-A. That's what it's like.
I understand.
Yes, it's like
This is the art that we need to keep.
yes. You all make us very hopeful about our future. Thank you for your work.
Mrs. Barber, she has a pastor called Pastor Barber. Would that be you?
No, not at all, baby. I need a whole lot of holy water. Thank you, baby. Thank you, baby. Thank you, baby. Enjoy your Chick-fil-A. And Mr. City Manager, they made a piece for us to share. But since they met me first, they said I could probably keep it in my office. But
I see how that
I
works.
suggested it.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you.
Well, that was great. That was a wonderful break. So keeping us on track, Mr. Manager, I'll go ahead and turn it over so you can properly introduce our guest speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Assistant City Manager Lavin is going to make the introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mr. Mayor, and Commissioners. It's my pleasure to introduce as our guest speaker today Mark Mushin. As you all know, he was City Commissioner from the period of 2003 to 2012. He was one of the initial committee members of the initial blueprint tax when that was done a number of years ago. You know, we're on our second iteration of the blueprint tax. And he was one of the founding members of that committee that looked at the blueprint tax. Mark is respected in the community. He's respected among his peers across the state. He's really involved in Tallahassee. You all know he's the founding father of Word of South Festival that happens in April. And I don't know if a lot of you know, but he's also an author that has published a couple books. So he was going to come talk to you about his experience on the commission and things for you guys to think about as you move as a team in moving the organization forward. So let me ask Mark to come forward.
Hey, Commissioner, thank you for taking time out of your day to join us.
And Mr. Mayor, I would also let you know that this was my Leadership Tallahassee classmate.
No kidding.
I didn't want to mention how long ago it was.
While we're getting you situated, Mark, you are one of the most well-respected members that have served publicly in our community, and we appreciate that. In conversations with the city manager, and specific for the retreat, I requested maybe having you come and give a couple of words to us. Lessons learned, whatever. What's on your mind?
Well, thanks, Mayor and Commissioners. So I am pleased to be able to do this. I'll just give you a few things I hope I've learned over the years. Part of this, in addition to being a commissioner, my law practice for 35 years, all I've ever done as an attorney is represent local government. So I represent cities, counties, school boards all over the state. And so having done that and being a commissioner here, I think I've seen the good, the bad, and the very ugly of boards working together. So please take this you may take it with a grain of salt for whatever it's worth, but I hope it's valuable just in terms of my observations of, both of being a commissioner and seeing other commissions in action, sort of what works and what doesn't work. And so, one of the things when people tell me they're going to run for office, one of the first things I hear is, boy, if I get on the commission, I'm going to do this, this, and this. And my response is, well, if you can get 2 other votes, you might be doing this and this, but otherwise you ain't going to be doing much of anything. And so people sort of lose track of the fact that this is a collegial body, and if you can't get other people to join in with whatever you want to do, you're not going to do very much. And my experience on trying to make that work, it's sort of golden rule type stuff. It's just respect for your colleagues. And we don't have to agree all the time. We're not going to agree all the time. You wouldn't be here if you're not passionate about what you're doing. But living to fight another day makes a lot of sense. And so that the people that can do that work well together, and people that can't don't, in my experience. I have a little outline that I think we passed out here, so I'm just going to kind of work off this, and this is not going to go very long, and feel free to interrupt me, stop, ask questions, talk about anything you want to talk about. One of my suggestions on the respect part, and I've seen this less at the City Commission, but used to see it a lot at the County Commission, a lot of other places. Some of you are going to be running for re-election, in 2 years. And if you feel inclined, Commissioner Richardson may say, well, I don't like Commissioner Matlow that much, or his politics are way over here. I'm going to get involved in the campaign of his opponent. Well, that, everybody's human, and all of you who've run for office knows if somebody's on the other side actively campaigning against you, you remember that for a long, long time. And so that's just really to be avoided. The other one is, I've heard this before, well, I'm going to be deep in the background. Nobody's going to really know that I'm out there working against Commissioner Richardson. Well, it's a small community. They're going to know, so don't be lulled into that. So if at all possible, and even if you like Commissioner Richardson and say, I'm going to help him in his reelection. Well, what if he loses? Then there's somebody else there that you've actively worked to not get in office. And so, again, if you can avoid that, it's really a smart thing to do in my book. Having been a commissioner, there were some protocols that have developed over the years, and you can decide to use these or not use these, but they make sense to a large degree. And so, and you may be familiar with some of these, but I'll just lay them out there. One is on agendas. Okay, so you are legally entitled at any city commission meeting to bring up anything you want to do and vote on it. That's not necessarily a good idea. And there's a time, I assume, at the end of every commission meeting where you're able to share your ideas about future things. And there's a process. If you want something to be on the agenda, then you ask that it be put on there. And then the city manager has an opportunity to staff that. And your colleagues have an opportunity to react to it, and the public does too. And so it's sort of, when you sort of shoot from the hip, it leaves everybody feeling like, well, this was a done deal cut somewhere, or we've been blindsided. And so it's really to be avoided if you can. I mean, sometimes, things happen, there are emergencies, whatever, but respecting the agenda process sort of makes a lot of sense, frankly. It's good government.
Mark, if I could jump in. So, and I'm going to put it all like on a third grade level because we're brand new. And so, and Dr. Bryant, you haven't even had your first full commission meeting yet. What we're going to do is at the end of each meeting, we have an opportunity to go around and have a little round robin. What's on your mind? And if you would like to put something on a future agenda, you could bring it up, make a motion, proper second. We'll take a vote on whether to put it on the agenda. That gives staff the opportunity to go back, research it, put together a full agenda item for consideration. And that's what Commissioner Muschin was, right. It's just cleaner that way, and it's easier to do it that way.
So a related topic are pet projects, okay? So everybody has a pet project. I had several I'm very proud of. I mean, one was we started this little group on bicycles, and we got a bike-friendly community designation because of that. I started a little group on trees to plant more trees. So each one of you are going to have stuff that you want to do. But the other part of that is that staff time is a finite resource. And so if everybody's got, 15 pet projects, then the staff's running around having to work with all that, and, it's taking away the time that they've got to do their regular job. So one suggestion or idea that we tried with some success when I was a commissioner to do is, as part of your sharing of ideas, say, hey, Commissioner Bryant, I've got this idea that I'd like to do, and if everybody else kind of nods and says, okay, yeah, let's do that. If everybody else says, oh, we don't want to do that, then maybe it's something that we don't spend staff time on to work on your pet project. Again, this is easier said than done, but I think it is something that, that sometimes you fail to resource. Well, I got elected and I want to do this, this, and this, and this, and that's, first the collegial part, and then just practicality of, these people are busy to begin with. And so if they got 25 new projects layered on them, stuff's not going to get done. So again, just a suggestion there. Dealing with the media and a sort of related area that I would call grandstanding, for want of a better term. So, and I, the Commissioner Daley and Richardson and those who've done this before, so let me give you an example. All names are removed, nobody. So, you come to a commissioner meeting, Commissioner Williams-Cox, and you said, I've got 12 questions on this item. And the rest of your colleagues are thinking, and all 12 of those could have been asked before we got here. And or you're saying, I've dug really deep into this, like the rest of you you had kind of passed over it, but I've dug deep into it. So those, whether you realize it or not, those things tend to kind of throw your other commissioners under the bus. And part of the whole respect thing and collegiality is not throwing your other commissioners, your fellow commissioners, under the bus. And so, everybody, your elected officials, everybody needs media contact. Everybody needs the sun to shine on them. You got to run for reelection at some point, assuming you want to do that. But being cognizant of, if you sort of diss your other commissioners, they know it. And it doesn't lead to people, wanting to work well together. I mean, dealing with the media is a difficult thing, too. One of the things that we tried to do when I was a commissioner was say, hey, if you're going to write a My View for the Democrat, just give us a heads up that it's coming. We're not trying to dictate what you say. You're a commissioner, you do that, but at least we'd like to know before it lands in the paper and people start calling me about, well, what is this? And so just a heads up on most things is, within the bounds of the Sunshine Law, you can't expect communication back, but just it's saying, I'm going to put this out there, this is my position, is helpful in a lot of respects.
Mark, when were you on the board again? Remind me?
03 to 2012.
So how did y'all also handle the Public Information Office and social media and, all that good fun stuff? Because that developed while you were in office.
Yeah, and we didn't, and it sort of, passed us on by, or at least it didn't me. I mean, I wasn't, active on Facebook or other stuff from a political standpoint. Still I'm not. And so I don't have a good, answer for you on that necessarily. That's just a whole different ball game. All the text message stuff had come into, texts were sort of the end of my thing. And Commissioner Deloge and I used to text each other during meetings, and I would say, does the county have any hemlock I could take right now? And so it was more at that level. But I mean, clearly that stuff, you're probably getting, I'm sure you're getting advice from your staff about that. I mean, texting on any kind of, any official business is a public record that you got to keep track of, and can only lead to problems, as we know, from things that happen if you don't treat it that way. So one other thing in terms of your processes, so there's a couple in particular, and there may be more. CHSP is one, which is the Community Health Service Partnership, where you and the county receive applications for human services type organizations that you fund grants towards. Same thing with COCA for arts organizations like that. Those processes were developed to avoid what I would call a political cluster of people lobbying, every organization coming to you and trying to one-up somebody else, and hey, can you give me, this from my organization? And so before I got there, the commission, had developed this thing, hey, we're going to have a process, you submit, we're going to rank everybody, it's going to come to the board, we're going to examine it. But if you start to circumvent that process, it destroys the whole thing. Then you have people doing end runs about, well, hey, my organization, we only got 5 and we need 10, and can you bump us up, and this sort of thing. And you can do that. It's within your power. But once you do, it sort of diminishes the whole process. So think very carefully about that. I mean, that's a pretty important thing, and it has worked fairly well for the community in the past. So any questions, anything anybody want to talk about at this point? I will be quick here, I promise. So the mayor-commissioner relationship. Most of you know, or maybe don't, the leadership-mayor structure in Tallahassee is sort of a weird animal. There's not a lot of these around. In my humble opinion, for the 30 or so years we've had this, it's worked okay, not super well. And so my advice for the mayor, which he hasn't asked for, but I'm going to give him.
I asked for your advice.
So, John, if you feel the words my administration about to come out of your mouth, bite your tongue, because you don't have an administration. And if you feel the need to say the city's going to do this without getting 2 other votes here, right, you're sowing the seeds of unhappiness. And they've been sowed before for exactly that reason. For commissioners, you may love this or hate this, but I think it's truth. If he looks bad, you look bad. And you can, whether you like him or not, whether you like what the mayor's doing, because the community is at large, it took me a long time to understand this, they're not really reading the Democrat. They're not really in the circle that you're in. They're sort of out there somewhere. And these are even people, like people, my law partners. You're like, well, people sort of engaged. They don't understand what's going on, but they know who he is. They probably don't even know who these people are, but they know who he is. Probably don't know who you are. They know who the mayor is. And so it all kind of comes in his direction. And so it's difficult to say, well, hey, I got to respond to that, but I got to get 2 more votes here, And so, but it's just a fact of life, I think, that if the mayor looks bad, you look bad too. So anyway, that's my extent of my brilliant advice on mayor-commissioner relationship. The commissioner-staff relationship. So I'll do this, and this is meant as sort of as a joke, but not really. So Commissioner Matlow, see that guy right there? That's the city manager. You're not the city manager. See Commissioner Richardson, see him? City manager. Mayor, city manager. Commissioner Williams-Cox, that's the city manager, not you. Commissioner Bryant, not you. It's him. I would put a big thing up in my office that says, I am not the city manager. Because this is the #1 thing of all the cities and counties and school boards I represent. Micromanagement is probably the #1 thing that contributes to dysfunction of the government. I mean, you are a board of directors. You set the policy up here. He's the guy doing pretty much everything else. That's the hiring and firing. That's, so, well, I don't like, I don't want to pick on anybody here. So, I don't like so-and-so employee, and, I mean, you can tell the manager that, but there ain't much you can do about it. And if you try and do something about it, it's really inappropriate. And so, again, unnamed commissioner, I'm hearing that he or she is, dressing down mid-level staff people. I'm like, what? I mean, that's just completely inappropriate. So one of the things, though, the other side of this is, I will tell you that I chafed under this when I was a commissioner. The staff would prefer that you deal with the people up here, okay? They would prefer that you not deal with all of the staff out here. And that's, there's a reason for that. And it's frustrating when you're a commissioner because, hey, I got constituents calling. I don't want to go through the bottleneck of assistant city manager. We need to go right to the person that's dealing with this stuff. Well, that causes problems. And if you think about it, you could sort of understand from a management standpoint that doesn't work too well. But it's hard to do. I mean, I tell you because I've been there. But it's just something to keep in mind because there's a reason that they ask for that, frankly. Let's see if there's anything else here. One other thing, just real quick, and I know the manager knows this, and you have legal counsel. I'm not here to give you legal advice, but I will tell you one of the most common violations of the Sunshine Law in my book, less in Tallahassee, but throughout the state, is people using the manager as sort of a barometer for where's everybody else on the commission here. And you really can't do that. I mean, you're not supposed to say, well, I'm going to put this out there, but where's Commissioner Matlow on this? And that's really, in my view, is illegal. But it happens, frequently. So it's just something to really kind of keep in mind. It puts him in an awkward position, and just, I think, something you want to be careful about. Budget issues. So this is another one that, particularly with new commissioners, everybody's got ideas. Everybody wants, hey, we need to do this. We need to add this to the budget. And we tried to develop, with some success, a policy, well, if you want to add something to the budget, that's fine, but come up with something to take off the budget, too, because the budget is sort of a zero-sum game. I mean, in fact, at this point, you don't have a balanced budget for 5 years, so it's not like that there's money sitting around that, we'll just do this, And this, when you have to take something off, it becomes a much more difficult equation because most of your budget is personnel related. And so if you cut a program, you're laying people off. And I remember when I was there, we were going to cut some of the programs at the Lafayette Park Arts and Crafts Center.
Oh my God. We were parents over there.
Don't do that, But it literally, it is, some of you will be going through your first budget process. I mean, it's a hard thing, but if you can sort of keep that in mind, that's a good way to approach it going into it. I mean, you're entitled legally to correct your budget midstream. That's not a great idea. I mean, generally, if you can, sort of stick with the budget and, hey, we'll get there next year if we need to make some adjustment, that's a better policy. Finally, I'll just give you the benefit of my experience of governments around the state of Florida, and I will tell you this not because of anything. Tallahassee's government is one of the best in the state. I mean, people look to what's happening here. What is the staff doing in Tallahassee? They know it's thought out. They know it's it's not something fly by night, and so you're in a very good situation there. Some of the biggest problems around the state are financial. They're related to pension. People. There are cities here where their pensions are half funded of what yours are. So the financial stuff makes a difference. I mean, rating reserves. There's a tendency on budget issues to well, gee, we don't want to raise taxes, and we need to do all this stuff, so let's just kind of kick that can on down the road, and, well, we got some reserves here. Well, they can, they can do that. Well, that's really not a good idea financially, and part of what I, was able to do when I was here was sort of beef our reserves back up some, because they had been rated for exactly that scenario. Lastly, just to in terms of being educated on the government, I'll tell you, so I practiced, by the time I was elected, I'd practiced law, I think, 25 years doing local government work. So I'd seen the big bulk of what people would ask me, well, is it what you expected it would be? And I said, it's exactly what I expected. I knew what I was getting into here. But having said that, there were even things that I hadn't had any exposure to. And so, and this is an $800 million organization. And so, the whole union negotiation thing, other than Commissioner Richardson, I doubt any of you have had exposure with that. That's a whole different ballgame there. And then the pension issues are so important. And again, other than Commissioner Richardson, probably none of you have dealt with that before. So I think I hope you owe it to yourself to be good commissioners to get educated on that. I mean, it's a learning curve just to understand what's going on. It was for me in that respect. Finally, and lastly, one of the things that I ask people, when they're running for office, I'll have people come see me, they'll say, well, I want to do this, I said, well, what are your goals as a commissioner, you personally? What Commissioner Bryant, do you want to say, when I leave here in 4 years, 8 years, 12 years, what do I want to say I got done? And I think it's important to think about that just personally as a commissioner, because it's amazing how many people can't answer that question. And there's so much stuff flying at you as a commissioner. I mean, you're trying to get up to speed on this stuff. There's controversial stuff. There's, litigation. It's all coming at you. It's easy to lose track of, now, what did I want to do when I got here, and trying to make something happen. So I would just, and I'm a goal-oriented person, so it's easy for me to focus on this, but I'd encourage each of you to say, hey, Commissioner Matlow, what are the 3 things you want to get done personally while you're here? And I think that's, and then the other commissioners, well, how can I help Commissioner Matlow get done what he wants to get done, because I'd like him to help me get done what I want to get done. So that's the extent of my presentation. I hope that's beneficial in some fashion. So thank you.
Mark, oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to ask what's for lunch.
Yeah, you talked about the budget, and I can tell you, I've had to deal with school system budgets. I've dealt with the state budget, but this city budget is a monster. And just getting up to speed on, because there are so many budgets involved with the city. You've got the utilities, you've got the airport, you've got the general fund. All the other specific funds within the budget, and it takes a while to get up to speed on this city budget. It takes at least a couple of budget cycles before you really, understand the city budget, or it did for me. Let me put it that way. It did for me. But the one thing I am proud of, when I came to the commission, our deficiencies fund was not 100% funded, and if I'm not mistaken, Mr. City Manager, that deficiency fund today is 100% funded, and that was one of our priorities.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep. Mark, I got 2 questions for you. Number one, this is a unique commission because 4 of the 5 of us are brand new. Okay. As a citizen and a former commissioner, what are your expectations of this city commission And then also as a citizen, if you were sitting where we are, what are your top 3 priorities for this community moving forward?
Well, that's a good question. So let me take the second one first. So if it were me, I would say, obviously there's some trust in government issues because of what's happened. And I think that the trying to get where people feel like, and from what I've seen that you guys are interested in, you're on your way to that already. Feel like they're not shut out of this. They can participate. All of the sort of allegations, true or not, of collusion and all this is sort of wiped out. We're not, we're past that and moving on. So there's probably several different ways to do that, but that would be one. The second one for me is a challenge to keep looking ahead of the game. And we had, the city, so I was here during the recession of 08, 09 in that period. And we had engaged, we'd finally gotten Gain Street going. And it went through the recession. It was great. And so we had these consultants, national consultants, come down and, who were saying, God, everybody else is shut down and you guys are still rocking here. And so I asked them, I said, well, what is the biggest mistake we can make at this point? And their response was, take your foot off the gas. And to some extent, we've taken our foot off the gas. The whole CRA thing, we're not going to, we've done downtown. We ain't done downtown. I mean, there's so much more stuff that needs to be done there. But, all of Gain Street, the stuff, I mean, that was stuff that we started 20 years ago. And we started getting the property from the state that we ultimately turned into other stuff. I mean, so thinking ahead and keeping your foot on the gas for things is very important. And the last one, and we're going to see it more and more, and you see this all over the state, affordable housing is a huge, big deal. And it's hard to do. And, things like land banks and getting land that you can potentially use for affordable housing, you have to help subsidize it because otherwise it's not going to happen. I mean, those are all very difficult things. But as the economy, does better, I mean, that's going to be a big issue. So that'd probably be my 3. And then I think the challenge for the commission is just to, part of this presentation, to work well together. There's a sort of a sense that, this is a statement was made, this is a dysfunctional commission. Well, you don't want that statement made about you or you making it yourself. So finding a way to sort of act collegially and work together towards common goals, I think is that's the main thing I hope you can do.
Cool.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Great job.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark. Mr. City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, if I may for just a moment, I'd like to thank Commissioner Mushkin. He's taken time out of his day. He's always generous with his time. I know I can call on him. He shares his wisdom and experience, and I appreciate him coming today and speaking to us.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Really do appreciate it. All right, so we are ahead of schedule. It's 11:20. We're not scheduled to break until noon for lunch. So I say that we maximize the time that we have. Now, here is the situation, though. At 1 o'clock, we're supposed to hit our target issues. That is after public comment, and those would require a proper vote. So there's one school of thought that says, why don't we use this time, have a general discussion, start talking about our 2019 priorities, and then come back after public comment at 12:30, hit the target issues, because there might be somebody from the public that wants to speak specifically to the target issues that are listed. That way we can take the public comment before an official vote. But let's just use this opportunity to talk about the 2019 priority setting that we want to do, and we can come back and ratify after the target issues this afternoon and wrap up. I mean, thoughts? What do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Vice Mayor, who wants to lead it off? This is very laid back.
Oh, I thought you were asking us if we were. Yeah, I'm okay with it. I think Mr. Mayor and colleagues on the commission that the 4 priority areas that we have are ones that we certainly, I think, want to continue. As the city manager said, crime is always going to be an issue, has to be, public safety has to be one of our top priorities, if not the top priority. And we're getting there, but we're certainly not there yet. And we certainly want the community to know that we're continuing to drive down crime in the community. So I believe that has to be one of our continuing priorities. Economic development, no question. as particularly as we get into the implementation of the sales tax extension in 2020 and the 10% that's been set aside for economic development, and we're wanting to get beyond just, I was real impressed when we went to, what's the city in Tennessee we went to? Nashville. Because that is a college town, but you wouldn't know it because they don't focus on state government and the colleges and universities. They have a very robust private sector in Nashville. And that's where I hope that we will get as a city, and particularly if we talk about wanting to retain the talent that we're producing at Florida A&M, Florida State, Tallahassee Community College, and even attracting talent from other areas, we're going to have a robust private sector to do that pays the high wage, requires the high skills that these students are gaining at our universities and community college. The quality of life is so broad. I mean, so much can go under that category. And the city manager talked about some of those, this whole issue of economic segregation, enhancing and revitalizing our neighborhoods, and protecting them as we grow. And then I forgot what our fourth one was.
Infrastructure.
Infrastructure, no doubt. And again, that dovetails into the implementation of Blueprint and the transportation projects, or infrastructure projects rather, that will be implemented over the next 20 years as a result of the extension of our sales tax. And as we have seen on Gain Street and other areas of the community, when you improve the infrastructure, you encourage economic development. And we've got some areas of our community where once those infrastructure projects are completed, I think we'll see economic development follow, particularly in those gateway project in Southwest Tallahassee, the widening of Orange Avenue, I think will lend to that. So improvements in our infrastructure, just the transportation infrastructure, but our water and wastewater infrastructure, sidewalks, all of those things that help encourage neighborhood development and economic development, commercial growth that come with infrastructure. So certainly those four priority areas I think we want to continue to focus on.
All right. So what I'm hearing is you want to keep the same four moving forward. Build on
At least those four.
Okay.
At least those four. And if there are, I mean, one of the things the manager and I talked about, we don't want to spread ourselves too thin, and it gets back to Mark's presentation. If there are a couple of others, or if there are issues that can be subsumed under one of those major categories, then we could add those as well. But I think those four are so all-encompassing that they probably, whatever our other priorities are, they could fit underneath one of those four major areas.
Well, and I think you're right. And I think that I'm also curious to hear from everybody. Let's have a conversation. What are some specific ideas under those particular areas as well? Jeremy, you want to jump in? Elaine? Diane?
I'll go. You want me to go?
You go ahead.
I'll go. Mr. Mayor, the four areas that were just identified are very broad, and they should probably be considered as strategic initiatives / priorities. They're not really goals.
Correct.
Right.
Goals will emanate out of those four areas.
Right.
So as I look at and we develop goals, there are a couple things that I really want us to try and focus on. And they could fit under maybe two or three of the areas. One would be our collaboration and maximization of resources. I think in the city, the county, the state, the universities, the education system, and that list goes on, that there are overlaps that we are missing as a city that we need to pursue, at least to understand it. Secondly, as we look at public safety, I would like to see a focus on some foundational issues that actually impact public safety, such as education. If we go back from K through 12, and obviously they would be a part of the collaborative process, we have statistics that suggest that there are many students who get to 12th grade, middle school, who cannot read. Then they resort to crime. They cannot find a job. I mean, it's all interrelated. So we need to try and at least get our hands on what are foundational issues that reflect in other bigger issues. And I'm just putting one on the table. There's several that we should look at. And the last thing I'll just put on the table for discussion right now is some business development and economic empowerment. I think that we talk about the 2 Tallahassees that exist. We will hopefully come to some understanding of what are the issues we need to address, because we can't address them all at one time, that we will focus on in this year that will impact some resolution to the 2 Tallahassee concept. So I'll stop there and let some others share.
Great. Okay.
I listed public safety, affordable housing, economic development, and I listed education. And after listening to Ms. Dot Inman Johnson, I agree with her that poverty, in order to fix it, we need to look at how all of these things come together, and as a result of, or lack thereof, poverty it could be at the crux of all of these. We must figure out how to fix the poverty in our city to get rid of the 2 Tallahassees, and to get rid of there's a lot of distrust because of things that have happened in the past. We've got to paint a better picture for the future, and we've got to work hard, very hard, collaboratively with all of the resources, as Commissioner Bryant said, available to us through the university systems, through the Leon County school system, all of these to come together to help eradicate the poverty in our community. And I think that if we make it a priority, if you just put it out there, no one wants to talk about it, we say economic development. That's a great word. But if you're living in poverty, that means nothing to you. So we've got to put poverty up there, and we've got to figure out what we need to do to fix it. Is it education? The city, we need to continue to work collaboratively with the school system. Our city is only as great as our weakest link. And when we have failing schools, or schools that have been classified as failing, I don't think schools fail, I don't think children fail, I don't think teachers fail. It's a flawed system. But when you're identified as such, you've got to do something to get that stigma off of you, and it's going to take everyone. I mentioned this to a former commissioner about something about the schools, and they said to me, oh, we don't do education, but you do. The utilities at the schools belong to the city. The water in the school comes from the city. So we're all in this together. And we've all got to fix poverty, because if there's poverty in certain places, it's going to come on your side of town, because they see you got something that they don't have, they might want it. So we've got to figure out how to fix poverty. So those are my items.
Excellent. Jeremy.
Commissioner Williams-Cox copied off my homework. I'm going to echo that. I think and what Commissioner Emmett Johnson said. Poverty has to be our focus. I'm tired of seeing us in the newspaper. I'm tired of seeing us on lists. We can change that. We have the ability to do that. We need to focus on it and strategically figure out how we're going to get to where we need to go. And I think that follows under that overarching category of our people, and that's poverty and public safety, I think, are at the top of that list. We had great results with the Tempo program. We appreciate the work you're doing over there. I think we need to strengthen that program. When we start talking about our lobbyists, they need to go find us some state money so we can grow those sorts of programs that are addressing the problems our youth are having and making sure they have the opportunities to succeed. Because if we're not providing the opportunity, we're failing. You know, that's on us as a city government to provide those opportunities. Transitioning to our environment, I mean, I think we're largely on the right track, but I think it needs to be another one of our main priorities. You know, the Urban Forest Master Plan was great. We are a tree city, and we saw the dollar value that those trees bring to our city. And as we go forward, just making sure we're protecting our waterways and protecting our air. I know we'll be getting into the Clean Energy Plan in the future, and you know, I'm ready to dive all in and see how we can be stewards of our environment, so the children we saw today are, you know, getting a world at least as good as the world that we entered into. Moving on to infrastructure, we talk a lot about, we do really great infrastructure projects. Cascades Park, Gain Street, you know, I think we're, you know, some of the best projects in the entire country, but I think we saw a second side of that at the South Side conversation the other week of people worried about their properties flooding, just basic infrastructure of how we're handling stormwater. So we need to look, what's big and flashy is great. I think we should keep it up. That's going to bring people to our city. But we got to make sure we're talking about those basics and, you know, everyday people and their locations and housing, especially if that's changed over the years. With infrastructure, I know we'll have the conversation on March 6th about a municipally owned fiber optic broadband. I think we got to stay focused on that too, because the technology horizon's gonna grow before we know it, and we need the infrastructure in place to handle it before it gets here. And I think the city taking ownership that is gonna be important, because it's a utility. You know, you can't get through this world without being able to connect to the internet, and I think that's something the city should provide. And then our local business. We talk about economic development. We have it in all these different categories, but I want to make sure we know what we're trying to do, but where are we trying to do it? Why are we trying to do it? How are we doing it? And for who are we trying to do it? Because we got to make sure, you know, we're spreading that prosperity as we grow. And I think really engaging our local businesses at the very beginning is the best way they do that. When they come to the city with an idea, how do we grab them and take them through the process? I think if you go to talgov.com and you want to start a business, what button would you click on? Would it be Office of Economic Vitality? Would it be business? We need that from the ground, from the very first step. Like, how do we get there? I want to start a business in Tallahassee. We should be answering that question on our website and making sure we have the staff, no matter what level of education people know about how to start a business. We're there to assist them and get them through the projects. And then you mentioned last point.
No,
get a little bit too much in the weeds.
No. Now's time to do it. Absolutely.
We talked a little bit about focused industries, and you know, there's a few that I think we know about. You know, construction. I think the mayor's brought up a good point about how we can better train workers and be ready for that. We talked about healthcare, and there's a couple that I think we at least need to be open to the conversation about talking about, and that's green energy and renewable resources, green products. That's going to explode before we know it. And are we positioned to get those types of startup companies come into our communities before those really get widespread? And then another one would be, and this is up to a wider community conversation, but before we know it, marijuana is going to be legalized across the state. It's a hot button issue, but it's true, and that's in states where it's legalized, it's $1 billion industry. So I'd like to at least start the conversation of what role we want that to play in our community, if we want it to play in our community, and if we do, how can we bring that money here when that industry starts to explode?
Yeah, man.
Mr. Mayor? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Just one thing I did want to address. You know, we're talking about poverty, but the best way to address poverty is with a job.
Right.
When people are working and they're earning a living wage, they're able to take care of themselves and their family. And so that's what I'm talking about when I say economic development, creating jobs in our community where adults, two married adults don't have to both work 2 or 3 jobs in order to afford a decent home and to put food on the table for them and their children and to pay for their children's education. And of course, the way to do that is to make sure that our children get a high-quality education regardless of where they live in the community and in partnership with the school district. Hopefully because the city does not do education. We provide services to education, Commissioner Williams-Cox, but we don't do education. That's why the school board and the superintendent are elected, but certainly in partnership with them. And we have some programs in place to partner with the school district in that respect. But I think that what we have to do is make sure that we create those opportunities for our young people. And I'm going to put in a shameless plug for Lively, where I work now. We just had a meeting yesterday where we're looking at establishing apprenticeships in the community, particularly in the construction trades areas, but it will broaden from there, where students who come out of high school, if they don't want to go to Lively, if they don't want to go to college, to a college or university, they can go directly into an apprenticeship, much like what we do here at the city. Rob met with us one day and talked about how the apprentices with the city of Tallahassee can go, I think they start at $15 an hour, Rob, but over 7 years, they can earn up to $30,000 a year as an apprentice. And so those are the kinds of opportunities, educational and training opportunities that we have to provide in our community. And that's the way we address this whole poverty and economic segregation issue, I believe, in addition to some of the wraparound services, like I said, education, healthcare, and the like, that support these families. But I think that's how we address poverty in the long term.
All right, so I got a question for the commission, and I love this conversation. This is great. So last year, the commission came up with 4 priority areas. And then what it sounds like, we also have some great ideas of specific targeted goals, as Dr. Bryant brought up, to work on. Is this kind of the same methodology that y'all would like to go for this year? Like we agree on, say, 4 targeted priority areas and then have this healthy conversation on specific things to work on? Are we heading in the right direction? Is this what everybody's interested in doing?
Well, let me ask this question.
Sure.
Is 4 a magic number?
No, ma'am.
I understand we don't want to spread ourselves so thin, but we don't want to be so restrictive either.
Correct.
I would just say either way works for me. I think if we're talking about these broader overarching principles, Commissioner Brown, you called it something, but initiatives. Okay, that was the term. Let's adopt them, but if there's some subsets of those things that we need to be laser focused on.
Yeah, that's what I want to
there it is, right. Let's set those secondary priorities, and I think, if we're talking about quality of life, poverty should be at the top of that, and we should declare today that that's an issue.
Right. Yes. All right. So what I'm going to ask staff to help us do too is keep track of where this is going. Like for instance, everybody, and I agree, has mentioned public safety. That's one of these big targeted priority goals, and I'm sure that we're going to start talking more specific. But hearing a lot of talk about economic development as well, poverty, this whole. So let me throw something out, and I want to formally put this out there as a City of Tallahassee Commission initiative that I think that we can truly embrace. And y'all have heard me talk about this jobs program along the way, and I've been trying to get it to a point to where it's appropriate to really bring it to you. But I think we've got this really unique opportunity using our resources and partnering up with Lively, who Shelley Bell, by the way, has been fantastic to work with in this process, and with the county as well. When we talk to the construction industry, specifically road construction industry, I think we've got a unique opportunity to be able to help train a new workforce. This is how it goes. We just passed the sales tax 2020. We're guaranteeing over $850 million. And this is a very specific, laser focus, Jeremy, talking about. We're guaranteeing $850 million worth of road construction over the next 20 years, right? But when we talk to our friends that are in the industry, some of them are struggling to have a trained workforce. Now, I'm not talking about the traditional skills that are being offered and taught at Lively, which require a GED. I'm not talking about HVAC, welding, a decent. I'm talking about properly training somebody on a backhoe, an excavator, a bulldozer, okay? That does not require a high school diploma or GED. It requires proper training. And so working with the school district in Lively, they have developed a 3-month training program, a curriculum to industry standard. The idea is the city and the county, we own this equipment. I know Jennifer Porter has been kicking around this idea as well for a training program. And so the idea would be that we use our equipment. We've got an incredible workforce that might be interested in making overtime or time and a half outside of their normal hours to be able to train a new workforce. We have land that we can do it. We have the borrow pits for one, with the equipment already down there, that we can train a new workforce. I think it's a great opportunity for us to work with the Sheriff's Department and those that are incarcerated, that are coming back out into workforce development, to be able to partner up with great programs like Ready to Work. Anyway, I think we have this unique opportunity to use our equipment on our land with a workforce to train a new workforce that is in dire need of workforce training to accomplish one of our goals. Is this making any sense whatsoever? And so when we look at the actual cost of doing this, well, get down to it. Jennifer, help me out too. We look at, we'll have fuel cost, obviously, of administrative cost of actually training a new workforce. And I think that we should task our legislative team to see if we can find any legislative appropriations through the process. We're working with Shelley to get an actual number. We're looking at about $500,000. So in the grand scheme of the budget, it's not the biggest number, but it is a large number. Anyway, I say we move forward. I say we try to put the meat on the bones, and we move forward with the new jobs program here. We've got incredible programs like Tempo, where we can identify young adults that might be looking for a different direction. By the way, 100% job placement. We know that talking to the industry. Good paying jobs as well. And this is a great way to create new economic opportunity for our community, on work to be done in our community, and to help keep our tax-paying dollars local. And thank you. I'm asking for your thoughts.
Well, we've had that conversation at Lively, and Shelley, the director, is very interested in that. I guess the only issue that comes to mind for me would be the liability.
Sure.
And how would we handle the liability, both because you're putting untrained people on this heavy equipment, and
correct,
something happens, or
Yeah.
so that so those are the kinds of issues that would have to be worked out as we get into the detail. But that's what we're trying to accomplish generally at Lively. That's why we're doing the apprenticeship programs, so that we can, because we, and I've said it, and we're talking about it at Lively, we, as well kept a secret as it is, we have a severe workforce shortage in this community. We had a table yesterday full of general contractors who are saying that they can't find the subcontractors to do work on projects that they're being awarded. They're having to bring people in here from other parts of the state and from throughout the country to work on projects here in Tallahassee and the surrounding area. And around that table, there were people, had less hair than I did and gray hair because they're about to retire. And they realize that they don't have a bench coming behind them to assume, those positions in the construction trades, but some other areas as well. And so it's a great, everybody at Lively is excited about the prospect of being able to work out the details of that workforce development objective.
Sure.
Yeah.
And it complements everything that's going on already.
Yes.
I understand the concern about the liability piece, but how are we dealing with liability in other arenas where we're dealing with apprentices? Because even though they're not dealing with heavy equipment, they can walk out there across the street and get run over, or something can happen. How are we dealing with that liability right now?
Well, these are students. I mean, the apprentices are actually employees of the city, so they're covered by the city.
Okay. Okay. I hear what you're saying. But in the case with, like you were suggesting perhaps a tempo.
Absolutely.
And if liability, of course, it would have to be explored.
Of course.
But the other part of it is that they could sign a waiver on or something to hold the city, hold the program harmless. They may not, but I'm just saying.
I can comment on that.
Hold on, I think we're getting a little too far down in the weeds. We've got talented staff that can figure this piece out.
Okay.
Absolutely, and I
Well, we give them
understand
the
liability
direction.
is huge. The general concept, though, is using local resources to solve a local problem and to build a new 21st century workforce. And if we keep that goal in mind, I think we could put all the pieces together in a very dynamic. Look, I can't think of another program across the state of Florida where you got the school district, you got the county, and you got the city all coming together to solve a local workforce need, using their own resources to train the community to be able to move forward, which I think is phenomenal. So I think we've got a unique opportunity to set the pace in the state as well. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. I'm just sharing thoughts.
Yeah.
Because that's what we're doing. You do what you need to do with it. I'm also thinking that I like the idea, but what I also want to think about is not just that. Not just training for heavy equipment. There are other services and other things that folks could, get jobs with if we provided some type of training. My background is IT.
Right.
And I know that Lively used to have a very robust program that the state of Florida would rather hire a Lively graduate than a university graduate at one time. And so I don't know where that program is, but I'm just saying, whatever we're going to do to generate additional workforce, let's not pour all of our energies into one be laser focused, but not pigeonholed. Let's look at some other things, because if I wanted to do heavy equipment, which I don't, that'd be one thing. But if I still need a job and I still need some training, I need to be able to identify of these things that we're offering training for, which of these areas would you be interested in obtaining training for? And so it could also be, personal services, those kinds of things. That's all I don't want us to just be limited to that. I like the idea.
Sure.
But if that's going to be like a first step, let's also look at some other areas, not just heavy equipment.
Well, you got great programs out there that this would complement. The county's got Leon Works. The school district has the apprentice program. We have Tempo. It all kind of pulls itself together at the same time, not stepping on other people's toes on some of the training that's going on. But I hear you 100%. You don't want to limit yourself.
Right.
Commissioner.
Yeah, I just want to offer the actual goal, which would be to collaborate with Lively Technical School and other educational institutions. College, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm sorry. To create job training programs utilizing trades to create a new workforce for Tallahassee.
I throw the county in there too as a part of the partnership.
Yeah.
And I love it. I think it's great.
And the challenge is to make sure we don't get too far in the details in this session.
Sure.
Because we'll have time to get to any other goals.
I think it's great.
Okay.
I think it's great. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, for clarity, I appreciate that. We've got it, we're taking the notes, and that's what we'd come back around and make sure you're comfortable with it. Would this be under our category of economic development? And I just throw that out for direction.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I
excellent.
think so. I'm also, go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, I would be, just when this gets brought back, curious of the numbers of people from out of the city and out of the state we're hiring. I'm sure it's a lot. I'm just interested to know what that number is. I support the program. It's resources we already have. Let's use them to train people. Also, to Commissioner Williams-Cox's point, aside from this, let's have a separate conversation about people who want a job, are ready to work, and don't have access to the type of training they need and what type of initiatives we can put in place for those different sectors. But all in favor of the project laid out.
So how do we do that?
Mr. Manager?
No, seriously, that's time to we direct the city manager to direct staff.
I guess we'd have a broader conversation. Are there certain industries we want to target? Tech industries, construction industries,
Right.
and when we talk about these industries we're trying to bring to Tallahassee. How can we train to the people? I mean, I guess it would be collectively, we'd have to identify exactly what those are, if it's tech, if it's programming, let's identify them, and then collectively or bring them back, and then decide who we can partner with to make that a reality.
If I could offer the comments on that, and I appreciate that. And I mentioned earlier in my comments, we've got targeted industries that we look to today that we believe as a community we're well suited to attract. And we work through our OEV office as our professional source to do that. So I think these things come together, they dovetail together. If there's lack of employees or need for more training skills to support those targeted industries or the expansion of those targeted industries, I think we do it through that mechanism. So, that's who I would look to for the professional expertise.
Right. If I could just add one more point, when we're talking about secondary levels of priorities, how we're targeting those, if it's economic segregation or poverty, how this issue fits directly into that, and are we targeting people who are living in poverty to get access to these programs first before we just open it to the general public?
Yeah, so how do we do that? How do we target? Do we go through tempo? Do we go through, and Cynthia, I'm looking to you for some recommendations as well. And you're absolutely right, Jeremy. I mean, that would be our targeted population is to start where we can make the greatest difference first and foremost. So, how do we recruit?
So right now in the Tempo program, we have over 300 youth already engaged, and at the rate we're going, and that's why Kimball probably harasses Reese every time he sees him for resources. This is far more than what they're even doing in Raise DC, the program in which ours is modeled after. We anticipate we could have 1,000 young people.
Great.
And these are young people who otherwise would not have even considered getting a GED or reasonable employment. So that's a pool of employees a pool that we can start with. And then working in our communities where we know traditionally these are the same communities that are harder hit by crime. That's why we know that all of these factors are tied together. So we have a very active group. You've met from Bond. We're engaging with Florida State over in Frenchtown and Griffin Heights, and then we're moving to South City. Those involvements alone, as well as Ashley and her team, they do an outstanding job. They encounter the majority of the young people who are caught in the middle like that. They're either left school without a GED, or they finish and they still don't have a productive option in mind. So between those sources alone, we know we can identify some. And Kimball works with Lively as well. I know he's been out there harassing you guys. He's also getting a pool from of people he's interacting with from the state attorney's office, where they have decided to include the Tempo program as an option. If the young person goes through the program and successfully finishes that and get a GED, then they will forego the charge, the charge that they may be facing. So that gives us a place to start. But we can work with our community partners in the Lynn County schools and other organizations to identify. But that's a few thousand opportunities right there.
Mr. Mayor, that's fantastic for the young people. But in order to fix poverty for it's generational, and we've got to find the adults and get them working as well. So and I know that the Leon County schools or school systems determine, I guess, poverty level based on the free lunch, reduced and free lunch is one of the things that's being used, and there are other ways to find those individuals. And the other thing too is to ask for them. Ask for them too if you're interested in receiving training or what have you, and let them provide you with verification of income or other things to help you understand whether they're needing something. Because it's great to focus on the young folk, but everybody, we're not going to be young.
Some of us have had some birthdays.
Yeah, we're having some birthdays, and we're struggling to make ends meet because we may not have a GED. Right. Or we may not have training to get a job that will take care of our family needs.
And you make a good point about that. And the one thing that we don't talk about a lot is that these kids are the connection to the parents and the families. And Kimball has been working with some of those parents and families too, trying to connect them to those services. So we have we can do the active recruitment, but we do have a direct path, because these are whole families. We have these kids we start with, but we have the mother that says, how do I go back and get my GED? Matter of fact, I directed a lady at a restaurant I went to pick up food for my grandbaby, to Kimball, she said, I know I'm older than the numbers. So we don't turn them away for that, because we know that we're now getting the sisters and the brothers and the mothers and the fathers. And that's why we know that this program and programs like that can have make generational change. You find that one child, and they have children, some of them already. So you're getting to the generation that's not even made it to middle school yet, as well as the parents. But I hear your point, and we do recognize that as well.
So, great point. And what I'd like to do is go ahead and let's take a break. It's time for lunch. We'll be back at 12:30 for public comments. We have about 30 minutes. That was a great point to end on, and I think that we're also hearing a common theme, specifically when we talk about poverty, when we talk about new economic opportunity, and this goes into what you were talking about, actually, Commissioner, about education, which comes down to GED and high school diploma, which I know is also crucial over at Lively as well. Anyway, so let's take a 30-minute break. Let's grab some lunch. We'll be back at 12:30. We have a scheduled time at 12:30 for public participation and public comment, and without further ado, I would love to jump right in. So, Mr. Cook, are you going to help me with
Yes, sir, I
time
am.
and people speaking and all that? And so if I could just ask, look, everybody will have an opportunity to speak. We look forward to hearing from everybody, but just try to work with us on time, and we'll make sure that everybody is heard. Okay, Mr. Cook.
We do have a number of speakers, about 8 or 9 at this moment. I'll let people know if they haven't completed a speaker form. Those are at the table just as you came in the door to this room. I'll call your name, and you can approach the podium right here across from me. Each speaker, if you would start with your name and address, we would appreciate that. And then you'll have 3 minutes for your remarks. At City Hall, when we meet, there's a light that you can see, but you won't see a light today. So at the end of 3 minutes, I'll let you know, and then the mayor will abruptly cut you off and accept no more comments.
It's not my style, Jim.
Or he will probably be much more kind than that and ask you to wrap up. So the first speaker is Darwin Gamble.
Hey, Darwin.
And then he'll be
Good to see
followed
you, man.
by Bill Wilson.
Good afternoon. For the record, Darwin Gamble, 1248 Halifax Court. And I'm going to remark on 3 of your target issues, numbers 2, 3, and 5. And is that better?
Yeah.
Good. Target issues number 2, 3, and 5, and I'm going to take those in reverse order. Target issue number 5 has to do with public notice of developments, increasing that from 500 feet out to 1,000 feet. That's long overdue, folks. I don't even know why you'd want to debate it. But go ahead, debate it, and when the time comes, please vote yes on it, okay? So extend it out to 1,000 feet. Target issue number 3, public participation at meetings. I generally favor allowing the public to speak on agenda items as they come up on the agenda. However, I also favor starting city commission meetings at 6 o'clock instead of 4 o'clock so more people can show up and speak on those items. I know you may not like that, but if you really want more public participation, something's going to have to give with the schedule. And then we have item number 2, holding city commission meetings outside of City Hall. Oh, I'm really in favor of that, especially if you record and broadcast the meetings. You see, the city commission retreat last year was not recorded, or I couldn't find a recording of it. And during that meeting, according to news reports, the commission discussed the public safety campus, also known as the new police headquarters. And so when that item came up during a real city commission meeting back in February, the commission brought it up and passed it 5-0 with no discussion. The discussion was during the retreat, about which there was no recording. Speaking of that project, I thought C. Moline made some good points on the public safety campus earlier, especially the transparency issue. I still think the city needs to do a much better job of informing all of the citizens why it thinks that project needs to go on the south side of Tallahassee. The other thing that gives some people heartburn, it's going to cost more than $50 million. So the city is going to pour $50 million into the south side for a law enforcement facility, but none of that money is going to relieve the economic disparities and other social problems you've been discussing here today. I hope you understand the disconnect there, and I hope you will do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Doug.
Bill Wilson is next, and then Kara Fleischer.
Hey, Bill.
Good morning. Bill Wilson, 1816 Old Fort Drive in Tallahassee. The Affordable Housing Work Group, which I had the honor of chairing a year or so ago, made some recommendations, and one of those was to create a Housing Leadership Council. And we're in the process of organizing that to start really looking at a whole bunch of issues as it relates to getting more housing built, more affordable housing built, some regulations, some different zoning questions, other kinds of things. That group's going to have its first public meeting next Wednesday at noon at the Red Cross to start get that conversation going and see who wants to participate. We want people from all segments that have an impact on housing, realtors, bankers, builders, the whole bit, to come together and talk about what we need to do. Because we know on the affordable side, we really have a challenge. And at the real estate panel at the last chamber retreat, our average, our median income, our median household price in Tallahassee is about $240,000. A family of four at 80% of area median income can afford about a $185,000 house. The data suggests with our population growth and with our current permitting in the next 5 years, which is your current planning cycle, we're going to have a shortage of about 8,500 units below that $240,000 number. So I was glad to hear city manager say that affordable housing is number 2 on his list. It's certainly number 1 on mine, and we'll let the chief take care of the other one. But we've got a real challenge, and it has all kinds of implications on kids. In the article in last Saturday's paper about the impact of kids on health and on education and on their economic growth. It impacts our economic development activity because we don't have workforce housing to attract people here. So it's a major issue, and we look forward to working with you to try to find some solutions at how to address the problem. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Kara Fleischer, and then Dot Inman Johnson.
Hey, Kara. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Hey, I'm Kara Fleischer, and I'm here representing the Tally 35 Coalition, made up of environmental and community leaders that are working together to help shape a 100% renewable pledge by 2035 resolution. I'm here on behalf of the Creation Care Group at St. Paul's United Methodist Church. We thank you for supporting this idea and feel it is urgent for our government to take action in light of the recent climate change reports that conclude that the Earth is warming at a rapid rate and that Florida is ground zero for climate change with sea level rise and also superstorms like we just saw with Hurricane Michael. Many other cities are taking action by passing 100% renewable by 2035 resolutions, including Orlando, and we can show that we are leaders in this area by bringing new innovation to Tallahassee. Our Tally 35 group will be visiting you in the coming weeks, and we will be asking you to give clear direction with clear deadlines to staff to create a clean energy plan to move us 100% renewable by 2035. This plan needs to be equitable, just, community-wide, including transportation, and including metrics for measuring progress. We're proud that Tallahassee is moving in this direction of being a world-class green city with our solar farms, and we look forward to expanding that with a 100% renewable by 2035 resolution. Thank you.
Thanks, Kara.
Next speaker is Dot Inman Johnson, followed by Satya Stark Boehner.
Hello again. I just want to make comment on the pre-lunch discussion on your priorities. I was real pleased with the discussion. and it hit many of the issues, but I still want to emphasize that if you don't make homelessness a general category where you're hitting those jobs, you're hitting affordable housing, you are hitting all of these issues that help people to move out of crisis up the ladder into stability, you have no way of having somebody track to see when we move from 20% poverty to 15% poverty to 12%. And people look around Tallahassee, and it's a beautiful city, and a lot of people are doing well, but the people at the bottom rungs of the ladder are not. And I see people coming up and talking about ownership housing and workforce housing. But what we need is affordable rental housing, because most of the people at that rung of the ladder cannot afford to buy a house. They need a rent that they can afford. And in a city with 2 major universities, most of the housing is built for students and built at very high cost, where you have 3 or 4 students sharing a unit, paying up to $1,500 to $2,000 a month. I worked for Capital Area Community Action Agency. I know what the people need who are living in poverty, coming into agencies like those. Most of them can afford no more than $400 a month for rent. And so we need to really look at that. And I want to especially say to Mayor Daley, I really liked your idea. We, on a very small scale, did that years ago when the federal government was going through the recession. We had a weatherization program funded with federal dollars. We received some of the stimulus money coming from the federal government, the ARA money. And we were able to use those contractors who did the weatherization for those low-income families and send some of our self-sufficiency clients, work with now CareerSource, then Workforce Plus, and Workforce Innovation at TCC. And we came up with a joint program that we would send our families through Workforce Plus, get them trained, I'm wrapping up, get them trained in weatherization skills. And we had talked to our weatherization contractors and told them that once we sent them through this 6-week training program, that they would, we would hold a match-up for them to come with their resumes and sit down with them, and we expected them to bring them on as on-the-job trainees to work their way into jobs. And that sounded a lot like what we did. It was very successful. We trained a lot of females in those non-traditional jobs, single mothers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Satya Stark Boehner, followed by Regina Joseph.
Hey, welcome. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for having this retreat and for having it recorded this year. I think that is a very important step in establishing some trust and transparency with this mostly new city council. So on the infrastructure point. Thank you for that.
Could you give your name and address, please?
Oh,
First for the
thank
name
you.
so I can make sure I pronounced it right.
Yes, you did very well. Satya Stark Bainar, Nancy Drive,
Thank you.
Tallahassee, Florida. I am a Southside resident. I rent a house with my fiance and my brother and a friend of ours. So what the last speaker was referring to, 4 people or more in a unit, that's not just students, that's working class adults, working full time and still spending over half our income just on housing. It's a really expensive existence. Being low paid and working class is a very expensive existence. It takes a lot of money, it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of coordination with other people. We, the working class of Southside Tallahassee, are wizards at workability and ingenuity and commitment. We are also severely underfunded, and most of us are renters, renting at subsistence level. We don't have savings. It's not because we didn't try, it's because our car had a giant emergency, and cars are all made of computers, and you can't just get a wrench out and fix it with your good old American ingenuity. Regarding transparency and decision making, when I talk to my neighbors in the South Side and around Tallahassee and ask them if they even know that the TPD headquarters plans to move to the South Side, most people don't know. Most people still don't know. And as Darwin Gamble pointed out earlier, there was no public mention of this. There has been so little news coverage, there's been so little outreach that most of the people I know who even found out that the South Side was getting a police station was back in October when County Commissioner Bill Proctor hosted a community conversation so that people could even be aware. And that was an interesting way to find out that it was even happening. And I know most of the people involved in that decision on City Council last year are not at the table today. I know I'm getting close to the end of time, and I probably haven't touched on all that I meant to. Southside's people are worth investing in. The actual people, come to us, talk to us. We're full of ideas. We're full of energy, even though we're exhausted and overworked and underpaid, and most of us can't make it to all-day, weekday government events. I implore you to do more on the weekends and to do more in the evenings and to be accessible to the people of Southside. Because, man, there's some really cool ideas that you're not getting because the people who have the ideas can't make it to your meetings. There's talk of food forests.
You have passed your 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, everybody Google food forests. Thank you.
The next speaker is Regina Joseph, and then Denzel Pierre.
Hey, Ms. Joseph. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. All right. My name is Regina Joseph. I am a resident of the South Side of Tallahassee, and I live with the person that just spoke. That is my fiance. I'm actually here because I am incredibly upset. I'm incredibly upset because I had to take work off to come to a meeting that last year was not publicized, and there are no notes of or very much any recordings of. I'm upset because one of my allies that I've been marching with in Tallahassee for the past 6 years, we've marched against Klansmen who have come to the Capitol with 100 people. We have called events and rallies that are important to ending racism and fighting against racism in Tallahassee. One of them being Don Crandall, a man who pulled a gun out on black FAMU students in a student housing building. And it took Tallahassee Police Department over 9 days to get Don Crandall. But who was there with us? People in our community, and that included non-Southside residents. So when I come to this event, and I bring my allies, the people who know that the only way that we can make change is if we have large numbers. And then I hear someone say, your opinion does not matter because you're from the South Side, to that person, it pisses me off. It pisses me off because there's been so many people that could have came here if they had the time. If they didn't have to work those 40 hours a week on minimum wage, being caretakers for their children. They cannot be here. So I'm going to be as loud as possible to represent all of those voices. I'm going to tell you with a resounding no that we do not want a police station on the South Side at all. We do not want you to spend $60 million when Leon County schools need to have their pipes replaced, when there are potholes all over the South Side, where I crashed, by the way, on my scooter because there was a pothole. I'm not the only person that has experienced that. I'm shaking with anger because there are 60 million other ways to spend $60 million. And y'all didn't talk to us. You didn't. You talked to a couple of people that are invested, who are being paid off by Talcor, who are being paid off by developments. But you did not talk to us. I want to let you know that January 30th, that we're going to get as many people as possible so you can understand very loud and clear that we don't want this police station. We have been lied and misled way too many times. We're told this racist myth that we need to have a police station on the South Side because of high crime rates. But yet it's been revealed through an audit that crime has been over-reported. I wonder why. Maybe it's to get more police officers, to get more money, to get more funding. To put a police station in the South Side across a weed and seed zone, an area that is federally designated where you can get more money for how many people you arrest, that is wrong. That is wrong, that is wrong, that is wrong. And don't take the fact that people don't know about what's going on as consent. That is why I'm here, and that is why I'm loud, and that is why I'm angry. And after the public comment, Tallahassee Community Action Committee will be meeting outside where you can hear our press conference and the rest of our demands. Because this is not right. It's not right. No new TPD! No new TPD! No new TPD! No new TPD! No new TPD!
Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. Next up.
Next is Denzel Pierre and
Mr.
then
Pierre.
Stanley Sims.
It's good to see you, Mr. Pierre.
Hello, nice to meet you. So I remember on your your list of things, you said you were going to be really hard on crime. And I remember I was working with Peace Jam, which is this organization. My name's Denzel Pierre, by the way. Live at 1835 West Call Street. I was working with Peace Jam, which is this organization that goes out into different schools and different communities to go talk to them and work with them. And I remember the students that I had decided to do a project on homelessness, you know what I mean? And the people experiencing homelessness within Tallahassee. And we ended up making a bunch of different bags full of different resources to give to people experiencing homelessness in Tallahassee, and I thought about it and I was like, wow, that was so easy. What happens if everyone took a second out of their day to sit down and give resources to the people experiencing homelessness here? But I don't see that. When I walk into a McDonald's or I walk into another place and a person experiencing homelessness is sitting down trying to get food, I see police ushering them out. I see police watching them. I see people policing them. I see all of these things going on in our community, in the neighborhoods. You walk, I remember when I first came to this school my freshman year, I ran maybe 2 miles out just to see the city, and I'm in an entirely different, entirely black population where the roads and streets obviously haven't been fixed. People don't care about the infrastructure there. People don't care what's going on there. And now I hear that they're trying to build a $60 million police station in the South Side when that money could be going to pretty much anything else in Tallahassee. When kids at FSU, FAMU, and TCC barely know how to pay their rents, barely know how to pay their loans, are drowning in debt, and no one cares. Because we care more about the money we're funneling and investing into our own profits than the people. And I tell you, y'all, not only is it wrong to do this, you'll pay for your actions. You will. I live in Tampa, and in Tampa, I see how they're over-policing communities there, how they're watching people there, the way the police treat people. I saw a police officer say to a person experiencing homelessness who was picking change off the ground, come on, pick that up. Oh, try to get every cent. Like he's an animal. Like that person's not even a human being. What's wrong with that? Like, I can't stand here and in my own conscience and in my own mind support people who care more about their money than the lives of other people. And not only that, when y'all don't invest in the community, when y'all invest in that police force, you're not just hurting that community, you're hurting every community in Tallahassee. You're hurting everyone. You're creating bad situations. You're creating situations where citizens and the police are going to be polarized automatically because the people know what they're doing. They're moving the South Side. They're moving the police station in the South Side so they can raise rents up, so they can justify gentrification, so they can justify all the stuff they want to do. And nobody will say it because nobody wants to tell the truth, y'all. And I'm not even someone who's lived in Tallahassee. I'm not even someone who's lived in the South Side. I was fortunate and lucky enough to grow up in, I'm not going to say fortunate and lucky, but I grew up in the suburbs my whole life. But anyone with eyes can see the way people are treated in this city and see the way people think about different people in this city. See the way people think of other people as human within the city. Like, there have been literal studies and statistical evidence that shows that people literally render homeless people, people experiencing homelessness, as subhuman within their minds. And the only way to fight against that is to actively take steps to not criminalizing their population. If you are hard on crime, if you care about crime within Tallahassee, then you got to help people. Because crime will never end by throwing someone into prison. By the way,
you're at your 3 minutes.
Crime will never end by throwing people into prisons. Crime will never end by constantly policing people and treating them like trash. Crime will end when you treat every single person with respect and you give everybody the housing and food they deserve. And please do not tell me you don't have the money, because I know y'all have the money. It's all a lie. And we're tired of it. We're tired of sitting here and hearing lies and watching people die and being expected to be silent and happy about it, because we're not.
Thanks for coming.
Stanley Sims is next,
Pastor Sims.
By Catherine Drake.
Okay. Pastor Sims, thanks for joining us again.
Let me say this. John said, "Greater is he that is in me than he that is in the world." And my grandmother told me that I could never stand up and criticize a man for what he's not done if I have not applied my hand to the gospel plow. With that said, Mr. Reese, I'm going to move forward. I give credibility to individuals that apply their hands to the gospel plow, because anybody could preach the gospel, but it takes somebody to live the gospel. And so I come to this board not to tell you what you ought to be doing, but I come to this board to help ask you to help me, what I am doing. There's a difference. And so I want to go back to that last conversation you were talking about, the innovation and the creativity of jobs. There's another level that I think, Mr. Matlow, that they have not put on the radar, and that's our community-based organizations, our faith-based organizations, partnering with them. I currently have a program called HELP. It's the same as the HELP, but I just added another E, you know, because I want to tell you, Mr. Raul, I love good, immediate, responsive government. Mr. Gold, Mr. Raul reached out to me since the last time I've come up here. See, I told you I was optimistic. We're moving in a positive direction. I may even get his cell number by the end of the day. I'm just feeling that great. You understand what I'm saying? But we have this partnership. And one of the roles that Ready for Work in their model is that age group, which is the same as the age group as Tempo. And we saw the need of that older generation, Mayor. And that's why they were wanting me to more or less focus in on gap jobs and entrepreneurship as well. So we have some things in our community that could possibly be affordable to these things. My second thing, last thing that I want to say is, and y'all know me, I'm very shy. I'm lost for words oftentimes. But this is just not one of those times. But I wanted to just also share with you, great things are beginning to happen at the city of Tallahassee. The people of this county spoke. And Mr. Matlow, your work on this dais is letting me know that you heard that voice. Put 5 on it, every time I see you, you're slapping it down. Mr. Daly, you don't change. You act like you're just having the day of your life, fun of your day. You understand what I'm saying? When you meeting love with Stephen Stewart, I know we're on to some greater days. But I just don't want you all to get it twisted.
You're at your 3 minutes.
Oh, there you go. I don't want y'all to get it twisted, because even in a family, you got some stuff we got to straighten out. And I got some cousins here ain't talking to me. So we got to straighten it out. But we going to move forward in a positive direction. I'm not overlooking you, Miss Bryant, but I'm still doing the research, and I'm coming to see you. They'll tell you I'll be coming home. Have a good day.
Pastor Sims, thank you for coming out today. Appreciate it.
Next speaker is Catherine Draken, and then Lakey Love.
Ms. Draken, thanks for joining us.
Hello, my name is Catherine, and I live on 1611 Pepper Drive. So the thing about Pepper Drive, it's about half an hour's walk northwest of here. On my side of the road, there's no sidewalks. There's just big holes, one of which I almost fell into on my way here, actually. So back when I worked in food service, there were months at a time when I had to give plasma twice a week because I couldn't pay my rent. I couldn't afford food at some point, and I had to have my friends buy food for me. And there are many people living in the South Side and in Tallahassee who are dealing with similar circumstances on a daily basis. And instead of spending millions, tens of millions of dollars to build this new police headquarters, we should be spending that money on more affordable housing, better food, health care, infrastructure, because those are the things that reduce crime. People don't just commit crimes. They they steal because sometimes they would rather do that than be kicked out of their house or starve. We need to actually spend money on improving people's lives and not be terrorizing them with this constant police presence, which does not reduce crime and is a tremendous waste of money that could be much better spent elsewhere. So please reconsider this decision and actually spend this money on something that will help the people of Tallahassee. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out.
Lakey Love, and then Seema Lean.
Hey, Lakey. Good to see you.
Hey, Mayor Daley. I am Lakey Love. I live at 1511 Melvin Street, proud resident of the South Side since 2014. I met Diane, actually, Commissioner Williams-Cox, in organizing around the South Side at the South Side United Citizens Action Alliance. And in attending those meetings, I learned a lot about my community. I was a new resident to the South Side, and I learned through the organizing unit what the community priorities were. I heard about needing affordable housing, infrastructure development, and sidewalks, parks, access to programs that would help people with basic applications to funding opportunities, business incubator programs, workforce development, more integrated efforts. We heard Pastor Sims talk about integrated efforts with the city to work with local nonprofits and pre-existing faith groups that were already in the area, already structured, already organizing to do community development, and fund them, create a united effort. I heard about assistance for parents who were working 2 or 3 jobs and couldn't help their kids with after-school programs, couldn't afford childcare. What I didn't hear about was that Southside residents wanted $50 million to be funneled into a police headquarters. I too have come today to talk about my firm opposition as a Southside resident to the South Side, the relocation of the Tallahassee Police Headquarters into the South Side. I also have extreme concerns as a citizen of Tallahassee about the corruption that we have experienced on the City Commission and a decision that was made to acquire property without evaluating other properties available around the city. It was made while we had a corrupt commissioner on board. As far as I know, no closing has occurred on that property, which means we're still in the legal right to reverse that decision. And I think that we as a community need to come together. I used to work for the ACLU, and while I worked for the ACLU, I found out that the ACLU had reported about 2 communities, Tallahassee and Baltimore, and our police surveillance systems and the escalated use of the police surveillance systems to racially profile on the South Side, using stingray systems, which trick your cell phone into thinking that it's talking to a cell tower. Instead, it's talking to a tracking mechanism, and it allows people to allows the police to stalk people on the South Side. We need more transparency. We need not only audits of TPD, but we need program trainings about racial profiling. We need surveys and systems analysis of the entire city before we spend the $30 million. Anybody else, I'm a grant writer. I write grants all the time, which means I know very well what the reporting mechanisms are and the qualifications that I need to prove in order to get $50 million. And the city has not proved to me that $50 million in the South Side, because there's no research done and there's no analysis. So I want to argue if we can pause and spend $30,000 or $40,000 and do a long-term, hire a company, do some analysis, talk to the people, and let's get together and make sure that if you're going to do this, that this is the best thing for the South Side and that that's what the community wants.
Thank you, Lake. Thanks for coming out.
Next is Seema Lean, and then Steve Stewart.
Hi. Yeah, nice to see you again. My name is Simoline. I live out on Nancy Street. I would like to again say that, repeat what my friend Darwin has said, which is that the style of this meeting is honestly very non-transparent. Working people can't be here. I have things to do that I'm not doing, so I can be here and talk to you. The fact that, this is held all day, I think it's so you can get as much work done while we're not looking. That's what it seems like to the community. Honestly, continuing forward, who campaigned on this TPD headquarters in Southside? Who was that their campaign slogan? Because I know it was probably none, maybe Richardson's. So, we're seeing that you're really pushing for this $50 million, which is a lot of money, which because you have just talked about budgets for 3 hours, which I've been here, right? We saw you talk about Tempo, beg for money. Tempo is a program you said was effective, a very effective program. And you have said they're always asking for more resources. Ooh, let's see if we can figure that out. $50 million, you couldn't give them like $30? Give them $1 million. It's $50 million. It's $50 million. There's so much you can do with that. Again, continuing, I want to go back to what one of my friends said about the weed and seed zones. The fact that that area is a weed and seed zone, that means that police officers are incentivized to arrest black and brown people in Southside, which means if you put them closer to that, they will do what is profitable to them. And continuing, jaywalking is still a crime, and we talk about we need to build some infrastructure. You know what doesn't have sidewalks in front of it? Pace Center for Girls. I used to be a social worker working a program at Pace Center for Girls. There's no sidewalk in front of it. That means each girl, as they leave to walk to the bus stop, is jaywalking, which means if you put that in Southside, these police officers can wait around and arrest them or give them tickets for jaywalking. We're looking at something where we're putting, the fact that we don't have sidewalks all over the city, especially in Southside, it's criminal, honestly, and it's setting people up for failure. I would also like to say, we've talked again about, you've talked over and over again about the economic segregation of Tallahassee. It's obvious that Tallahassee is a segregated town. It's right over the railroad tracks. It couldn't be more cliche, right? So why are we putting this in Southside? We know what the character of Southside is, and we know that probably the ideology is that it will reduce crime in Southside. That's what, it's the thing you guys haven't been saying, but y'all have been thinking. And it's been proven in studies that police headquarters location, police station location, does not actually reduce crime in that area. The police officers can drive anywhere. It doesn't reduce the crime in that area, right? So,
You're at 3 minutes.
All right, I just love to say that thank you so much. I still have not heard anything about this from Miss Williams-Cox, Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox, or Miss Commissioner Elaine Bryant, who was not elected, and Commissioner Matlow. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stewart.
Steve Stewart and then Tom Taylor.
Thank you for joining us.
Steve Stewart, 3048 Waterford Drive in Clarendon Estates. Tough crowd here today. I'm here to talk about some issues related to myself as a father and a property owner in the city of Tallahassee. Wanted to get a jump on your priority list here, which setting out in 2019. First, the Phipps soccer fields. As a father, I've got to enjoy a lot of the parks and recreation issues or facilities here in Tallahassee. And so I have a fifth grader that played soccer there, and we've got to travel around to Dothan and Thomasville, and obviously here they would have tournaments here. And I wish that you all would look into trying to upgrade that facility. And this isn't major upgrades, but we don't have a paved parking lot. And coming out of there, taking a right-hand turn is not only dangerous, but you can wait 40, 45 minutes getting out of the park at 7 o'clock after practice. And the point being this, is that there's thousands of kids. When I go there and look at the number of fields that are out there, I mean, it is a gathering area for thousands of kids. And so I really wish that you would look into that over the next year. There's some minor things that have begun to really help. But I think if you look at what the county's done with the art project, which I've also visited, I mean, I think it's a real huge opportunity because these other places that we travel to, they also travel here. And sometimes, I think from what I was told, is we have to not have the tournaments there because we don't have good facilities. People show up in their RVs to park. And again, Thomasville and Dothan have some really nice facilities. I wish we could try to replicate that. Second thing, I had a daughter that played volleyball in the city league. And I found myself traveling to some really nice community centers. The problem is none of them are on the north side of town. The further north basketball gym that the city operates is Lafayette Park. And now think about that. That's in Midtown. There is not a gym north of that. And the city has annexed in a lot of property north of I-10, Summerbrook, Ox Bottom Manor, Clarn Estates, a lot of children up there. So I really think that that's something that needs to be addressed. And third, a couple of years ago, and I know this is a new commission except for Commissioner Richardson, there was a vote to allow some development changes to the Clarn Estates golf course. That's been, I think, a couple of years now. We are in dire need of the city getting involved out there, not from a money standpoint, but more from a regulatory standpoint. This has gotten off the tracks. That club is deteriorating. It's a neighborhood of almost 4,000 homes. There's legal wrangling that should have been known was going to happen before the vote that gave the developer the ability to go ahead and close down a 9 holes and say he was going to develop it. I mean, we've got the clubhouse are losing members. The neighborhood is, I won't say that it's, well, the area around that is definitely heading down. I mean, the clubhouse they've torn down part of the clubhouse. It is not a very good picture. I don't know if anybody's been out there. Again, not asking for money, but there was a regulatory approval here. I know that there was some people that voted against it on the Planning Commission, but there was regulatory approval at the city level, and we're not getting what the City Commission thought we were going to get. And I think maybe it might be time for at least the city to engage in a discussion to find out what the approach is to get that fixed, because it's deteriorating monthly. Having said that, I wish you a happy year in 2019. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Thanks for coming out. Mr. Taylor, good to see you.
Okay. My name's Tom Taylor, 1053 Myers Park Drive. It's great to be here. I'm a big advocate for strategic planning. I think you're doing good work here. I just have a few quick points that I want to make. I had the honor to work on the Bond neighborhood plan, and I really appreciate the support of the city and the CRA for that project. Cynthia Barber worked a lot on that too. And the second thing, great things going on here with entrepreneurship, but I want to introduce the idea of intrapreneurship. 80 to 90% of new businesses fail. We've got lots of businesses in this community, and young people and older people with good ideas. If they work within existing businesses, that's a great place, and we can be nourishing that in every business, in every community. And I'll use example in government too. If every person working for government spent 3 to 5% of their time thinking about how they can do their job better, faster, and less expensively, we could come up with some efficiency. So we need that kind of thinking going on within government. We've heard affordable housing a number of times here. I think it's really critical. Worked in Bond as an example. 20% of the housing and lots are vacant. How can we capture that, put it into permanent, affordable housing for future generations is going to be a key to the future of the city. The third thing I want to talk about is public meetings. Just one idea, we set up the meetings. We give equal time to proponents and opponents and 0 time to anybody who's got an idea of how to resolve the differences. For some meetings, not all meetings, it would be possible to say, okay, here's a proposal. What are your concerns? Brainstorm them up. We don't need to hear 50 people say the same thing. We can get those listed quickly. What are the concerns? What do we like about it? How can we come up with a better project? Then everybody works together on that. And you have limited time on your commission meetings. So there's some of these things, if we did that before it got to the commission meeting, that kind of problem solving could go on. And I just used the Myers Park example as a way that Commissioner Ziffer, went out and worked with the community. The community worked through all the options and plans and came back with a recommendation that was a much better solution. So with that, encouraging that mediation facilitation are some ideas that hopefully you'll consider. Thank you very much for your time, and good luck in the year ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. It's great seeing you. Thanks for coming out.
Next is Benjamin Alexander, and then Bill Shack.
Mr. Alexander, good to see you. Thanks for coming. Your name and address for the record, please, sir.
My name is Benjamin Alexander Thaddeus John Horbovi. I live on 1113 Old Bumpy Road. Now you know my full name for the record. I go by Benjamin Alexander, and my friends call me Benito, and you guys can too.
Thank you, Benito.
In my 20s, I was a banker in this town, and I relate to the other people who were angry. I left this town thinking the grass was greener elsewhere. I went to Tampa Bay, and this past year I advocated for a governor and an agriculture commissioner who got inaugurated. And I saw this whole state, and I realized what nice honey hole we have here. When I left, the police were a lot worse than they are now. They would pull you over, punch you in the neck, and kick you in the kidney. A couple weeks ago, I got pulled over for something silly. I got a field sobriety test. I passed, and they let me go home. I was so surprised. Dr. Bryant, I applaud you for your seat. We were praying for that selection, and there's mixed emotions for how it was selected. Moving forward, I pray wisdom and peace for all of you. If you don't mind, I want to bring a little prayer to you guys. God grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the courage to change the things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. I come from the attitude, if you guys need $50 million to improve our community safety, I want to give you $100 million. Whatever you need from us, let us know. And I also want to say that the culture of the police and the sheriffs is to protect the community from bad members of the community. It's not to protect the state from the community. You guys work for us, and I appreciate it. Now, I came back, and I live on the east side of town, and I understand a lot of people think you need lots of numbers, loud voices, and anger to get change. But the reality of it is, God will send you the right amount of numbers at the right amount of time, and if you have God living in your heart, you have everything you need. Now, I do live in God's country, and I love everybody. It's not a red team versus blue team. It's a green thing, and we want to grow fresh, smart communities. It's also God's country, and LGBT, where I come from, stands for liberty, guns, Bibles, and Trump. That being said, I love you all. Thank you for this time, and God bless.
Bible and Trump. Okay,
Thank you.
Benito.
Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming out.
Bill Shack, and then Mike Brazine, and that is the last speaker form I have, so if there's anybody else who wants to speak, now would be the time to bring that form. Mr. Shack.
Howdy, Bill Shack, 3109 Tipperary Drive.
Hey, Bill.
Let me just first of all say that I run the food service at the homeless shelter that has helped thousands of people in our community, and we have 50, 60, 70 community organizations that come out and help every single day. And we're very grateful that we are able to reach those people. So you can imagine if we didn't have that facility, what we have in our community. So I think we're doing a great job there to help. Steve mentioned something about Killorn. I'm on the board of directors of Killorn Estates, and that is what I want to talk about today. We may want to consider having a new agreement with the city. We do have some bridle trails that we give the city access to look at some power lines and take care of tree issues when they happen. There's some argument that we have some trees that maybe we should put some utility lines somewhere else, because every time the wind blows, we do have a tree that goes down on those lines. But we do maybe need to get a new agreement, because the bridle trails and the bridle paths get lots of ruts in them, and our residents can't even use them. And during this last hurricane, although I applaud the city for what a great job they did, we did have some long times over there, and it might be because of those trails and how we need to readdress some of that. But when they cut down the trees, they tend to leave them there, from what residents said, and we can't really use them. So we need to have maybe some new agreement. I think it might be 20, 30 years old, that agreement of access to the areas on our bridle trails. So we want to see if we can't recognize that. And the reason why I bring that up too is, let's not forget the very important part of Tallahassee being the north. There's a lot of talk about the south side, a lot of talk about economic growth, and I argue that there needs to be representation from the north side on the city commission. That's why I applied to have that seat. But I think I caution y'all, while you go through your work, please don't ignore a very large part of the city that pays a lot of taxes and does a lot for this community, and I hope you'll continue to do that. And the last thing I'll say is, there's decisions that have been made, and Steve brought one up about rezoning and development that's going on in the north, and we noticed when there was a big rainstorm that we had to shut down some of the development because of issues that came up. So be cognizant of that, because I think we're developing so much in the north that we're not paying attention to the areas that may be affected by it in other ways besides just building more homes. So, but I wish y'all Godspeed in what you do, and I appreciate what the city does for our residents, and I wish you guys a lot of luck, so thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Mr. Schechter. Appreciate you coming out.
Next is Mike Brazine, and I had overlooked, we do have a card from Jay Revel.
Mr. Brazine, how are you?
Very good,
Good to
thank
see
you.
you.
Thank you. You too. I'm Mike Brazine. I live at 1401 North Randolph Circle, and I'm here today representing the Alliance of Tallahassee Neighborhoods. And I'm really here to say thank you to you all for putting on the agenda today the idea of expanding the notice and public participation in development projects and in the sale of real estate. This has been since we formed about a year ago, a primary concern of ours of how do we increase public notification on projects and early public participation. And I was very happy to see it on the agenda here today, and hope that we have some recommendations, and I hope that after this meeting we will be able to talk with you more about those that go a little bit beyond what you have in here so far. But I think this is a great step forward, and again, just wanted to say thank you very much. I think the citizens of Tallahassee, as they spoke in the last election, said, we're really interested in turning the page to a more broad public participation in government, and I know many of you ran on that idea, and I'm very happy to see it being the start of the implementation here today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out. Appreciate it. Mr. Ravel?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Jay Revel, 300 East Park Avenue, Vice President of the Greater Tallahassee Chamber of Commerce. Come to be with you today to thank you for your leadership and all the wonderful things you're doing to put the time and energy and effort to make our community better. It's an important time to think about strategy and long-term plans, and we appreciate that. And I wanted to make note of an emailed letter that my boss, President Sue Dick, sent to you all yesterday about the state of our airport. We know that our airport continues to improve and show a steady increase in traffic and other metrics that show improvement. And we would just ask you that as you're continuing to focus on long-term strategies for our community, to spend some extra time really thinking about our airport and what an asset it can be. When we spend an awful lot of time working with companies here and dealing with business folks and even folks recently from out of town who are interested in opening doors in this community, the airport is a constant topic of conversation. Every single conversation that we get into between the airport and talent, those are just about the two top topics that come up with business leaders. And we would encourage you to spend some time considering how we can best orient our governance structure at the airport so that our community has an airport asset that really can be a vessel for economic growth and vitality. So that being said, again, thank you for your time. Appreciate it. And if you have any questions about the Chamber's position on the studying of an airport governance model, we would encourage you to look at the letter we sent you all yesterday. And thanks again for your time today. Appreciate all you're doing to help grow our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cook, any other public speakers?
I have no other speakers.
Anybody else here that care to address the body? All right, let's move on into the targeted issues. Folks, we got 7 targeted issues. I still plan on getting through this before our break at 2:15. If we can move to item number 1, the appointment of Tourist Development Council Board member position. Mr. City Manager, you want to bring us up to speed?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. This item seeks your appointment of a city commissioner to fill the vacancy of the Tourist Development Council that was previously occupied by Commissioner Scott Maddox. And we're looking for your direction on that, and we will communicate your decision.
Anybody want to step up to the plate? Join me on the Tourist Development Council?
I'd like to recommend.
Oh, Dr. Bryant.
You're volunteering? Okay, I was going to recommend you.
There is a motion made by the Mayor Pro Tem for Dr. Bryant to serve on the Tourist Development Council. Is there a second?
Second.
Properly second by Commissioner Matlow. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Commissioner Bryant, thanks for stepping up to the plate. Certainly do appreciate it. All right, Mr. City Manager, I believe you're going to tee the next one up to roll.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, Raoul Lavin will introduce this one.
Yeah,
Mr. Lavin.
Mr. Mayor and City Commissioners, at the December 5th City Commission meeting, you asked us to take a look at potentially holding some City Commission meetings outside of City Hall. We have provided you with an outline and some analysis of stuff that we've done in the past, and we are recommending that if the commission chooses to go this way, direct us to identify some meetings that are more appropriate to hold outside, sort of like target issue workshops, budget workshops, to hold those outside and identify those for the calendar year.
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Since this was my issue, I want to commend you on the information provided. And thank you for showing us the information on the budget workshops. Everybody's just not interested in attending budget workshops. Those are grueling. So I don't think that we can take those numbers and apply it to what our potential attendance could be if we held a commission meeting in a community. So, but thank you for the information. I am still not convinced that we cannot do this. So what I would like to recommend is that we identify city facilities that are better suited for commission meetings, and let's look at some costs. I see what you showed in people resources, but other costs that could be considered, because I didn't see any fiscal impact listed here unless you have that. Because to me, having additional staff to do like what we're doing today, on occasion that has been predetermined, I think is doable. Because if we know that we're talking about a March meeting or we're talking about a November meeting, I'm just saying, whatever month it is, we have time to prepare to get the facility ready for that. And if it's a city-owned venue, we shouldn't have to pay anything for it. It's just a matter of resources, people resources, and equipment resources to be able to get it done. Am I missing something there?
No.
Okay. And I'm not saying just for targeted. I'm saying commission meetings, not targeted workshops. Commission meetings, because this retreat, granted, it is all day and people are at work. But I'm believing that if they knew in advance that there was going to be a meeting in the community at 4 o'clock or 6 o'clock, they would be here. So I want to get more information on what that would look like, and if we can predetermine some locations and time.
Okay. And we can come up with some numbers on what the cost would be to have those meetings at 4, starting at 4, and provide that information to you.
And also include the cost for televising and recording, because I heard loud and clear that last year's retreat was not recorded or recordings can't be found. And I think that it's become very important as we are being very transparent and trusting one another again, that citizens be able to go find these meetings and be able to see them at a later time.
Commissioner Matlow.
Yeah, I had the same experience last night. I went to watch last year's retreat to see how it went and couldn't find a video. So I hear your point there. As far as meetings, I think it's pretty apparent what types of meetings the community would like to see outside of City Hall. I think we saw it today with big, massive investments in things like Southside Safety Campus. They want to be involved in those conversations. I know our former colleague wanted to compare what we're talking about to budget workshops, and I don't think a whole lot of people get excited about budget workshops. Some of you do, and that's cool. I like spreadsheets too. But when we're looking at these big core issues that affect especially a certain community, whether it's the South Side or Myers Park, we saw what it looked like when you take that community or that conversation to the community the other day. We saw, I think multiple of you were at Commissioner Proctor's. People want to weigh in on that, and we should let them, and it should be so they can see the action taking place. And sometimes coming down to City Hall can be daunting or intimidating to get up with a panel that looks like judges and, try to make your point in 3 minutes. So we need to open up that dialogue a little more. So, I would just propose maybe setting a number, a bare minimum, 1 or 2 actual city commission meetings hosted outside of City Hall.
Motion on the table for 1 or 2? 2. Second for 2. All right, I'm going to weigh in. I'm not in favor of having the city commission meetings outside of City Hall. I'm in favor of having issue-specific targeted town hall meetings, which I think drive the public to the meetings. But the typical city commission meeting, I'm just not convinced we're going to get the numbers. 12 years on the county commission, we tried this, and nobody showed up. We had meetings on the south side, the north side, the east side, the west side, and nobody came. When it's issue specific, people come. When it's just the general meetings, we couldn't drive people there. So I would be in favor of the town hall meetings. I'm all in favor of taking it to the public. I'm all in favor of trying to be as accessible as possible. My concern is we're going to do it. And this isn't, by the way, just a fly-by-night. We walk in, we set up, we do this. Our crews were here all day yesterday, setting up, testing, getting the cameras up, making sure we got a live feed. It disrupts the services that are going on in this building that would technically be going on if we weren't setting up for the meetings. I think there's a little bit more to it that we got to keep into consideration. I would be interested in moving forward, maybe having another quarterly town hall meeting in all different areas of the community. We got the town hall meeting going on in Midtown in regards to the ideas that we're talking about down there in the parking lot and everything. I think there's some great opportunities for us to take the meetings to the public. I'm just not quite there yet on formal city commission meetings out and about. That's my 2 cents. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
I'm not opposed to doing the town hall meetings too. But what I'm saying is that we've got to do things differently than we've always done it. We have so much more available to us to do it. I appreciate the work of the crew. I know you did, because on the 3rd Tuesday of each month, I have a meeting in this room. And we had to relocate because you were setting up. So I understand that. I fully understand that. And I appreciate the work. But we have a city staff who can do anything. They can do anything. Ask Gil. Gil followed us through all of our orientation with his camera, with his van. He was always there ahead of us. They can do anything. I think that we just got to be big and bold and think out of the box and give it a try before we shoot it down. If it doesn't work, if we do it once or twice and people don't come, I'll stop talking about it. But if we don't do it, how can we say it's not working? We got a whole new commission. And I'm going to say a whole new commission because we keep talking about Commissioner Richardson. He hasn't even been here 5 years. But still, we're all practically new people, not tied or bound to what was done in the past. So let's go bold into that great future, and let's do things differently.
Any other comment?
Yeah, I mean, I'll jump back in there. I think we have done city commission meetings in other locations in the past. I've attended them at the senior center. I think they were well attended, and I think people came and spoke at that meeting who might not otherwise have come to City Hall. There was a woman there with 5 of her children, and maybe that's a little more uncomfortable to come and address your commission with a bunch of children than coming into City Hall where the environment may be a little bit different. So I think it gives the opportunity to approach us and communicate us on a more personal level in a smaller setting like this. So again, I agree with Diane.
Any further comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
What are we in favor of?
The motion on the table that was made by Commissioner Matlow was for 2 meetings outside of City Hall. That's what I'm understanding. Is that correct? Seconded by you. All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. We're going to hold 2 city commission meetings outside City Hall. Next up on the agenda is the public participation at commission meetings, and we're going to turn that over to Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Commissioners, there's agenda material like there was for everything else, but really I think this is just a little chance for conversation for you to provide some feedback. I will take just a minute to give you some background. The Tallahassee City Commission has, for years and years and years and years, provided for public participation at meetings. In 2009, a City Commission policy was put in place to codify much of what had already been practiced for a long time, and at that time specifically addressed some state statute changes that had come into play, and really, again, most of which Tallahassee had addressed, but the policy, by statute and by our policy, addresses public decorum, provides a specified time for comment in the meeting, guidelines for individuals' amount of time to speak, speaker forms, et cetera. And so really, I think at your December 5th meeting, there were two topics that were raised, and I'll mention both of those and then take your feedback there, or if there was something I missed, we can address that as well. One was that right now we have 3 opportunities for citizens to speak, working backwards. At the end of the meeting, unagended speakers on a regular city commission meeting on whatever they want to talk about. Public hearings, which are noticed, advertised, required to begin at 6 p.m., do begin at 6 p.m. You take speakers on each item at that time, again, because it's noticed and advertised. That's the one appropriate time for that. And then also at the beginning of each meeting, you currently have a time allotted of 30 minutes for those who wish to speak on other items on the agenda, not public hearing items. So policy items, even consent items. The policy as it's written provides some discretion, or not some, provides discretion for the mayor, the chair. And I'll take a side note there. This policy does address other boards and committees, and that's why it uses the term chair. So there are other citizen advisory boards also provide opportunity for public input. And one of the things you discussed there was whether you wanted to expand that time, eliminate that time, change that time. So that 30-minute window was one question that was addressed. The other item that I had taken note of was that currently that is the opportunity to speak on all of the items on the policy, and the question was raised, should we, instead of or in addition to the 30 minutes, provide a time as each item is taken up by the commission, having another opportunity for citizens to participate. So those were the 2 things that I wanted to raise to your attention and really came from your previous discussion. There's a policy, copy of the policy in your agenda item. It has some language. Regardless of what you do today, we'll have to tweak that a little bit and bring it back to you on January 30th, because right now it has all the options that are possibly in there, and they don't all fit together. So we'll have to pick which ones you want us to do. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Mayor.
So say at the commission, what do y'all think? Look, the way I have the policy is written right now, if we got more than 30 minutes worth of speakers at the beginning of the meeting, I'm going to waive it, okay?
Yeah.
So do you want to keep the policy as is, just knowing that I'm going to waive it, or do you want to just go ahead and take proactive action? Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, like I said, I've only been here 4 years. In 4 years, I can remember only one instance where this was an issue.
Okay.
Because Mayor Gillum, if there were people there to speak, they got to speak. Nobody was turned away. I don't think we need to change the policy. I think you can just exercise your discretion which you've done, to allow the public to speak. If they're there, it's my feeling they should be able to speak, and we can waive the 30-minute limit that's in policy, or you can, at your discretion. And I don't see any reason why we need to change the policy.
Everybody good with that?
As long as we're going to let everybody speak,
Yeah.
I'm not sure what's codified, but just the principle of having the rule in there, are we going to be silencing people when it does? If we're always going to waive the rule, what's the purpose of the rule? I guess is my question there.
Well, here's the purpose of the rule, Commissioner, that you should take into consideration is that while we might do that, this policy is for other boards as well.
Yes.
And so you might have a chair of another committee that does not want to allow everybody to speak. And the policy gives them the opportunity to not waive it or to hold firm with the 30-minute rule. So that's also where it comes into play. While we will have a standardized approach and continuously waive it and allow everybody to speak, it also applies to other boards. So, Commissioner Bryant.
Yes. Is there, some people want to speak when the issue is brought up
Correct.
versus at the beginning of the meeting. Is that what we do now, or is all at the beginning?
Yep, we will give both
Right,
opportunities.
right now, in the policy, it's all at the beginning. So that was one of the two issues that you do need to address as a body.
Oh, okay.
I intend to give opportunity on the issue itself, too. Look, it kind of speaks to access. You got some people that'll show up at 4 o'clock, maybe they have to go to work. They can't stay for the actual issue itself. You want to give them an opportunity to speak. You got some people that might not be able to get there at 4 o'clock when the meeting starts, but they want to speak on a particular issue. I think we should give them an opportunity when we hit that agenda item to have the opportunity to speak on that issue as well.
I agree.
The more opportunity that we provide public comment, and you know what, Curtis, you're absolutely right. People don't take advantage of it. I mean, usually most
No.
people are really good.
Right.
So I think when we bend over backwards to be as accessible as possible and give everybody the opportunity to speak, everybody wins. Everybody wins. So.
I agree. That's why I wanted to bring that up, because what we were getting ready to vote on did not do that.
Well, there's not a motion.
There is an option.
There's multiple
Number
options
3.
on there. I think, yeah, it is included in there. And I would say, I guess, if we approve that, let's make it clear on the speaker form when they want to speak, so they know there's the
Sure.
option of either. So when the item comes up and they already spoke, maybe they wanted to be more involved in the conversation.
Sounds great.
One other thing.
Commissioner.
The only thing that concerns me is that I know that on the campaign trail, we heard the fact that people did not like knowing that there was a 30-minute window of opportunity. And I know that you will use your discretion and allow everyone to speak, but at some point in time, you may not be here, we may not be here, but this policy will go on. And if we don't eliminate it, that policy will be there, and the next mayor or whomever may not be so liberal in allowing everyone to speak. So I'm okay however we decide, vote to do it, but I think that just the fact that there is a policy that sets aside a window for speaking, I think there's some opposition from the community in regards to that. Not that anyone has abused it. I mean, no one would abuse it, but I think that that's something that if we can soften that, I'm good.
Mayor, if I may, just speaking a little bit to what each Commissioner Matlow and Commissioner Williams-Cox have addressed. I think one of the questions is, so why is that there? That's why I mentioned that in 2009 we codified a policy. At that point, we'd had a practice for a long time, including the 30 minutes, and that had worked well. The effort was to make sure that there was a structure to be followed, so that the City Commission acted on a consistent basis, so that with the addition of some Senate Bill 50, which became part of state statute, that the city followed state law, so that our policy also addressed other advisory boards and committees. It really, I think, was simply, we need to put something together, put a structure, see how that works. It's generally worked pretty well. Clearly, you've each heard questions about it, and so it's appropriate to have the discussion. I'm not discounting any of that, but I think that was the reason. There was nothing, I don't think, magic about 30 minutes ever, but it was, what do our meetings usually look like? Okay, let's put all that in, and that, as Commissioner Richardson said, that normally works, and there have been times when it doesn't, and the time's been extended. So that's sort of the background and concept there. It wasn't put in, I don't think, as a restriction so much as it was a structure so that people would know how the meetings work.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
I'd
sir.
like to move options 2 and 3.
Okay, motion on the table for options 2 and 3. Is there a second?
Mayor, do you want you or me to reiterate that for the public who might not see?
Sure. Option, you want to reiterate? Let's see, is there a second, first and foremost, to the motion? Motion dies for lack of second. Is there another motion on the table?
I didn't say anything because I'm confused because you said options 2 and 3?
Okay, so option number 1 would get rid of the 30-minute time frame and allow for public speaking on every agenda item.
Okay.
Option 2 maintains the 30-minute time frame at the beginning of the meeting and allows for public comment on every issue. Question is, do you want to get rid of the actual 30-minute time frame or not at the beginning of the meeting? We're going to have public comment regardless. Do you want to have the 30-minute time frame or not? If you do not want the 30-minute time frame, it's option 1 and 3. If you want to maintain the 30-minute time frame, it's option 2 and 3. The motion on the table was for option 2 and 3, to maintain the 30-minute provision and to allow public comment on every agenda item. Looking for a motion, folks.
I'll go ahead and move option 1 and 3 because I think specifically with the 30-minute time frame, if it's just a rule that we're continuing to bend, let's just eliminate the rule. And if we run into trouble in the future, we feel like the public's abusing it, let's give them every right to speak up front. And if for some reason it's bringing disorder to our commission meetings, we can readdress it at that time.
Sounds great. Motion on the table for option 1 and 3 to eliminate the 30-minute provision for the agenda items and to allow public comment on every agenda item. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
It has been seconded properly by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Any further comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Quick question when we talk about public comment too. Anybody have any appetite to have a conversation about the physical layout of the chambers? I'm not a big fan of the big wall up there with the actual podium too. That's just me. I like just the podium. Not you know. Am I making myself clear?
I think it's changed about 6 times in the past year.
Yeah.
Commissioner Richardson, maybe to explain where. I don't have. I think right now it's front and center. You know, I'm happy with that as long as they can be, right, speaking to our face. And I think we've added the ability to display different items. I'm happy with that. If there's appetite to change it again, I just want to come up with one place for it and stay there.
Mr. Mayor, I think I can provide a little clarity. I believe what the mayor is referring to is the podium now is front and center and it's flanked by 2 tables.
Right.
Those tables are available for people to sit at, or, as we saw in the meeting the other day, you can turn them around so they're configurable. They're not permanent fixtures. I believe that's what the mayor is speaking to. Just for clarity, to make sure we all understand.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't have anybody sitting there, so it's just like 2 long tables next to the podium. It just looks like this big barrier between the. I mean, look, I'm not pushing anything right now. I just want y'all to think about this, the room layout, and it's not policy, right? We can talk about this later.
Absolutely, we follow your direction.
Wherever, I have no preference. As long as the people coming are speaking are happy. So moving those tables, keeping them.
Your discretion, Mayor.
Sounds great.
Done,
That's great. All right, let's keep moving on. Item number 4. Raul, are you taking this one? This is the legislative
Yes, sir.
action item?
We provided you some background information on the legislative function, which prior to 1997 was housed in the city manager's office. Since 1997, it was moved over to the mayor's office, and subsequent to that, it's been located there. In discussion at the December 5th City Commission meeting, the mayor asked that we evaluate whether that was still appropriate to have it in the mayor's office or if we should transition it back to the city manager's office. Our recommendation is to transfer that back to the city manager's office. We've been working in that direction. We've already met with our lobbying team since session's already started. So our recommendation is to move the legislative functions to the city manager's office.
Folks, this one's big for me. I think it better serves all of us, and it better serves the city if we have the intergovernmental relations. Yes, sir.
I'd move that we approve option 1.
Okay.
Move intergovernmental functions and management from the mayor's office to the city manager's office.
I appreciate that. My motion's on the table for option number 1, properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Bryant. Any further comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Excellent. Thank you. Item number 6, Mr. City Manager.
I'll take it.
Mr. Tedder.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Commissioners. At your December 5th Commission meeting, you asked staff to bring back an analysis of expanding the notification of development applications an additional 500 feet. There was also discussion about including tenants in that extended notification. And then the last thing was to consider providing publication in a newspaper other than or in addition to the Tallahassee Democrat. We provided the analysis to you for our development applications that are currently being noticed are the Type B subdivisions. Type B site plans, those are ones that require deviation to our regulations. Subdivisions, variance, and abandonment. So those are the ones that we currently have a 500-foot extension to it, or notice area. We provided really 4 recommendations. One, of course, is keep things as they are. The second option would be to expand the mailing notices to 1,000 feet. The third option would be no changes to our newspaper advertisement. And then the fourth option would be to include, in addition to the Tallahassee Democrat, the Tallahassee Outlook as another outlet for providing notification.
Capital outlet?
Capital
Outlet.
That's correct. Yes, sir. So with that, we do recommend if these changes are put in place that we will have to bring back an ordinance and a fee resolution back to the Commission for adoption. And we will include the cost incurred by that as part of the development application. So the developer would be responsible for that. It would not be something that the City of Tallahassee would pick up.
Okay. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I would move options 2 and 4 as recommended by staff.
All right. The motion on the table is for option number 2 and option number 4. Is there a second to the motion on the table?
Second.
No, it's been properly second. Wayne, what's the end goal here? Commissioner Matlow, if I remember, the end goal was actually to get more people involved with the process. Right. Better notification, more people around involved with the process, okay? So I think that, and I think it's a good motion that's on the table. I just need to make sure that what we do is accomplishing that goal. Thoughts?
Yeah, I'll jump in. I think, what I hear time and time again is, I didn't know that was coming, and when I found out it was coming, it was too late. And
Right.
That's the end goal, is to adjust that. And different newspapers, radius, I think the more people we can notify, the better, so we can have that community conversation.
Mhm.
But I do think it's also important to include tenants, especially in a lot of business districts. If you look at Midtown and the companies that kind of make up that district and really are invested in the area, the property owner of the building might not relay something new that's coming, so I think they should be involved too. So that's why I encourage we add to the motion to include tenants in that vicinity.
Sure, Commissioner.
Being a former planning commissioner, this came before us several times, and I was the commissioner who always said that we needed to put notification in papers other than just the Democrat, because we subscribers to the Democrat got the information, but those who didn't subscribe, who maybe sent another paper, would miss that opportunity. So I'm definitely in support of this this option, but I also wanted to talk about the possibility of being able to send some of this information in utility bills to the tenants, because they're going to be someone's receiving services there, or making it a part of the email that goes out for their smart bill, as a potential for perhaps doing a 2-in-1 kind of mailing.
Yes, ma'am, if I can address that. So fortunately for the City of Tallahassee being a full-service city, we have the ability to know of at least one individual who lives in each unit as they pay the utility bill. In cases where there are multiple tenants in a single structure, we're not guaranteed that we're going to get all 4. Let's say there's 4 like previous speakers today. Whoever is registered on the utility bill will get the notice. We can get that information and do it just like we do all the other notices. So there is that risk in some areas where you don't pick up all the tenants that are in those spaces. In some areas, we know that your utilities are included in your rent bill, so you won't get those tenants will not get it. So it's not a guaranteed, and we kind of like to have that assurance that if we're going to do something, we're going to do it where everybody gets it. But if we move forward doing it, again, we pass that cost to the developer who's coming in and doing that, and with the understanding that we are not going to guarantee a notice to every tenant in those areas.
Have you received any pushback from any developers?
Well, this is the first part. So what we'll have to do after your direction today, we'll have to start building the ordinances. We'll have to do an analysis of the actual cost. Okay. What we typically do is try to average it. We've seen, typically project ranges from this amount to this amount for public notice. We'll try to meet it in the middle so we make sure that our costs are covered. Once we do that, we'll put it in an ordinance. We'll take it through the Planning Commission process and then through the City Commission. That is when the development community will get involved, if not before.
Do you have any idea of what type of additional costs we're talking about passing down?
Without the tenants, we anticipate about $150 additional cost. With tenants, where it could get really costly is if you are doing a development in the Gain Street area. You have a lot of student housing in that area. That may be an area that you really don't necessarily need to provide that level of notice, but certainly we know where the established neighborhoods are, which I think is the intent, is trying to preserve those neighborhoods, get them involved. I think we're going to be pretty accurate, and the cost is not going to be considerable doing that. It's not going to be a considerable amount for the standard neighborhood notifications.
Okay.
Well, the motion on the table is for option number 2 and option number 4, correct? Okay. And I will support the motion on the table for today until we get the additional information back. I'm curious to know more specifically how much, with a better idea of what those additional costs are going to be. But I agree to move forward with the process today. I'm also interested, if y'all can continue researching, I love your idea of using whatever technology that we have to include notice through email notification. I think we should truly explore that. I don't know if we can geofence on certain development projects or not. I don't know. So I would encourage us to really get as creative as we can to meet the spirit of what we're trying to do. Better, more 21st century notification to get more people involved, while trying to keep the cost down of what we're passing on with additional requirements. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. We'll look at alternatives and delivering the message.
Sure. Okay. Any other comment? Commissioner Matlin?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think we were presented with the layout and the Renaissance Center on our tour of all the different projects that were happening. So if there's just a functionality that when something pops up in a certain area, you can get an email or text notification or whatever that may be, I think that would serve a similar function. I just want to make sure when we get this brought back, I don't think tenants are specifically mentioned in option 2, that we're including that when those costs come back.
Good point.
They were not included in option 2, but if that's the direction of the commission, that needs to be brought in.
Is that the direction?
That's accepted as a friendly amendment.
All right. Sounds good. Any further comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously. Moving on to item number 6.
And Mayor and Commissioners, this is very similar to the conversation we just had. This is just separating out the sale of city land from the development application. Basically, the same options are there to provide additional written notice to individuals greater than 500 feet. We have four options here for you. One, again, remain the same. 2 is direct staff to expand the notice additional 500 feet to up to 1,000 feet. Option 3 would be to direct staff to post signage on the surplus property. That's something that we do not do today, but it's a way. I don't know if you saw in the attachment that we have for the growth management, they have developed a whole new notification signage that is much more clear. That's being rolled out this month. I think it's going to be a tremendous difference. Rather than seeing just a green blob as you drive down it, you're going to be able to see exactly what's going to be changing on a piece of property. So that was option 3. And then option 4 is to direct staff to procure advertising and, again, the Tallahassee Outlook as an additional way of getting the word out.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I would move options 2, 3, and 4 as recommended by staff.
Motion's been made for options number 2, 3, and 4 by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second?
Could I just adjust? So
I'll second the motion. Go ahead, Mr. Tedder.
So none of these options, just like the first one, included the tenants, and I'm assuming if you're going to be
Correct.
consistent,
Yes.
we'll add that. Yes, sir.
Correct. I'll second the motion. Is there any further comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Tab number 7. Commission liaisons for key stakeholder agencies. Reese.
Mr. Mayor, you and many of your colleagues have mentioned to me that there's a desire to have liaisons, a direct point of contact from your body to other key institutions and agencies. We provided a list of the major institutions. We're seeking your guidance in terms of who may wish to serve in that liaison capacity. I would point out that that would not only be the only voice of the commission. Clearly, you make decisions as a body, and there be times that these entities would want to talk to all of you. But it may provide that opportunity, that quick outreach, that quick connection to the commission. So we've listed 10 agencies that's on in your agenda packet, and we're looking for your direction in terms of how you wish to proceed.
Sounds good.
Divvy them up, Mr. Mayor.
First of all, anybody want to step up to the plate and volunteer for anything? I would love to do the focus on the airport, if anybody has any issue with that.
Go for it. Mayor.
Awesome.
I don't know if it's clear for the record, I'm sorry, the type of liaison each would be, if this commission is indicating some delegation of decision-making authority, or is it just more the nature of a report back to this body?
I am assuming there is no decision-making authority.
No. It specifically says in the item.
Yeah, this is just the
Just want to
communication.
make it clear for the record.
Absolutely.
The other question I have,
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, does that mean that, because I'm going to tell you, I don't have a lot of time to attend a whole bunch of meetings. I can't. And so if it requires us to attend meetings, I'm not going to be able to serve on any of these. I just don't have the additional time in addition.
I think it's up to your own understanding of setting up a communication. Like, for instance, if Jeremy's going to be the contact person for Leon County, I don't think Commissioner Matlow is expected to attend every single county meeting. No,
Okay.
not at all. It's just a way for us to maintain contact. Okay?
Okay.
Yep. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
I'm volunteering for Leon County Schools and Florida A&M.
Everybody cool with that?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Mayor, I'll do, I guess, the Chambers of Commerce. That kind of makes sense with what I'm doing at Lively and TCC. I currently serve on the foundation board there, so
cool.
I'm in constant contact.
Curtis beat me to the chambers, but you can put my name down for that also.
Okay.
And also for the Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare and Capital Regional, the healthcare entities.
Trying to see what's left here. I guess I'll do Florida Department of Transportation and Leon County.
Okay.
Got FSU.
I'll do Florida State. I'll do, Taos Community College, that's fine. And Leon County, Jeremy Matlow. That's great. I got Commissioner Matlow at the county. I got Commissioner Williams-Cox at the school board, Williams-Cox at FAMU, Daly at Florida State, Daly at TCC. I got Commissioner Bryant at...
Richardson at TCC.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
Perfect. Commissioner Richardson, Mayor Pro Tem at TCC. I've got Commissioner Bryant at Tallahassee Memorial, Commissioner Bryant at Capital Regional. I got Curtis Richardson and Commissioner Bryant at the Chambers. I've got Commissioner Matlow at Florida Department of Transportation and Daly at the airport. Is there a motion for ratification?
So moved.
Second.
Properly seconded by Commissioner Matlow. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Hey, let's take a quick 5-minute break, 5-10-minute breaks, and we'll come right back at, let's say 2:20. Okay?
Now you're all going to talk about.
I think it is about time. Bring this in for Landon. All right, commissioners, here's where we are. We've had a wonderful day today. we've gotten a lot of work done. We are in the process of setting our 2019 priorities, which we've already had a very healthy conversation. I'm going to ask the city manager in just a second to kind of bring us up to speed on where we are. Now is also the time, if you have specific ideas of things to work on, I would love to hear them, and now's the time to properly address them. So, Reese, will you real quickly just kind of walk us through where we are right now, and what are your expectations for us to bring this in for Landon today?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you did kind of get a head start on the conversation. I think that's good as it relates to your priorities for 2019. We heard considerable support for public safety and economic development, quality of life, and infrastructure. I think you gave us great clarity on an initiative for a jobs program that fits, I believe, under your economic development priority. We've got some notes that are being pulled up as we speak.
Okay.
I believe that is fleshed out and with great direction. There was discussion about the topic of poverty and how it relates to, or employment relates to that, training and education. I think that needs to be fleshed out a little more to find a category, fit it in a category, and give us clarity moving forward. And I think there was other discussion about should you expand the number of priorities. And clearly we're all sensitive to not having too many, but you know, just from my point of view, I believe you have room to add others, you know, so as you move forward and you track your progress. So I think that's what we heard. We've got some notes in particular under our public safety areas, things like that that we can display that I think may jog your thought process, but I believe that's where we are at the moment, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. So let me just go ahead and open it up for conversation. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Mayor. I asked earlier, is for a magic number, and I know we need to define a number, and I know that Commissioner Bryant, who's a trainer, and I've delved into a little bit, know that people can remember usually 3 to 5 things. So I would recommend that we expand beyond 4 and do 5.
Okay.
Also, that's the number of points in a star, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to be star achievers and take our city higher. So I recommend that we come up with 5 guiding principles or targets to work with today.
Do you have a recommendation for a 5th?
I think, sounds like we have.
Commissioner Brown?
Go ahead. No.
Vice Mayor?
No.
Oh,
You had a fifth.
oh, no. I was, in listening to what was said earlier, I had written down like 3 or 4, and I was thinking that some of us were overlapping. And so I didn't know whether there were any, were there some outside of where the overlap was?
Mr. Mayor, you want me to comment and just
Yeah, go ahead and
just
jump
terms
in.
of my thoughts? I mentioned the poverty just a moment ago. I believe that fits into your existing structure of quality of life. I think some of them cross over, so I don't think if you wanted to do 5 and really reinforce those, I think that many of the topics that you discussed earlier fit within the categories you have.
Okay.
You know, in other words, if you're trying to preserve spots and be judicious with those numbers, I think they fit, and we're going. Actually, I think we've got it up now.
Okay.
We've tried to tuck them into those areas that you already have. So I haven't heard any new ones yet. I don't believe beyond the 4, but clearly that's up to your direction and guidance to us if you want to elevate the profile.
Okay. Commissioner Matlow.
Yeah, maybe we could be just a little more specific in what the actual priorities are, because quality of life, that's everything.
Sure.
I'm not sure how we prioritize that. So if we're talking about poverty as a specific one, things I would throw out would be poverty, the environment, infrastructure, economic development, and public safety.
Commissioner, can you say that one more time?
Environment, poverty, infrastructure, economic development, and public safety.
All right.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
I think quality of life, which I think was dropped from that list, is extremely important as a broad strategic initiative. Many things go under that other than poverty. So I really don't mind adding, but I definitely would not like to drop as a major area of focus quality of life.
Okay.
Because we heard a lot about that all morning.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I agree with Commissioner Bryant. I think that the environment has been included, according to our deputy city manager, under quality of life, and I think it could remain there as long as we keep it as a goal under that broad, Commissioner Bryant, as you said, initiative area.
All right, let me restructure it this way. Instead of thinking about overall priorities, does anybody have any specific programs or ideas that they're talking about? I'll throw one out on the table right now. I am interested in us creating a new beautification program. I think that we just have too much trash on the streets. I really do. When it's the major thoroughfares or whatever, I would just love us to physically clean Tallahassee and start a new beautification program. What does that look like? I don't know. I don't have all the answers, but that clearly goes under an environmental priority.
Or quality of life.
Or quality of life, absolutely. Yeah. It's not brain surgery. It's not going to be difficult, but we've got to put the meat on the bones. So, what are your thoughts?
I agree. There is too much trash on the street. I don't oppose it. What I want to make sure of, is that some of the things that are very important, I don't want them hidden under something else where you got to go looking for it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these can fit in a lot of places, but if someone asks you what are the priorities, I want to be able to say da 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 da.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And not say, oh yeah, well that's under that, or yeah, that's no, da 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 da. Because if those are your priorities, that's what you're going to focus on.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I agree that poverty has to come from under some other places, from under quality of life, and stand on its own, because we need to deal with it on its own. Because there are many facets of poverty that we need to flesh out and figure out what works to fix it.
I guess the question I would ask, is that something that the city of Tallahassee can fix? I mean, what would be our initiatives to fix poverty?
Okay.
As a local government?
Okay.
Good question.
That's a great question. That's a great question. And the great answer for that is to ask the people who are currently living in poverty. I mean, I can't sit here and say, this will fix this for me. I can relay to you what I've heard. We've heard today that we need help with rent, facilities that people can, housing that people can afford.
Affordable housing.
Yeah. And of course, we're offering programs right now to help people with utilities, and I guess we do have a program to help people when they need help with their utilities. But there are probably a number of things that people in poverty need in order to try to get out of it. Lots of things. But I can't sit here and enumerate that. We would need to help get that information from our constituents.
Thoughts?
I think as a priority, it would give us just that focus on, as we do other projects and other decisions, we're consciously thinking and intentionally planning about what types of programs we're putting forward, what we're doing, and how it directly affects our poverty levels in one way or the other. So I think just that heightened sense of awareness of the issue, where it goes on a plan, I don't know. I think it should be at the top. I think it's a crucial issue for our community. We need to deal with it. So I agree it shouldn't be buried in a list of sub-priorities. So however we structure it, I think it should be risen to the top at some level.
Okay. Commissioner Bryant?
I think poverty can easily be a standalone as an initiative, but we need to focus in on a specific about poverty Poverty is a very broad issue. And in this next year, if we're going to have results and be accountable for those results, we have to provide some kind of framing for what the expectation is.
It's good. Good point. Good point. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
I agree. And the downside to this is that for the other priorities, they've been priorities. So they've had an opportunity to be flushed out. Poverty is new. So we've got to have an opportunity to flush it out. And once we're able to flush it out, then we will be able to identify the different areas that can be fixed and some things that may not be fixed, some things that may require some additional funding or additional resources. Tempo, for instance, we keep talking about tempo, but tempo could be one of the resolutions for some of the levels of poverty that we're experiencing. But there are other programs that could also be used to do that. I just think that today we just put poverty out front. And as a past All-America City, we were All-America City not because we didn't have problems. We were All-America City because we knew we had problems and we were working to fix them. And in order to do that, we've got to be able to stand up and say, we have poverty in our city and we need to fix it. We don't know how yet, but establishing the fact that it's a priority is a first step.
Keep it coming. Thoughts?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I certainly want us to continue to focus on neighborhood revitalization and redevelopment as
Correct.
we're doing in the Bond community and Frenchtown, and there may be others. We're going to be looking at Providence. There may be other neighborhoods in other areas of the city that we will need to prioritize in that respect. So I certainly want to see us continue to focus on that as a priority.
Absolutely.
Where's the note taker in this room? I see it. Oh, I see it happening on the screen, but I don't see anybody typing.
It's magic.
Okay, because we're giving them a fit. Whoever it is, we're giving you a fit, I know. The recorder already talked to her, already asked forgiveness, and she's trying to record.
Jeremy, Commissioner Matlow, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get too informal here. You mentioned something earlier today, which I'm really keen on, that I also want to talk about. It goes back to the green energy solutions and capturing the entrepreneurial spirit. I think that we have this incredible opportunity working with the universities to really draw out the best of the best, especially in civic tech. Like, for instance, you take the College of Engineering. We own the utility. Why don't we throw challenges out to the College of Engineering, maybe put some resources behind it, and see if these brilliant students can help us solve some of our issues by building something. I'll give you a prime example. Like, I know that there's other communities across the country that have explored building turbines in their stormwater system, taking something that is traditionally considered a nuisance, stormwater, and turning it into a commodity by creating electricity. All right, so who's to say we don't go to the capstone program over at College of Engineering and challenge the students and say, hey, can you help us build something? Let's just see if it works. Let's see if we can do it. But really investing into the human capital, our students, really investing into the idea of creating new green technology, entrepreneurship, but at the same time fostering this relationship. And we have these partnerships. I mean, we have the fellows program, we have the intern program, but also providing challenges and seeing if we can push the envelope and really do some amazing things within the university community. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. Have I lost everybody?
Yeah.
Do we have this low blood sugar? Is that it? Is it end of the day? Or?
No, I think that's where we align these priorities and where we put those types of things under. I think that would be a great initiative to move us toward there. I think we know where we want to go, and let's lay the framework to get there. I think that's as many of those types of ideas that we can come up with, the better. Back to our goals. I am a little confused about where we're putting, the quality of life umbrella, if that's the chief priority. Is affordable housing a priority and a major priority? Should we focus it? So are we declaring 4 or 5 top priorities, or do we want to go ahead and put a couple things under each priority that we want to focus on in that category?
That's a good question. I was assuming that we are, not assuming, that's the wrong word. The direction we were kind of going was 4 or 5 priorities and kind of filling in, not specific, but more direction underneath each one. It's fluid, though. I'm open to anything. I mean, we're just.
It seems
just kinda
like
putting it out there
we've
right
hit
now.
top level and we hit very detailed level, but I'm looking for the middle of
Sure.
what we want to super be focused on. To me, again, it would be poverty and I think affordable housing side by side with that, our environmental issues and that sustainability and our energy future, infrastructure again. Picking up the lack of infrastructure in certain areas that seem to be having flooding issues and those sorts of things, and community broadband would be a priority.
Well, and let me throw this out. There's nothing saying that we have to solve this problem right now either. I mean, we could just continue to do this data dump, throw it all out there, give staff the direction to think about it, mull it over, try to put something together and bring it back to us at the next commission meeting for ratification or for consideration. So I don't want you or anybody to think that we have to sit here until we completely figure this out 100%. So I would rather just have the ideas keep flowing and put it out there, and then maybe take a break, let staff have a week or two to work on it and then bring it back to. Okay.
Good. I'd like to go to economic development. If we could find a large, well, let me just give an example. We know something like Toyota would never just land directly in Tallahassee, but could there be some kind of, what do you call it? A place where certain parts of cars are made that creates industry in Tallahassee. And I use cars, but it could be anything, such that we can create an industry that not only when people graduate from our colleges and universities, they would have a direct place to go and go to work and stay here in Tallahassee and obviously increase our economy. When do we start to look forward thinking, beyond? We have a lot of excellent mom and pops, I'm one of them. But when do we broaden that scope to bring other types of industry into Tallahassee?
Well, I think that is one of the paramount questions that we have to deal with, and I'm ready to deal with it. I really am. Let me give you 2 answers. One of the reasons why I'm so interested in working with the airport is I think it's an untapped resource, 100%. So 2 things in particular. This is a big one, but I, for one, am ready to ask the question in regards to should we do a formal study to see if we need to move towards an airport authority or no authority, but to look at the governing structure of the airport. It might come back and say you need to keep it as is, don't change a thing. It might come back and say you need to have an authority, or it might be some type of a hybrid in between. I am at least curious to asking the question and seeing what type of answer we get back through a formal RFP process, putting somebody that is an expert in this industry that can study it. We've talked about this, Reese. Put an industry expert out there that can put together a study specifically for airport. This is also something I believe the previous commission expressed interest in.
Well,
but I don't know where it went.
Yeah,
So.
Mr. Mayor, I would say, first of all, I think that it has to entail a larger community discussion.
Sure.
I know it's coming from the chamber. The chamber is only one aspect of our community. There are other chambers. There are other business organizations. There are businesses that might want to have some discussion about that. But we did have a workshop at our retreat last year, and so I think that maybe we would be better served by having that same workshop again, because I can tell you from the information that we got, people are all over the place in terms of governance of airports.
Sure.
Atlanta, for instance, is a municipally owned airport. And in the information I saw, and that's why we didn't move on it, we saw no advantage of changing the governance structure of our airport. But that's for us now to determine, but it has to be based on information. And I think that workshop would be a good place to start, rather than now just right now jumping into a study as to how we do a workshop and understand what the issues are. And if from there we decide we want to do a study, then that's the direction.
That's a great idea.
we go.
Is that a motion for a workshop?
I would, if it takes a motion, yeah.
Yeah.
That we do a
You
workshop.
need a motion for?
No, sir. I think the feedback I would give is that at this priority setting meeting, I think that falls under our economic development priority. I think we would add that as an element under that for the 2019 year, and I think we would start with a workshop with the commission as it relates to the governance structure of the Tallahassee International Airport.
Correct. And a readiness feasibility associated with that too. For instance, somebody calls us up and says, I'm looking for 50 acres to develop to build light manufacturing out at the airport. Are we ready? Are we ready for that? Or would we have to sit back and go, oh, well, actually, we still need to do this step, that step, this step, this step? What is the feasibility of the airport? What is actually ready to be developed and what is not? So I would kind of include all that together.
Now, we got an email just the other day that suggested something to that effect, right, Mr. City Manager? That there is a company interested in.
Yeah, actually, so it's a frequent interaction, probably more than we would realize. We have 800 to 900 acres of land adjacent to the airport that is ideal for commercial development.
Right.
And we get inquiries from time to time. We're out, our airport director is out trying to make those connections, in particular in the aeronautical space. So that is a function and extension of your airport. So we did get that email very specifically. We're vetting that now to see if it has any veracity, but that is a normal question for your airport. In fact, I think it's an economic tool. So I think we blend all of those topics together.
Good. Okay. Excellent. What else, ladies and gentlemen?
We haven't talked about, I guess, public safety. We talked about it still be on our agenda. When we talk about public safety and what's underneath that, I think that we must
Use your microphone.
I'm sorry. Public safety as one of our priorities. When we start talking more about public safety, there's been great comment today about the public safety campus that's been proposed for the South Side. I think we need to explore that more, and people who have not been a part of the conversation that are available to join the conversation, we need to make sure that they get an opportunity to do so. So in our priority for public safety, I think it's time for us to make sure that we expand community engagement in that arena, so that as we move forward, we either are going to move together, or we're going to know that it's really not wanted, and it does not have community support. So I think that based on the public comments that we've had today, that we really need to grab a hold of that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Mr. Pro Tem.
And I guess, I've had the advantage of being here and having been on the commission when all of that was being vetted. I can tell you that what you heard today is not what listen, I have lived on the south side of Tallahassee for 25 years. My wife and I chose to build our home on the south side of Tallahassee. We have raised our family on the south side of Tallahassee. I want the public safety complex. The people that I talk to, my neighbors, those who are involved in the neighborhoods movement on the south side of Tallahassee, want the public safety complex on this side of town. We understand what it will do for the south side of Tallahassee generally and for our neighborhoods in particular. So what you heard today is not characteristic of what I've heard in all of my years. And my wife and I have been the victims of crime. Our cars were burglarized sitting right in our driveway on separate occasions. So yeah, I want a public safety complex and all of the amenities that it brings to the south side of town, public meeting space, an opportunity for police our police officers to fully implement the community-oriented policing by being involved with our young people through the Police Athletic League. And so it will help develop other areas of the south side of town. It will connect with the super stop that is planned for Orange Avenue and Meridian. It will connect with the redevelopment of the Orange Avenue apartments and all of the development that is now starting to occur along the Orange Avenue Blairstone corridor. Yes, it will be an absolute benefit to the south side of Tallahassee, and one way or another, a public safety complex is going to be built. They have outgrown an old and dilapidated facility, and it is needed in this community, and it ought to be on the south side of Tallahassee. And I would challenge anyone that spoke today or at any other forum to say that a facility like that is not needed on the south side of Tallahassee.
Yeah, I think.
That's like bam. Look at that.
That's the way I feel about it.
Commissioner,
I think whether it's the location or not, I think what we've heard again and again is was there a broad enough community conversation about it? Because as Commissioner Richardson just said, this money is going to be spent on a safety campus, and we are getting to where we want to add value to the city. But I don't think we've really opened up the community conversation of what this campus could include. We've heard about food forests today. We've heard about different types of community assets, whether it'll replace a grocery store. I don't think there's anything excluding retail space, fixed rate retail space, a grocery location on this site, but I think we really need to open it up to the community and ask, what if we want it to be a shared space between law enforcement and the community, what do they want? Maybe it's not just basketball courts and meeting space, because that's what's been presented, like engage them, actively pull them in, maybe in the town hall setting, and say, how can we make this a space that's for everybody in the neighborhood before moving forward with it?
And Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the comments, but my comment was simply that we are going to need to engage the community more, and whatever means we need to do that, because what I'm trying to do is look at each of these priorities that we're trying to list here, and we'll put some meat on the bone, or kind of things that we need to do going forward to satisfy the priorities. I can appreciate the fact that how people feel. I feel a certain way as well, but I believe that I was elected to bring the voice of the people, pros and cons, and I think that we need to, just like we did with the urban forest plan, someone went out and put together, had some goals, and came back with a study, with a plan of action that was clear and easy to understand. I think that's what is needed. There's not a lot of information, because we're still in the process of trying to do some things, but there's still more. I think people are needing more information. Some of us know more than others, and we just need to have a broader community engagement in order to, I think, to accomplish this priority, regardless of whether it is to be or not to be. That's not the question I'm trying to solve. I'm just trying to say we need to make sure we include more community engagement.
Commissioner Bryant, you want to weigh in?
I think it's important that we hear. I'm really in agreement with Commissioner Williams-Cox that our job is to hear the voices of folks who live in Tallahassee and then make informed decisions. I can appreciate what has been said on both sides of that, but I think that we heard many comments today about not receiving something that may be good for the community, but it's based on, it seemed to be, and I have to say that, do I really know the facts? Have you informed me? So I think we have a responsibility to inform. Now, I was not obviously here during the period when this was originated, but I think we have to hear and speak to and inform, provide opportunities for people to be informed about the public safety complex on the south side.
Excellent, wonderful. But, you know, I think that probably what we should do, we do need an update. And Mr. Goad, I am very curious as to when we can schedule some type of a workshop or a town hall meeting, if that's the will of the board, to bring a formal update. It is a significant project, $60 million. Where exactly are we? Where are we since the last commission met, the actions that they took, the decisions that have been made? Where are we today? Are we still on track? Are we not on track? What is going on with the transactions of the real estate? I do think that we need a full briefing on where we are. And then I agree, some of the specifics. What does this complex look like? What were some of the previous decisions that were made? You know, what does it look like? Are we still in line with that particular briefing? I do agree with Commissioner Richardson. I do think a facility will be built. And I think it will be a necessary and added part of this community. We have outgrown 7th Avenue. I do not necessarily agree with all of the comments that were made earlier today. I do think that Commissioner Richardson and I do think the previous commission and Mayor Andrew Gillum bent over backwards to try to include the community. In fact, we had a community meeting just last week with over 200 people in the room, and not a single person asked us about the public safety complex.
No.
So I do take issue with, you know, pointing fingers at Mayor Gillum and Commissioner Richardson and the previous commission for some of the fine work that y'all did do, getting people involved. But nonetheless, I think it's appropriate to have a community meeting and a formal update on where we are with the public safety complex.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, if you wouldn't mind, I think that, and I certainly hear your direction, and we are more than happy to do that. We believe that to be the efforts related to the public safety campus and the long-term direction with TPD and the community engagement fundamental to our public safety priority. And I would recommend we list that very specifically in that priority category. Sure. Timing, I think we've got some efforts underway this month. We hope to bring an item to you in a couple weeks regarding architect and engineering services that helps us to design and kind of illustrate what the campus could look like. So I think a February timeframe for an update
that'd be great.
Feels appropriate, and I think we should put it down on our list of priorities.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah. Great.
Excellent. Okay, that's a good one that we can all walk away with. Excellent. How about ethics reform? Something that we've been talking about for quite some time. Any ideas? Any thoughts? Jeremy?
Sorry
Commissioner Matlow, excuse me?
Sorry to take a step back. I just want to make sure if we're going to have a community conversation, we're letting them know that we're exploring the possibilities of other things that can be at this location and letting them provide input, and we're not hosting a for or against forum back and forth. We're expanding the conversation into what a community asset it could be wherever it goes.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, good point.
What are we talking about, ethics?
Yeah, you want to jump in on ethics?
Yeah, I mean, I think this has been, we got hammered on this all throughout the campaign trail, and I think, you know, rightfully so, based on some things that happened. I think we do need, it needs to be perpetually listed in our priorities. People want to know we're doing the right things and we're making sure that there aren't shortcuts and ways around that. I didn't bring specifics, but if we're talking about gift bans, 100%, as strong as they want to be, I don't care. I want to do the right thing, whether that's a cup of coffee or $99, those sorts of things. I'm open to whatever. I just want to make sure we're showing the public that we want to be as ethical and transparent as possible.
Thoughts, commissioners?
I think that ethics needs to be at the center of our priorities. And I'm sorry, I see in pictures. And so I just see that in all of our priorities, we've got to have, ethics has got to drive all of that, whether it's, you know, making sure we're being transparent in the real issues of what it's going to take to resolve or to be successful in these priorities, or to be honest that these are just things that we're just not going to be able to do, you know, so we don't spin our wheels on trying to do things that we just will not be able to do. So I think that just us be clear, transparent, and accountable and honest as we work through these priorities, I think it's going to be really, really important.
Dr. Brown?
Ethics really, probably by definition, means that whatever standards you set up, you live up to them. So we have, as we craft priorities and we craft goals, we need to be sure that we're going to do what we say we're going to do, because we should be held accountable for that. And then we have the side of ethics that have established many rules about what we can and cannot do. We should live up to that. And then the third thing is that as the city manager goes back to look at values, that there is some value associated with ethics. Those would be the three things I would just lift up as we think about it.
Mr. Mayor, I would be interested to see what the recommendations are that will come from the Ethics Board.
Correct.
Yes.
And then we determine how far we want to go. What I don't want to see is an Ethics Board that takes on the city manager's role of addressing complaints of city staff. I think that goes too far, but I would be interested in seeing the recommendations that come from the Ethics Board, and then us deciding how far we want to go with ethics reform for the city. It's of course been the topic du jour, but I have to tell you, in all my years in Tallahassee, please somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I just don't think that there have been that many ethical lapses among city staff or elected officials in the years that I've lived here in Tallahassee. This just being an unusual time, I think. But I think that ethics has to come from within. I've served in 3 public offices, and never once have my ethics been questioned. So it first has to come from within, because you can get around anything you want to get around, even if the rules and policies are in place. So it first has to come from within. You just have to be an ethical person. That's how you live your life. But certainly, we have to have rules. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Rules and policies in place, to govern the actions and behaviors of staff when they get wayward. And so I don't have a problem with that. So I'd just like to see what comes from the board, Julie, and then we take it from there and see how far we want to go, Mr. Mayor.
So I think it's appropriate for the city manager to take the recommendations, the blue sky recommendations from the Ethics Board, provide review. I'm also interested in analysis between the Form 1 and the Form 6 report that elected officials have to provide the State Commission on Ethics, and your opinion on the difference. And are there any other municipal governments that require that in the state of Florida? Or would we be one of the leaders in the state in doing so? I'd be interested in other best practices across the state of what other local governments have implemented in regards to ethic reform. And so what I'm saying is Reese, I think it'd be appropriate for your office, in conjunction with the city attorney's office, to start putting together an ethics reform package that, when appropriate and when you're comfortable, you could bring forward for consideration to the city commission. Thoughts?
Now, should that come from the city manager or our ethics board? I see Julie looking kind of perplexed.
I would like to see the ethics officer submit that information to the city manager, because the ethics officer does not report to the city commission. We have 4 individuals that report to the city commission. The ethics officer reports to the ethics board. So, of course, the ethics board is more than welcome to come, have a discussion with us, but I think that we should also have our staff have the appropriate overview and look at it as well for recommendation.
I just wanted to let you know that they are in the process, the board itself is in the process of reviewing its list. And so what they've done is they've just kind of kept a list of things that,
that's great,
that have been thought of, heard, seen someplace else, that they think might be good, but they have not refined their list yet.
Okay.
So they're in the process of going through that refinement.
Perfect.
And then they will submit what they believe, this is where we think you want to consider going. And then we'll have that opportunity.
Yeah, that's great.
To bring that to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I remember when it came to us before, it came from
Yes,
the
it
board
did.
itself. They didn't submit it to the city manager. The recommendations came to us directly from the board.
Right, and at that point, after they were, the board chair came and presented them, and then you asked our office to sort of take a look and give you some recommendations on that, and we'll certainly
Okay.
be glad to do that again this year, as well as bringing in the clerk and the city manager in that review.
Yeah, let me be very clear. I'm not necessarily asking city staff to change or alter any of the recommendations that have come. I'm actually asking also for additional analysis above and beyond.
Yes.
The Form 1 versus the Form 6 recommendation.
Right.
Are there other best practices across the state of Florida that we could take into consideration as well? So my idea is that the recommendations that would come from the ethics board is part of a bigger package that staff could eventually bring before the city commission.
Mayor, also, we can be sure that staff provides to you that some history on some of these things. So as with many things, there's an evolution. And so I think there are probably going to be a couple of things that may have been addressed in some fashion by a previous city commission. Doesn't bind you to those, but we may be able to bring in some discussion of how was that discussed here before, and have the circumstances changed, so we can bring in addition to best practices and other analysis, just kind of how we got where we are.
Right. And at the same time, I think it would behoove us to go ahead and get formal clarification from the State Ethics Commission on that question that we talked about during ethics training the other day regarding the tables, when the city sponsors a table.
Yes.
It was when we left, it was still questionable.
Sure.
So I do think it's appropriate for us to go ahead and get formal clarification on how to handle that from the Ethics Commission.
If that's the will of the commission.
Is there a motion to the effect?
So moved.
Okay, properly seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously. Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay.
On the ethics issue, I just want to make sure we're clear with the public on whose duty it is to investigate who has the authority, what the city auditor's authority is to initiate an investigation. And if we're talking about the city commission, appointed officials, or staff, we have a direct way that they know if they have a complaint, who to lodge it with, fraud, waste, abuse, if it's through the city manager for a direct employee or through the ethics board for the commission. I just want to make that we have that forward-facing and very clear for anybody determining, so they know where to bring their complaints to.
Great point. Great point. Any other comments? Anything in general? All right, it's 10 minutes after 3. Let's I can see everybody kind of fading here a little bit. So, how do y'all want to leave this? We basically have 4 solid priorities: public safety, infrastructure, economic development, quality of life. We have been discussing in detail poverty. We've been discussing in detail environment. We've thrown a lot of great ideas out there. How would you all like to move forward from here? Dr. Bryant.
First, I'd like to add on to quality of life and impact of poverty, such that it shows up in the actual initiative byline, if that's okay.
Quality of life
and impact of poverty.
Okay. That's a good suggestion. Thoughts, folks?
It's and.
A-N-D.
No pressure. Let me make sure they're on here. I've got my own notes here. We're kind of live in the moment here. When we talked about quality of life, clearly poverty is something that you've underscored. I made notes of affordable housing initiatives. Sub to that is purpose-built communities. We talked about that earlier. I think that probably shows up in the list, as well as a renewable energy strategy that'll be forthcoming this year, and neighborhood engagement and planning. I believe that as y'all discussed, that fits in that category. perfect, okay. And we can scrub that list down.
All right, Associated Commission, what do y'all think?
Yeah, just in closing, I wanted to address a few public comments. We had people.
Hold on, before we
Oh,
get there,
sorry.
are we good?
I see the quality of life. Let's just walk through the rest of them. Let's start at the top.
Public safety?
No, I mean, I want to see it on the screen.
All right.
All right. Okay. Reese, you got your notes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
We're
look,
going to reconcile in the moment here.
I am not assuming that this is the end-all, be-all.
No,
This is
that's
just today.
Right.
This is, we're coming to the end of today. We'll think about this some more. Commissioner Richardson, you might want to add some other stuff. Commissioner Matley, we might want to add some stuff in the next minute after you have a chance to think about it. But it's where we are today anyway, okay?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, this is consistent. With my notes, I've got expand community engagement regarding the future steps of the public safety campus. I think that those words are effectively there. And I've underscored the TEMPO program as part of our public safety initiative. I think that crosses over numerous priorities, but I think it best fits in public safety. I think I see that there as well. And, of course, our community-oriented policing efforts as we measure ourselves moving forward on that. That's consistent with my notes from your conversation today.
Okay, the next one.
Great.
I think that's consistent. That's consistent with my notes as well.
Oh, go back to that one again. I think that wording at the bottom about the airport, we were going to do the workshop prior to diving into a feasibility study.
Yes, sir. That was the conversation. We'll begin with the workshop update. While they're updating those notes, the next topic, they're updating those notes, we'll go ahead and take advantage of the time. Infrastructure. Commissioner Matlow had indicated some focus on stormwater impacts on our south side of our community. Given the topography, that's where your pressure point is going to be on stormwater. I'm not sure if that was on there or not, but we'll add that. Clearly, we've previously talked about our municipal fiber broadband. We've got that workshop scheduled. And I had at least one more item.
And I know this is going to be, I know this is going to be included, but focus on basic neighborhood infrastructure needs. And I see we have stormwater, sidewalks, what list, any potholes or any other items that maybe need to be identified in that as well. Isn't there a priority list of infrastructure fixtures or repairs and what have you? How up to date is that list?
As it relates to, they are current and they differ by area. Like, for example, our water utility, our wastewater utility, we update those pretty much annually, and they're reflected largely in the capital improvement plan. So some of that priority is established through the budget because that becomes a fiscal priority. Okay. So they're pretty current. Okay. I think that works.
Yeah, I think that's going to be important too for citizens to be able to go and see that information, to know that where we are in completing that list as they report things. And you get those requests through Digitally and other places of needs?
Constantly, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Constantly. We've got a good flow of information.
Very good.
I think, Mr. Mayor, I think I heard you say earlier, I believe it fits in this category, is economic development readiness. I think that, again, straddles some categories, but I believe it would be appropriate to reflect here in terms of our future strategy.
I agree.
Okay. Clearly, that would deal in the targeted industries that would be geographically based, where you may want that industry, but that's something a little different than I think we've talked about in the past.
I think it's
May
great.
require an investment, may require some direction.
Yes, sir.
We would put that there. I don't know that I saw the beautification program on any of these lists. Was it there?
Neighborhood revitalization and development. Could that?
I don't know if that covers it. Let's make sure we show a beautification program targeted on litter and graffiti. We'll add that to the quality of life list.
Yeah.
That's also a code enforcement issue, with college establishments. Working with our community solid waste partners as well, making sure that all of our trucks are properly covered as we're hauling solid waste to and from. There's a lot involved in there as well.
With graffiti, could we look at giving our code enforcement board the authority to issue a painting order? So if a property is perpetually covered in graffiti, we actually have the right to go in and paint over it without waiting for a negligent property owner to respond?
We would love to look into that. Yes, sir.
That's a great idea.
I, for one, would welcome that. Yes, sir. We'll look into that.
Jeremy pulling that out at 3:15 in the
Yeah.
afternoon. Damn, look at that.
Pop it on the screen.
That is a pressure point, private property graffiti. If I could go back and just dovetail the discussion earlier today, so there was a considerable discussion about strategic planning, the revisiting of our mission and vision. And I think I would like to say, because I think I heard this, just for clarity and your positive feedback, as we look at organizational values, in fact, one of the speakers, Mr. Payne, talked about that earlier. As we direct the committee, I think we would kind of deposit that with them, that the idea that ethics and transparency and ethics reform, to make an extension to the current conversation, probably fits in that organizational value planning as we develop that. I think that those go together, they tie together, and I just wanted to say that because I think that's what you essentially have told us.
All right, before I recognize, starting with Commissioner Matlow for final comments, anything else on our priority statements? Y'all help me out. How are we leaving this now? Or do you want a formal motion to adopt these 4 priority statements, knowing that they can change, they're fluid, but you need something to start with? Or how do we go from here?
Yes,
What
sir.
kind of posture do you need?
I would welcome a motion. I would welcome the commission validating and sanctioning those priorities so that we have something to begin with, and it gives us a target for 2019.
Are they valid and sanctioned? Mr. Pro Tem makes the motion. Seconded across the board. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. No opposition, passes unanimously. Great work. Commissioner Matlow, recognize you for some final comments.
Yeah, I just wanted to address some of the earlier public comments. We welcome you to come and speak to us at our meetings and these open workshops, but we're available all the time. My cell phone's listed on the website. You can call me if you have an issue. City staff is available to you. You're not just limited to your 3 minutes. We need you engaged every step along the way, and it's not right before a decision's being made. So I'd encourage you, you can come to our open office hours on Tuesday from 11:30 to 2:30. Come in, let us know what you want to say. You'll get more than 3 minutes, and we can really start to hear your ideas. And always a plug for Digitally. We heard about sidewalks and potholes. We can address those issues, but we need you to let us know directly where they are, and we can let you know what the priority is in getting it done. And with that, I'm glad we have all day to sit and talk to each other, because we don't get to talk to each other otherwise. And it's great to have the opportunity to flesh out some of these ideas.
Mr. Pro Tem.
It's been a great experience, and just looking forward to the coming years and moving our great city forward. Look forward to working with you all now as my colleagues here on the commission.
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
I think I've said plenty today, And I think that the time has been a very valuable time, and it's been a real good experience. And we're all going to leave here liking each other. That's always good. But that's not always the case when you do these kinds of things. But I am glad that we're able to get together and talk, because from the environment that I'm from, you just walk in and your neighbor and talk to him. Can't do that here. So I'm just glad to be out with you guys. And out in the community as well. And I'm so glad to see so many people come out and participate. I, too, am always available to meet with you. If you call my personal cell, because many of you have my personal cell, you have received the message that said, if you're calling me regarding city business, do not call me on this number. But I provide you with the number for my assistant, Dr. Tawana Diablo Davis, and she will get you an appointment, and you can come right up to see me, or I can come right out to see you. So don't hesitate. We're happy to see you. And like Commissioner Matlow say, you can have more than 3 minutes. We do 30 minutes. So come on by and meet with us. We're glad to hear from you.
Commissioner Bryant.
Let me first say thank you to all of you for just staying today and being engaged. I've just kind of been spanning the audience to see, who's connecting. And I think this has been a very good process that we've had opportunity to share with each other. I am definitely not from the community of silence, but I'm learning. They won't talk to me, so I'm learning that it's very scripted in that way. But I look forward to moving forward. We have today identified strategic initiatives. We have identified the basics for goal setting, which will be flushed out hopefully by our city manager and staff. And then when we get together again, whether it's in a commission meeting or a workshop, we will actually have goals that we can talk about and be ready to assign some type of accountability such that you can hold us accountable for what it is that we're saying that we're going to do. So it's an exciting time, and thank you very much to my co-commissioners and Mr. Mayor.
In closing, I just want to say it is an honor and privilege to serve with each and every one of you. This is a wonderful board. We got a lot of great work done today, and I'm really excited about the future of the city of Tallahassee. I want to thank our 4 appointments for all the hard work that you do, and for the day-to-day operations of the city of Tallahassee. Look, we spent the morning creating the first 5-year strategic plan for the city of Tallahassee, 7th largest city in the state of Florida, the capital city. That is very exciting. We are laser focused. We are moving forward. We're all on the same page. And this is the right direction. We spent the afternoon identifying specific priorities for 2019 that we want to tackle, and even drilled down to some new programs that we put on the table moving forward, from ethics reform to a jobs program. I'm just really honored to work with each and every one of you. Thank you very much. So our next regularly scheduled meeting is
January 30th.
January 30th in City Hall Chambers. Is there anything else to come before this body?
Mr. Mayor, I'd offer one thing, if I may. Since you last met and before you next meet, we had a vacancy on the Independent Ethics Board. The City Commission does have an appointee to that position. You're all well aware of that, but I thought since the public was watching this might be a good opportunity to remind them that you will need to make an appointment to that seat. And to that end, we're accepting applications. You can go to talgov.com, you put in ethics. I know it'll take you straight to the ethics page. I think it'll take you straight to the application. We'll be taking those through next Friday, January the 25th, so we can have those to you a few days before your meeting.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other announcements? Just want to thank staff for all the hard work that is still ahead of you, taking all of our ideas and putting it into the plan. Without anything else, we stand adjourned.
Okay. Good job.